Ay, 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 ay.
Sorry, I couldn't help but mess with him. I
Yeah,
started my.
Ophelia is something you like to play with a lot, as not usually a sexual thing. Not really. I am more considered a fetish.
Okay, hey John.
I invited you.
Yeah?
This silver ore may need your help.
Bad, too bad, too bad.
I just uncovered the full vein.
Size?
Eh,
Big, huh?
well,
Oh, Germany, huh?
I'm gonna take it. It's gonna be an answer yes. That's pretty big.
look where I am on the map.
Can you wait until I'm actually on the boat?
Oh, okay.
That's the other silver note.
Yep, it goes from here all the way down here.
It ain't
Oops.
easy being
Yeah. And this is
fabulous.
where we were at first for that one.
Yeah, you can watch me on the map. I'm actually just walking all on the silver
Alright,
node.
friend, what do you want to do? Do you want to go for the airfields, or how do you want to do this again?
I'm gonna try to go for the
Oh
airfield.
boy, John, I'm in.
wanna try?
Friendly want to unfriendlies here.
Do you want to try?
Ooh, I want to start the war.
Yeah.
Great.
Alright.
Alright, buddy.
North
Oh,
spawn.
for sure.
North.
Let's go.
Hey, John, do you notice what time it is?
Nighttime.
Are you
Not
on,
only that,
the
it's a dark
D1?
storm at night.
The north one, man. The one at the
Oh,
top.
yeah, got it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know the name. I've already spawned.
That I hear.
I don't know what number it is. Oh, it's 3. Now it's telling me. Sorry.
Is it me, or are they just stuck in the water again?
Oh, I thought you'd bring the ME264. Seth,
But
he didn't bring the ME264.
I don't know.
I'm telling on him, okay? You're in trouble now, mister. I told on you. You didn't have to bring it out. I was just kidding. I wasn't trying to be mean or bully you. I'm sorry. You little shit. Just don't mind me while I go 90 degrees with this bomber for a few seconds.
Three, 6, 9, 119. Not
And
bad
I
for
walked
silver.
500 miles.
I'm gonna start heading back now.
Don't head back, John. I still got more silver to bring.
Fine, I'll sit with the bow for now. I'll keep defending the damn bombs off of it.
Well, you can actually just meet me here.
Stinky, are you already using your boosters?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right
okay.
here.
Next time you get the chance, try using them after you take off.
Good, you're not that far off. Okay.
You can like zoom climb for a few
Almost.
seconds.
It's closer that way.
If I put my flaps to combat, does that help my
Your
plane
lift?
stay up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so it's good to hold on to.
Just don't go
it
too
makes
fast.
Yeah, or you're gonna rip them off. It makes you more better when you're doing dogfighting.
Well, you remember what I told you about flaps. Every plane has a different flap strength. So,
Yeah. But usually combat flaps are best for when you're doing dogfighting.
Hey, John, before you leave, you could take down that portal, and then we just move it to
Already
this
left.
spot. Okay.
Already left the dock.
All right. It was just a suggestion. Don't shoot me.
Oh man, but I had
Uh,
the
You guys
firing
want
squad
sparring?
ready.
Bart, do you want to go to that, the one out, the one airfield that...
Sorry
was already
guys, we
spotted?
can't shoot them now. What's that?
so you
Think?
can't.
Do you want to go to the airfield that was already spotted?
No, we're going to the one in the north.
North? Oh, got it.
I need
Yeah,
to
never
smoke, I
never
feel
settle
like
for the
I'm
middle unless you want to risk getting
never.
shot in the shot.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I don't want to get shot down.
I mean, if my flaps were raised, doesn't that help me climb faster?
Well, in some I have used combat flaps with some planes when I fly mostly level to get a little bit of a boost to speed and climb. But usually if you're faster, you climb faster, so not always. If you raise your
Well, I'm
flaps, you
going-
go faster, easier.
I'm going up like 220 or 200 to 15 IAS.
Mm-hmm.
That's fast enough, isn't it?
I haven't fiddled around with that plane enough to know. 220 is kind of so-so. It's not fast, but it's not exactly slow either. Try raising them and then just raising your nose
You
using
looking at punk?
Try raising your flaps and raising your nose and then look at your climb rate. Look at how fast your climb goes.
Feeling lucky, punk.
Why
That's
the
right.
hell is one of my crew members looking at me?
Because he's
He's
gay.
dead straight at my eyes.
I mean, it gets lonely up here.
Really lonely.
And men have
You
needs.
know what I mean?
Yeah, men
Hours on hours and up there. Yeah.
not seeing another woman
Not seeing another fucking living thing.
I'm feeling so
with
holy.
legs.
I'm so holy. Lowly.
Holy lonely. Wait, wait.
Lowly.
At first I thought you said horny.
I think he said both. I mean, the horny part was implied indirectly within that, so I guess
so
technically.
Hey,
Honey.
I'm trying my best to speak German, okay? So, don't target me, man. Hold on, what's your,
Say
house
Frankfurter.
I'm going up to...
Say Frankfurter.
1,500.
Stinky, say Frankfurter.
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 Congratulations,
Frankfurter.
you just spoke German.
Frank.
It's a it's a sausage hot dog. You're welcome. You should feel accomplished now. I'm almost
Somebody-
3,000.
Somebody asked what the Auschwitz were. Isn't that like the gas chamber thingy, or where they killed the
I mean,
Jews?
basically.
Yeah.
Auschwitz.
The concentration camps. One of them. Yeah.
Yes, concentration.
It's one
Man,
of the
they
many
must have been
concentration
studying
camps
really
they,
hard.
They put up.
I found the airfield. They must have been. They must have been really studying. If it's a concentration camp, they're concentrating real hard.
Study the Jews
We must work out our math projects.
and find out what they know.
It turns out the concentration camps was just mass homework assistance facilities. It's like, please help me with my math homework.
You guys know that Turkey, the country Turkey?
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have any military? Do they have like any?
I'm not a big fan of Turkey. It's
tank-
pretty dry when
tank-
other people make it.
Is there any like tanks that Turkey made?
No, Turkey and all that. They're all
Probably
freaking
imported,
heavy.
but
Yeah. Most of those nations around that area are all, hand-me-downs from other nations.
in World War II, wasn't Turkey still using like cavalry and shit?
Yeah.
They were just starting to use guns because World War One. Because after World War One, right?
And This is where we get the Kriegsguard. We're 40k. Because they still use what? Horsemen!
What's a horseman? Is it a man that's
So look,
melded with a
The
horse?
World War One
Do they
was
have
so
sex?
new. You know those a long time ago, the Civil War between George Washington and the British. You know
Wait, what?
they used to use
That's
the muskets, right?
Right.
I
That's
don't
not
know.
the Civil
Yeah.
War, that's the Revolutionary War.
Yeah. So
Was
the
a Civil
World
War
War One was so
technically?
new to them.
Yeah, he's not technically
Uh,
You
wrong.
know, new tactics were they didn't know
Technically,
like the
but
new
we were
tactics. You know how
revolting, so
they
it's
shoot
revolution.
and they back off,
It's a
reload,
Civil
and the
War.
other line shoot. Yeah, it was like the World War One was so new to them that they barely even they didn't know what a tank was. One of those strange
Well, it
tanks.
didn't exist yet.
Yeah, it didn't exist until World War One. Yeah, once
Technically,
they got it, they were like,
already had
what do we do
technology.
with this? How do we control this?
Yeah, there was some work on it beforehand, but it didn't
Even the
exist before
airplanes.
then.
They used to use the
Really?
airplanes as like scouting.
Yeah. It didn't
think
come
you know
out yet,
those-
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they used to use the airplanes as like a scouting plane until
I
they
think
said,
I
oh
see.
yeah, you know what, we could drop like hand
You said
grenades off of
princess.
this, or attach machine guns
know.
into these.
Yeah, there was a couple of pioneers
Are
that
you
started
trying to
throwing
make
hand
something
grenades.
like a little dock or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's how bombing started.
There used to be this guy.
I was gonna
Just
leave. I was gonna build a dock here, and I was gonna let you do. Okay, I'm sorry.
There used to be this guy before World War II started, and he got laughed at and mocked for this. But he said that ships were going to become mostly obsolete during another war because planes and aircraft carriers are just going to own them. So he tried to urge for more plane development in the United States, and they laughed at him. And
Yeah.
I forgot what they
United
did to him, but they
Okay,
treated
look,
him like
look.
shit.
United States.
But he was
like,
right,
they
though.
were so proud into their navy that one of the generals said, you know what, let's paint it white, like so it could show us.
Oh,
were
you're
so
talking about the white flotilla, yeah.
The Great White Fleet.
They were thinking,
Yeah,
they
the
were
Great
thinking
White
that it
Fleet.
was, they had the strongest navy in the whole,
But that was
other
only
nation.
one
They said,
of
you know
our
what, let's
fleets.
paint it white, so we could, show
Well, he did
off
say
our
this one
strength.
dude.
It was
There's
not
only one
meant.
fleet, not all of them.
Okay,
whole fleet.
so it was a publicity stunt to prove that the United States could sail around the world. It wasn't meant to be like, oh, we had the biggest fleet. It was just meant to say, hey, we
Intimidation.
can sail
like I
across
said,
the
it
world.
was just one expeditionary
It was
fleet.
Yeah.
Make sure you're about 4,000 by the time you get here, okay?
I can't climb anymore. It's just 3,000 now.
All right, John.
That's good enough.
I'll leave
Just,
that
just
to
keep
you.
trying, man.
Oh, don't sail away.
Raise your
I'm
flaps
gonna
and
build
put the
a
nose
portal
up.
there so I can come back and forth.
That was not always
I'm gonna try to take down these planes over here.
Yeah, it gives you something to build, like a little shack for the portal. All right.
If you can't climb much higher, that's fine. 3,000 should be
Alright,
okay, but you just gotta rock your wings and stuff like how I taught you, okay? Don't be too stationary or you'll make it too easy.
So do I aim down a little once I try to bomb?
Nah, the airfield's so big, you could just drop it. Just make sure
What
that you're not
happened?
stalling out and you'll be fine.
Is everything okay, John? Is the boat alive? Right. Do I need to make sure the boat magically reappears? How close is the boat?
I'm gonna try to climb down to you. I'm like 6,000.
Did I build that dock wrong?
Watch out. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna try to deal with this guy. It's an AI protector of the airfield. He's gonna try to shoot you down. But I got him distracted, so just drop your bombs.
Wow, that's really weird.
No bombs
Got 'em.
away.
Alright, turn around and get the hell out of there.
Alright.
I shot one plane down.
Is that you?
Above you? Yeah.
Nice. You'll be my protector, huh?
Yeah, I was like 6,000. I had to dive down to cover you.
I don't know. Do I go back to the airfield? I mean, I'm a bit
Well,
too
of
high,
course.
but I think I could go down a little.
Don't worry about diving until we're away from that airfield. Besides, it's better for us to be higher because it's harder to climb up to us right
Did
now.
any of my bombs even land?
They did.
They did?
Yeah, they were just kind of...
Oh god.
Two of them weren't even on the airfield. I think. I don't know. Check your tonnage.
The
It
cart
says
glitch
0.
did a freaking boat. Now it's just hanging off to the opposite side like it's just a piece of it now.
Then I guess you missed.
Oh boy.
I was right on it.
The bombs that I'm seeing are off to the left. Go to your gunner view and look at the airfield and look at the bombs. See those ones far to the left of the airfield? Those are yours. Mine are on the airfield, like on the airstrip.
Wow, so fucking strange.
You see it?
What?
You dropped them too early.
Why didn't you get the
Man,
dragon
now I
egg,
gotta
John?
climb back up. Damn it.
Oh, oops.
Well, that was the plan from the start anyway, so you're not losing anything.
That would have been the third one. I'm bringing it back. Don't worry. I got the portal too. I'm coming.
Yeah, that thing's like just hanging off it like it's like it looks like it's hanging off for dear life, but it's not.
Can you pick it up?
No. It's just hanging there. Nonchalantly just hanging off the edge like
You
it's
might-
like dog to it.
You might want to make sure you get everything off of it.
I did, but it's not taking damage, so it's fine.
I know, but you know, just in case, you're selling full speed.
Watch
it
your
just
speed.
goes kablook.
I
Make
know.
sure.
It's not
Which-
reaching 600. It's actually going slower.
That's the
I'm
scruffy.
losing altitude.
Hammer.
So that's
Dumb
good.
ass mother.
He done that thing where you just don't say nothing.
He wasn't gonna come.
You're going faster than I am. I should probably, but I'm trying to dive down to you, so I cut my engines down.
Yeah, I should cut mine too.
No. Don't lose your speed. You're not even at the airfield yet. I was cutting my speed down because I didn't want to overspeed trying to dive down
And
to you.
there goes Scruffy.
I'm
Ouch.
higher than you. I'm trying to form up on you.
How'd he disconnect? Leaving or just disconnected?
He
lost
left.
connection?
Disconnected, leaving.
Gay.
Mama said about you. You know, I can't even destroy the cart. Even though it's empty. I emptied it.
Oh, so that's what these are.
What?
Oh, I saw a little shack. It looks like a little well house, but actually it has a chest above it, hidden in the roof.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I passed by them a bunch and I dug a hole in it, thinking, oh, it's a well. No. There's a
Yeah,
little
I can't.
chest.
I can't break it.
Oh well, it's there now.
See a bomber up ahead. I'm gonna go attack
Is it-
it. I don't
is
know
it
if it's friendly.
Is it causing the boat damage?
It's causing the boat a lot of damage. Oh yeah, it's
First
friendly.
it was, but then it glitched even more through, and now it's just hanging off the edge. Like it's just, like I said, it's like it's a leech or something, hot hanging off like a parasite. More storage. That's all I gotta say. Well, more storage.
I'm way too high.
Not high enough.
I can't land at 3,000 meters. I kind of need to be on the ground to do that. That's what
Yeah,
I
just
meant.
dropped my engine, so I'm just sort of like gliding now.
I wanna get high. Oh, high.
Hey,
You
John,
still got a little ways to go.
No.
How fast are you going?
I'm just gonna put the
400.
photo down right here for now.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're fine.
Need to go down. Go down. Come on.
Na,
Go
na,
up,
na,
go
na,
down,
na,
up and
na,
down.
na, na.
Up and down. Come on, Big Bertha. Yeah, I'm gonna call her Big Bertha. The big German Bertha.
Is it me or is it that boat wigging out a little?
Just a little bit.
Okay, good.
Please don't flip.
Alright, I'll be back in a moment, John. Guess I'm gonna go get me some ice cream. Hooray.
Again?
Yes. My throat is sore,
And my plane just did like a
Please teach me.
360 click flip.
You're supposed to eat ice cream when your throat's sore?
Cute. It helps. For about 5 minutes. Or a second.
See my dead body there?
I'm focusing on landing. This thing is being a pain. It doesn't want to slow down. Oh boy. Are you repairing?
No. As soon as like slow down and touch the ground, it immediately did like a flip.
How fast were you going?
Oh, I slowed down like 200. As soon as I touched the ground, boom. A
What
flip.
speed were you going when you touched the ground?
I was doing 300.
300?
My flaps were down. In midair, I was doing 300. When I went down, like 250.
No, like when your wheels touched the ground, how fast were you going?
I have no idea. Here, let me respawn. On the ME264, the repair cost is a bit like, it's a bit too much, man.
Well, try to land at a slower speed. And try not to use, try to use takeoff flaps or something and see if that'll help. What, were you pulling up or down whenever you touched down?
Since my flaps were, what's it called? My gear was down, so I was trying to look up. So my wheels could touch, but that didn't happen.
So you're pushing your nose down?
No.
Maybe that's
Q, I
why it
think-
flipped. You had too much lift pulling up.
I think he was trying to pull up for a flare.
Well, it's a tricycle configuration. He can land on 3 wheels on the front.
Yes, but you would still do a flare.
Yeah, no matter if you're still, you land, you still like, it would, like he said, flare, right? Where it kind of spins out, it flips over, right?
No, a flare is whenever you pull up at the last possible second before landing. You
All
have your
right, should
flaps set
I?
to
Oh,
full.
that's what I just did actually to land this thing, because it
Yeah,
wasn't wanting to
you,
go down.
yeah, and you set your flaps to full, and it bleeds off a lot of speed before the final touchdown.
I don't know if you were
And then
watching me, Stinky, but that's what I was doing. I had my flaps, and when I was pushing down to get my nose down, and at the last second I pulled up. You seen that, right?
Yeah, that's how you did it. As soon you land down, you pull your flaps, back up. Do I turn on the boosters now, or
Oh, sure. You got to get rid of them somehow.
gonna give me that extra lift?
Yeah. If you get down to like 190 or below that in your speed, put out your takeoff flaps so you don't stall out and get your speed back. You know what? I want to get ice cream. My brain probably needs it. It's overheating.
Drink cold water. The best way to pull it down is by drinking H2O, which is basically water.
This guy's speaking fake words now. We don't like fake word people around here. Let's get him, John.
Wow. So it's supposed to be hateful?
I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
What do you think it's funny for, Wanna explain that to me? Yeah, no,
No.
words, huh? Why now, huh?
Don't worry.
Went
Be
to hush
happy.
mode.
That's what you're up to, man.
You got more bombs than I do. I only get 3 800s.
I get a lot.
Hey, John.
Yeah, that's one way I
There
put
he
it.
is.
Sorry,
Have to
my
whine a little bit.
no, my
Sorry.
mic, thing cut out when I was moving too far away from it.
I know mine does the same thing.
I gotta ease up my nose. I'm pulling up
Wanna
too
play
hard.
Supreme Commander now?
Well, we can do that, or go do 40k.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Supreme Commander right now. Well, I mean ice cream. We can play Forged Alliance.
Okay, just
Want me to put the AIs on easier?
I'm trying to.
Oh, do some building.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
do
why
some
the
help.
nose was too high. I forgot I had combat flaps down. I was like, I sure am bleeding a lot of speed. I better put the nose down.
At least that's a lot of silver, though, right?
Yeah. Got my silver here.
Where you at? Oh my god, you would've climbed ahead of me.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah, I think it's because I'm too heavy.
I've been climbing really hard. I've been aiming up so much to where I'm not even breaking 300 kph, and I was using combat flaps to just aggressively get altitude. I turned off the combat flaps now because you go faster without them. If you can manage to go a little faster, you can climb a little better, but it really depends on the plane. Some planes it doesn't hurt to go, even if you don't get a lot more speed, you still get more climb.
Jumpy, 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 jumpy.
So you really just gotta experiment, man. That's what I'm doing with this thing. I'm experimenting with it right now.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
you've
I
already
put my
swapped over,
flaps
huh?
to back to freaking, raise,
Yep.
and my speed went up, and I'm climbing altitude. So, but sometimes it goes up and down.
I'm back at base now, so I'll just quit the game.
You just gotta keep the nose going up as much as you can.
Hear my dog eating his food.
Just
honey.
don't stall yourself out, and you're
Yeah, I
fine. And you'll
refuse
be
to give up
fine.
my
Also,
pee.
turn away. You're about to hit the edge of the map.
It
I
really
know.
wants my pork and beans because they're the brown sugar.
Okay,
style
now that's
of,
too much of a
pork
climb. I'm losing too much speed.
That isn't the bad thing with the dogs. The
You
bad
want
thing
you want to
is-
stay
is
above
for,
220
John
if you
having to
can.
deal with the aftermath of giving dog maintenance.
ISS, IAS. I mean,
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I don't wanna smell that on that lung. It hear it too. Is that what the fuck? And my dog will look at me too, like, was that you? When he knows him.
I think we have a fighter climbing up on north. Look, I think that's a little fighter.
Which way is that? To our left?
Yeah.
You mean our
Or is
front?
that a bomber? Yeah, in front of us.
Yeah, front isn't north. That's
I just sent you an
east,
invite
but
to make it easier.
just give me lateral direction since we're facing the same direction.
Alright.
Yeah,
On our left.
Coffee. Beauty.
I see
I'd
it. It's probably
say
the
on
air.
the-
It
Oh,
might
that
be
could
the
be on
airfield
the-
escort plane.
Yeah,
going.
I think he's like between our 11.
No, it's not. He's too far away from the airfield. That's probably a player climbing. Don't worry, we'll deal with him if he shows up.
Bro, this group of Marines came to my high school today, and I said if I could want to join it. What do you guys think?
You better ask John about that. He's the expert.
Well, raised by Marines, went to the Navy. Yeah,
His whole family.
it is
They
all
said,
Marines
the
besides
lowest
me and a few
contract
others.
is 3 years.
Uh, yeah, that's if you're going for basic combat infantry. That's 3 years because you don't have no specialties. If
What do
you're
you mean
going
by
for
that? Specialties?
I don't know,
Skills.
if you're going engineer or stuff like that, then your contract will go longer because now you can put their school for engineering too, and that's a long process. Aviation engineering will last about a year and a half just for the school alone. That's after boot camp. Boot camp for the Navy is 3 months. Marines 2 months.
Is it worth it?
Hence, what's your goal? What's your goal?
I don't know. I kind of want to get some training done, just in case you might not know. You gotta get
Well,
prepared
well,
for something.
we're already in the wartime situation if you live in the U.S. So our government decided to go and deploy reinforcements in Ukraine.
You realize those 3 years, they own you, and you have to do everything they tell you, even if you have to go to war, right? You don't just train and then leave like it's no big deal.
I know.
That is unless
Okay,
you're going
just
for
wanted to
the
make sure.
reserves only.
I wasn't
Or
trying to
if
talk
you
down to you.
are, then you get to stay at home, but sometimes they'll deploy you overseas.
Yeah, that's a bomber over there.
What's that? And personally, if you're a guard or something like that, you're usually at home a lot, and you don't do a lot of training and all that stuff because those that are in the guard already got jobs as a civilian. But if you're coming fresh out of high school, your best bet just don't do the guard, don't do Coast Guard, don't. if you
That's an
want,
enemy bomber below us.
Go to Air Force, Marines,
I see.
Navy, Army.
Alright, I think we're getting close to it, alright?
He's heading towards our side. Sorry, John.
Your particular, you know, what you want to do in your life. Marines are more in the combat and specialties as it is. So if you want to be like, I don't know, start up a school for marksmanship or something like that, Marines would be the one. Don't go Army if you want to do that shit. If you want to go the Engineer Corps, that's between the Army and the Navy. Since the Army does a lot of mop-up duties, so they're usually doing a lot of work, you know,
There's quite a few planes buzzing around here.
a lot of engineering work.
Alright. You
That's why
drop
we
your
make fun
load?
of them.
Yeah,
Alright, I'm about to
you
drop
just
mine.
keep going.
Do I just keep my nose straight as possible?
Like if you're going for the
About-
Seth, really?
Well, you want to. If you're as high as I am, yeah. But if you're lower, then walk your wings a little bit until you get over the airfield, then straighten out and drop the bombs.
What, John? I thought
I
you'd
think
like
this is a
that.
British bomber. I'm gonna try going after him. I got cannons.
And I'm down.
John, don't you like that?
What was that? Oh, of course. It's a fucking. Oh my god, son of a bitch. What?
Did you try to shoot him at least?
Yeah. I didn't see him. He boomed and zoomed me.
I told you there was
Thanks
a lot of-
man.
I told you there was a lot of planes here.
Yeah, congratulations. I just fucking killed you. Have fun. Eye for an eye, motherfucker.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I have a bottom turret on this thing.
If I could just straighten this out real quick, I could possibly try and getting them.
So
He's
much
getting out of the
pasta.
airfield.
That's a Sterling, huh?
Come on, straighten out. Straight.
And
Come
when
on,
you're
I'm gonna
here,
do kamikaze bomb on this bitch.
when you're here,
I'll try to form up on you to
Right.
distract the
Family.
anti-aircraft guns to confuse them.
No, unfortunately, that's not how it goes.
And made for the Coast Guard. Their
I'm too
Coast
far
Guard is
away.
a bunch of people who couldn't
But I'm
make
getting
it to the
closer
Navy.
now.
No, those are actually what we consider those that don't even
that's
consider
you.
going to the real Navy. Those are the ones
Yeah,
that are
dude, you
wimps
can do
that
it.
didn't even have the drive to go to the Navy. They're like,
Mhm.
travel the world. We don't go that far. Fuck that. We're going to the Coast Guard.
Oh wow, of course it's.
Those are the lazy ones. Those are the ones we
Why
don't
didn't you
trust.
drop them? The airfield was right there.
I know.
did.
But John, you would have joined the
I dropped them.
Coast Guard if
I
you know
literally
whenever
dropped
someone said
all of
when
them.
when you're
What?
here, you're family, and then all of a sudden you end up.
You're eating a bunch of food. I'll be like,
I swear, I have a lot of issue with this
Where's
stupid
Q?
ass game, bro.
Yeah.
Did you have your
Yeah.
bomb bay
John's
open?
like, we're joining.
then
Yes,
you
they
tr-
were open.
John just shows
now
up
it's like
to you and says,
16,000, bro. I
We're
can't.
joining. We're
I
joining the
can't
Coast
keep
Guard.
playing this,
Why?
man. I'm just keep
We're just
losing and
joining it.
losing. And at the end, I don't get anything.
When you're here, you're family.
And then.
All I'm guarded.
Mhm.
Yeah, Corin, I don't know. I might not play this. I might not
Are you
play
sure you
air,
want to have them all on the same team?
battles today.
You'll be fine.
They're
Just
all
use a
easy
different
except for
plane.
one. See?
Uh-huh.
I mean, even if I use it Dorner, it's still like, slow climber.
Let's go.
Yeah, but
Actually,
you'll be able to climb better because it weighs less.
Yeah, I'll go there. So I can put a Navy down here. You can put a Navy here.
You can also go circle the A point.
That makes
Whatever
sense.
you feel like doing, I don't care.
Or would I really get as much as? Would it give me like a lot of rewards?
Well,
Is it even worth it?
what?
Getting the 8 point?
I've only got about 2 and
It does
I
give you some
want
points,
to
but I don't know how
find-
many specifically. I used to just ignore that.
I can't find one.
No, I just lost.
I used to go there to look to fight people. I shot down that Sterling, by the way.
So it smells crap, and I don't.
Did you review any of those videos?
Crap.
Did you review any of the stuff that I was recording for you?
Some, yeah.
Right. Did it help any?
Yep.
Levi, why the hell are you lighting shit up when you didn't eat no beans, man?
Anyways, yeah, you could put the bombs anywhere as long as it's like as close to the center as possible, like on the runway or on those buildings. Any further than that outwards, it doesn't do anything. Besides, you could be a fighter.
I'm freaking horrible with a fighter. I do want
Right.
to take out some bombers, but the thing is, there's barely any of them.
That you have?
What?
Oh, this is gonna.
You mean that you have, or the enemy?
Enemy.
Oh, I forget how you can.
Well, I just shot one down. It was a player.
No, I'm on the bottom.
Apparently, he's the only player left. If he leaves, the match will end, and then we can start fresh.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hope so.
Yeah, the lead
Yeah, the
game
match I was in
is
before you
rotate the
joined
map
was
around
full of enemy bombers.
and reorients it. Back to
Man.
normal,
It's
Better
just a
not
mirror. Both
easy.
sides are mirrors.
It's just
pretty
that
much.
every
But
time
you can do it.
I approach a bomber, I go from like
There.
below of it so it doesn't
That's
see me,
better.
and I immediately, when I go up,
I can
they
see
just,
why
like,
this is a
immediately
popular
kill
map,
me
though.
with the turret.
Oh, how
Like
big
I go
it is.
below of
Okay.
them where they can't see me or spot me.
Well, just how
And
fair
I
it is,
aim
because both
up,
sides are exactly equal.
I shoot
like some.
them, and they immediately
other
shoot me back
maps.
with their turrets, which kills me instantly.
And it's very
Well,
interesting.
That's just a terror.
You can have,
I mean,
you can
that's a
have
bad
two naval
strategy for
attacks.
dealing with bombers. That only works in circumstances where there's no bottom guns and like you're at a long range, to where it's easier to dodge them, but it's risky. You lose almost all your speed, and it's so easy to shoot at you, even if it's just the AI doing it. Which you got to be real close for the AI to automatically do it, even with high level.
You know, one of my AIs like never shoot them. They spot them, but they never
Yeah,
shoot.
they changed that. We've been over this. They used to just shoot at.
Yeah, there's barely any. There's only like
yeah, everything.
3 people in our battle.
Yeah, but we got more players. There's only one person on the enemy team. The rest are AI.
So if they die, then we just win automatically.
If he leaves, yeah.
I'll be right
They
back.
changed how it works. It used to keep going, but when someone leaves, it'll just say that the enemy team left. Hello?
Right. Oh.
John was confused.
Eh?
John just got a little bit confused.
Alright,
Wait,
for a moment. Oh, wait, what? I don't remember getting the Type 2. Type 2 anytime soon. I seen a Type 2 of mine for the outline.
Yeah, that's what I get
the
too.
icon, and I'm all like,
Mhm.
huh?
Yeah, I don't remember doing that.
And I'm like, I'm still waiting for 2 more fucking Homer Engineer to be done until my air factory goes into Type 2. Fuck.
Yeah, I didn't. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait a second,
And
this
then,
is.
then I see the destructors. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Eh. I thought no. I just thought you might want one.
That is fine.
Are you back, Stinky?
Will do the job. He is already on the move.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Hey, the whole enemy team's bombers right now.
Our whole what?
The whole enemy team is bombers
The whole enemy team? How do you know?
because I'm looking at the kill feed. They're over there where the ground targets are fighting. Let's get in a fighter and go after them.
Gotcha.
So ideally, you want to boom and zoom from the side or the front, and then
What should my gun targeting distance?
after you pass the target, you don't just fly in a straight line. You move left and right as you gain distance from them.
Alright. Well, what do I choose my targeting distance? It's at 700.
800.
700. Alright. So what spawn? What are we gonna spawn? The middle?
Number 4,
Or-
the one closest to all of it that I can see.
Got it. I'm gonna spawn in this mother of good. Good, brother, good. Alright. Guide me through this. Let's go.
Hey, you got the Heikel. Why don't you try using that? That one's really good. That's a good bomber. You know, after this. See, look at the kill feed. That's another bomber.
Hold on, you know what? I think he looks like he's bombing the.
He's
our
bombing.
troops.
Yeah, the ground target. See, our map. Look at the map. Our guys are pushing. We have armored infantry pushing forward, and they're attacking it. Let's check the south one first, because it was there first. And that's when I first saw the kill feed popping up.
You're not gonna take it, Sam?
Oh,
Is that behind us?
thank you.
Or to the left of us?
You're welcome.
Well, it should be in front of us. Check the map. You know, just so you'll get used to checking it.
Oh, yeah. That's to the right of us then.
Mm-hmm. No, the left. Slightly to the left. That's you in front of me. Slightly to the left. Because look at where our arrow, the triangle's pointing. That's our direction that we're going. You don't need to worry about coming in low. We want a little bit of altitude. So how are you liking the G6 so far?
Fast, nice, sturdy. Movable.
Ah, dang it, I forgot to bring more fuel.
I brought like 45 hours of fuel. Alright, nah, not 45, 45 minutes. 45 minutes.
I know what you meant, but
That's
It's-
a little too much fuel.
man, this guy's stocking up for winter.
I know, right?
Don't get shot with that much fuel on you.
Yeah,
That's
the
you.
old fucking flame ball coming down from the sky.
Well,
Mm,
in theory, if you have too much fuel, there is a chance that it'll be harder for the fire to catch, because there's less air. In theory.
In theory.
Oh, is that you going in a straight line? Because I don't know
Mhm.
if that's you.
Fire. Oxygen.
Yeah, I
If
would
that's you.
increase how much
Mm,
oxygen that fire gets, but still, do you want to risk it?
Yeah, I think, is it that bomber over there?
Well, you lose
that-
maneuverability in most planes. What's that?
Is that a plane that I see? Like to the left of you? I see two.
Yeah, those are allies.
And they're allies.
Well,
Is it bomber?
I mean, that's an allied formation of attackers, but there could be an enemy trying to creep up on them or something. But yeah, if you bring less fuel, that means there's less fuel to get ignited as easily, potentially, but there's more air in the tank. But you do weigh less, so,
Mm.
which is modeled in the game, weighing less and all that.
What?
Like carrying less
thinking
fuel makes you weigh less.
I was thinking about what Q said. I may want to bring a little bit more fuel in a Japanese plane just in case.
No, no, those. That. Mm-mm.
We're almost there.
Now we're talking about a fully wooden thing here that's just easily.
I
Not
dove
all
down to get a
Japanese
little bit
planes
more
are
speed.
wood.
I'm trying to hurry up and get over there.
Majority of them are.
I think you're going faster than me.
Obviously, I'm gonna Messerschmitt.
It's a Messerschmitt.
That's the
Misery
name.
Smith.
Messerschmitt. That's the name of the BF-109.
I don't see any
But in
planes.
German.
Let's go north. We're turning left. In
Oh,
layman's
that's a
terms.
plane.
Where?
It's a Spitfire on me right here. I got him heavily damaged.
Do you need my help?
Yes, please. I did a head-on with him. I got him like critical damage. Looks like he's turning around on me.
I see. I'm coming. Turns out I was ahead of you. I didn't
You should be
realize
able
it.
to outturn him, but okay.
Yeah.
Got him.
Try to avoid doing head-ons if you can.
Yeah, I almost did head-on with him.
I only do a head-on if I know that I can get him in that turning curve thing that I told you about before.
Uh-huh.
And then you spray into the curve to catch his wing. Oh, anyways, I'm coming into the line. Okay, I see him. I'm gonna get him. Yeah, he's hurting pretty bad. He can't keep up. He's losing a lot of speed. He can't keep up with your turn. You really messed his wing up. Let me finish him off for you.
RT. I mean, you like the kill for that?
You'll get an assist.
Well.
Well-
Oh yeah, you got him.
Yeah, you really messed him
Another
up.
enemy in front of us. I mean, it looks like he took down a friendly bomber. He's at our 12.
Well, I'm assuming that's you next to me. I'll just form
No,
up to
no,
you.
no, right there on me. Right here. Oh, that's a Corsair. Oh, got him. He got me critical.
I'm surprised you survived
You're
so
going straight
long.
up naval. I'm like, I'm just gonna start pumping over here for a moment.
I'll get him for you.
I only got
Did you
one
get a hit on him?
factory doing it. I'm like, well, fuck it.
I have no idea.
Commander's currently being
Well, I
upgraded
guess
to
we'll
Tech
find
3.
out if you get an assist. I gotta hurry up and kick his ass, though.
How about you, Seth?
My commander's going Tech 3 now. In the ocean.
Just cut your engine back
Safety.
and head for the
safety,
airfield.
right? Just in case an enemy's
Are you sure you're good, or
freaking
should I
swarm
just,
of
like, come
massive
back?
Yeah, I
bombers
got
to
this. I
mention
got him right
us.
where I want him. He's lost a lot of speed, and I got him in the turn.
No, it's
So.
gonna be coming. Downside is, I'm the one that's going to get the majority of it probably right off the bat at first.
The hell? Where'd he go?
He's on me, in front of me.
I don't know what that means. I don't see you. Oh, there he is. I see him now. I turned too hard and I almost blacked out, so I had to level out.
All over the fucking place. I should do the job,
Did you get
right?
some hits on him?
Fun to see.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, you got him.
No.
I'm watching something very intently to see if it
I'm
happens.
sorry. I thought you hit him.
And what's that?
That's right.
Check your engineers.
I need to go refuel.
Oh.
I'll put my engines to 70%.
Yeah, get as much altitude as you can.
I'm losing a lot of water.
Yeah. Is your engine yellow?
No. now it's white, so I think I'm in the good zone.
Well, keep an eye on the temperature. If it keeps going up too much, just cut the engine off for a few seconds to let it cool back down and then crank it back up.
Yeah,
And
it's
keep
at
gliding.
200 right now. Should I cut it off?
Fahrenheit?
Yeah. Celsius.
Oh yeah. Turn it off for a second, I guess. Just about give it like 10 seconds. I don't know Celsius
bro,
that
what the hell?
well.
It's going in a spiral now. What?
Were you pulling up real hard? Turn it back on?
All you need to know
I didn't
Q
pull
is
back.
100.
My internet went out.
Oh, I did. Oh, wow. Nice.
I'm back now. My internet went out for a second.
Hold on a sec.
So what were you saying, Seth?
All you need to know about Celsius is 100 degrees Celsius is boiling. Point of water.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because my degree of my engine in Fahrenheit was 400 and something.
Oh, here, let me spawn back.
I'm spawning at the North Airfield to go to the A point. I crashed because my internet went out.
You know what? 8,000 is a bit too much, though.
What are you trying to use?
The G6.
8,000 ain't too bad. It's
I'm down
7,000.
to I'm down to 132,000 SL.
Yeah, but you'll make it back. You just refocus. I'm going to the A point to try to shoot the guy down. You can help me capture it by circling it with me. There's only one dude over here.
Alright.
And then there's bombers still up here.
I'll help you capture it.
You can also take out the Heinkel and you use that to climb instead. What I do sometimes is I'll hover my mouse over the vehicles and I'll see how much percentage of money it'll give me if I use it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see the enemy. But I don't know which is which.
Well, he's turning. I'm not.
Can't really see which one is turning.
Oh, it's a bomber. Oh wait, no, it's not. That's another plane.
Oh, there's another one.
Well, I better take care of this guy fast. This is oh, that's a friendly. Okay. So the enemy plane should be around here then. That was the other one.
I can see 3 now, but now I don't know which is which.
Don't worry about it.
You probably just saw it since you just took them away.
Oh boy, somebody's coming in behind me. Oh, yep, that's the
Come back.
enemy. It's a good thing I was watching my 6. That dude just came right down and latched.
Is that a Russian?
I think it's a British or American. I
Oh,
don't
it's a British.
know.
Yeah, I see him. Okay, he's going down. Yeah, he went down. He's gonna try and climb back up.
I see what he's doing. He's trying to use his speed to get a good turning angle. But our friendly's on him though.
Get him. Get his ass.
I blacked out.
They come.
I forgot to use counter elevator. That's where you elevate down
where?
real quick to negate the G-force for a sec.
Wow. You're just watching all your AA fire, and it's just like, yay! We killed it. He's just dead.
All right, I messed
Yeah,
up
I
his
got my
wing. If you're close by, you should be able to finish him off.
Well, take
Thunk.
Tech 2 from your faction and Tech 3 from mine.
Yep, just sweep right in, and there you go.
Got him.
Good job.
And then Chris,
I seen that. That was
I
beautiful.
lost my flaps, but
Oh well,
Okay.
you
Here
didn't
comes
need
the
them
bombers.
anyway.
yay! I'm improving
It's just-
every day. Oh, I got that kill though.
Dude, that was beautiful, Seth. That guy, I shot his wing, and he went up and to the left and started to stall out a little bit. And he comes
came
screaming
right
in
into
a
the
slight
finish.
dive, pulled a turn, and
That
fired
was
into
nice.
him.
That was nice, bro. I was so. You know what? I should clip it.
Oh, fuck.
There you go.
What kind of army are they sending?
That was a sea fire. Now we just circle and cap.
Oh,
I'm gonna stretch my legs for a
no.
sec.
Find some bombers.
Wait, here,
Well,
what's up
help
for a
us
second?
capture the point first so we get some points for it.
Yeah, after
Okay, right,
this.
is it?
Yeah, I just turned my plane to the left to just
Yeah,
let
I
it do
finished
its
like
thing.
a bit like halfway and boom.
Whatever keeps you capping. Because if all 3 of us cap at the same time, it should cap faster, I think. Right, Chef?
That was some good
Uh-huh.
teamwork. But that guy's gonna come back in the air like probably on the same base that we were trying to bomb earlier, but we failed miserably. Well, I failed miserably. Yeah, I think I could see him. Yeah. I don't know if that's an AI or the guy that we just killed earlier.
Well, just keep your eyes open. My head's bothering me, so I needed to stretch out for a minute. I've got a disability to deal with. It's hard for me to be like a normal person. A normie.
What is an army? What's an army?
A normie kabormy.
Season light.
Hell if I know. There technically isn't such a thing.
How's what?
Normie. Someone that's
Normie?
normal. Somebody that is a normal person. There is no true, like, set way to be normal as a human being. Everyone has differences. That's why you can't be normal.
But there can be an average.
Exactly.
Did we win the air
Joe.
supremacy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Did it say that we did?
Air Force is doing
It
the
says
job.
objective failed. Win air
So far.
supremacy.
The
How?
fuck? What? What? Oh well, I don't care. E5 has a bomber up there. You see where it says, "Oh, someone's on shooting me."
E
Oh, it's a
5.
something. Hey, dude, got someone on me.
Where?
Where I am. He's behind me.
Oh my god, I just gotta try to spot you guys. Is it that one guy again?
I don't know. I just know it's a plane. That's all I need to know. All I need to
I
know
don't
is that
see
someone trying to
anybody
kill
on your-
me. That's all I need to know.
That's an AA.
He's gone vertical. I think it's a P-51. Yeah, it's American.
Oh, never mind. I see somebody.
I'm on his tail now.
Artillery installations. Detect 2 artillery
Yep,
installations.
I see him.
He stall climbed for some reason, so. Combat flaps.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was about to, like, shoot one of you guys.
He almost just flat spinned for a sec. That had to have been a hit. He's flat spinning now.
Oh, that's a kill now, huh?
You should be able to get him. He's stationary. Oh, he made it out of it. He's gone low now. He might have did that on purpose, you know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
You should be able to get him though. He's really slow. He bled all of his speed to do that.
I was about to kill him. I was so close. But I knew I couldn't make my shot.
Yeah.
Try turning around.
Ideally, what you want to do is turn your wings to kind of match the way his wings are going. If you really want to get a good turn shot on somebody. Kind of like what you did earlier.
Oh my god, that's a yak. Bro, the yak, bro, has the same color as the P-51, so I keep getting it confused.
Yeah. P-51's
That's what
wider.
makes it harder.
Just look for the wider looking one.
Lost a bomber.
Yeah, I think he's climbing right now. I see.
Oh geez, I didn't realize he had guns on me. He tried to shoot
Oh,
me.
he sees doing that thing again.
I think a bunch of landos.
Oh, you got him.
That's cool.
That was dope. My god, you have experience in this thing, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Alright,
I'm getting the hang of
let's
this.
get some bombers?
Oh yeah, as I was saying, there's a surveillance craft at E3 and attackers at E5. If we go there, we can shoot down the bomber that's the surveillance, which will probably be at B-17, and then you get the picture. I gotta go refuel. I forgot to bring more again. And when I land, I'm gonna go get water. Get some ice cream or something. So you go ahead and climb. Take your pick, man.
I'll come with you too, I don't have enough fuel.
The surveillance aircraft will circle each grid that he goes into, and it's usually going to be a bomber. The attackers are going to be attack planes. They usually don't have gunners. It's probably going to be the American AD4s or something. Okay?
Are you gonna go to the same place that you just spawned?
I'm going to the North Airfield because it's closest.
Got it. I'm going
Anyways,
to do that too.
you understand what I'm telling you about where those bombers are and all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go after those. Because if you take them down and you complete the objective, that's extra points for you to put into your pocket. So
Yeah, but I don't got enough fuel.
more points get you more money. Well, wait till
I
you
might
fuel
try to do the
first.
same thing, so
Got it.
I had a
I only
problem,
got 3
so
minutes
sorry.
left.
Plus,
I
I
ain't
need to
gonna make it.
replenish my ammo.
Oh, putting up AA everywhere.
Yeah, I pulled them off because you can do it faster, but I needed a So power and mass. So I pulled him off to do that since you can build them faster.
Dude, you want to know what happened? I was in my
Mass,
menu,
most definitely need that.
and I heard someone shooting me, and that's how I found out that guy was coming up
Are
on
you
my
out of
tail.
mass?
Mm-hmm.
Bet, Seth, that guy messed up his first shots on me.
Ooh,
How
thank
about
you.
Yeah,
now?
I saw. He was about. He was like. He had
Are
a
you out of
nice
mass?
shot
You're
on
doing
me, but he messed it up badly.
Well,
Literally,
I didn't even know he was coming after me. I was in the menu. Seth, you hear me?
Yeah, Q.
I was in the menu, and then I hear shots bounce hitting my plane, and that's how I knew he was behind me. He had the first strike, and he messed it up. It didn't do any damage hardly. He just did a glancing shot or something.
A lot of scouts I keep sending. Scouts ain't hitting that far. Alright. The Tech 2 artillery installations, the Gunther. Got a good freaking sizable, good defensive line now going.
Okay, I'll be back.
I got 4 of the artillery installations. Doom, 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 doom. That's all I see. Ons Kettenfutter.
Attention to the designated grid zone!
Need more mass?
No. Not the mo-
Attention to the
I
designated
got a
grid
Tech
zone.
3 mass extractor.
Oh, there's more mass for you.
Thank you, it just fills me all the way back up.
Mm-hmm.
It is. By me. Want to turn that shield back on. Actually, well, back on.
Great, they're sending little land scouts behind us.
Yeah, they went through your AA over there, huh?
They're about
Well,
not to
they
be
got
able
a
to
gun.
do that.
Yeah, they got a gunship coming over there.
They had.
Attention to the map.
Like 3 from him. Really? I don't think he's gonna do anything.
Okay, there we go. I have Tech 2 point defenses up now.
That's good. Back up. Excuse me. I like my air screen I got.
Okay.
Back.
Yep.
I'll be on your tail, following you.
You just landed?
No, I was just waiting for you.
I told you to go after those attackers, man. I think they're leaving now. Yeah, those attackers are almost gone now. The enemy surveillance is still there at E3, so we'll just have to climb up to them.
How high is he?
I don't know. Usually like 2,000 or 3,000. Unless you're in jets, then it's gonna be a little higher than that. But I don't know for sure. I usually just play it by ear. I look for the spot in the general direction that he's supposed to be in, and I just go to it. But he's probably behind the clouds.
Merry Christmas, John. You have a navy. Is it a good navy? No. But is it a navy?
What
Yes.
are you doing with those two engineers going up there?
They are putting point defenses up.
Okay.
I like how Seth immediately goes into bargaining mode about it. He's like, it's not the best navy, but at least it's something, right?
Yeah, they're putting a point defense all across here.
Okay.
I also have your engineer putting down two naval factories right there that I will get the Tech 3 then give you.
Uh-huh.
I will buy their Tech 3 upgrade and then give them to you.
Oh, gracious.
After making 2 or 3 Tech 3 engineers of your faction.
After we shoot this guy down, we're gonna have to land again.
I know, I'm
Yeah,
being
'cause
very
the
nice.
fuel, huh?
Hmm?
I'm being very nice.
Yeah,
Mhm.
or at least I am.
Well, I got like
I
40
kinda feel
minutes
sorry
of
for you
fuel
guys.
time, so that's enough.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I won't. I didn't change it out.
Oh, I'd be feeling real sorry for them right
As soon
now.
as I touched down and the plane started gliding as it was landing, I left. I left and started filling up water and stuff.
I feel sorry for that gunship that tried to get in.
I'd be feeling real sorry for them.
Dude, the gunship's even on the front line. There's just I have too much air there.
Also, there's toga time.
Toga time?
Yep, toga time. It's toga time.
Do you see anything?
I like how toga time's just an inside thing. You don't even understand it.
I probably forgot. Sounds familiar.
Happens. Toga, 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 toga. Giant fucking walkers walking into an enemy's base nonchalantly, just murdering everybody.
That's what toga time's for.
Oh, I see him.
Where?
He's in front of me behind a cloud.
Oh my god, I don't see you. There's so many clouds.
He's coming out of the cloud now, see?
See him?
Pretty
15
sure that's
degrees, yeah.
AA, that's ground defense, not air defense.
Yeah, I said point defenses
Looks
Yeah.
like he's going straight.
to stop the scouts from coming. AA is
Oh, they weren't coming on my side. They're using air for that. But
Hey.
look,
this guy right here is putting up AA there.
ooh. Oh, come on, kid. Don't stop. Down.
Yeah, it's
down,
leaving. We're gonna have to intercept it.
leave.
Turn a little bit more to the
Last one.
left to get a
Last
lead
one
on
before I
him.
can take drop his load. Yes.
He's a little. He's at the same altitude as us. We're gonna climb a little. We're gonna head towards him,
That was close.
and then we'll get a little natural
I'm gonna
climb
call this
going.
pot marked alley.
So just straightly like go toward him, like shoot him and boom. That's it.
Yeah, we're going straight toward him, but because we're pretty much level,
Where?
we're gonna be getting altitude while we're heading towards them. See, we're not there yet. We still got a few more miles to
Are
go.
you talking about my front line?
Yeah.
I
Ain't
mean,
nothing
to be
less
honest,
than
it looks
that.
like he's around 4,200.
Yeah.
Uh oh. Hey John, what were you saying about them not bringing a scout?
They're fine. Look. Ain't gonna be living for long.
I don't know, but at least I'm shooting at it. Oh, he just made a big mistake. No, he didn't. He made it right past you in your air defenses.
Oh, my trainer ain't going. I was telling you, that's not the problem for him.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of fighter bombers flying around here.
So do these
How-
have
Just
like
keep-
turrets,
It would, I would
Of
let
course. Just keep aiming to the left, so because we're trying to intercept
him.
him.
Death becometh.
We can't let him get away. That little shit. How dare he fly around and not bother anybody? We're gonna learn him good. He gonna get learned.
It looks like he's slow trying to go toward west. I mean north.
He's not. He's heading east. He's heading to the map so we can leave.
Yeah, east. Yeah, east.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to go back to the base.
And my question is,
So
why
these
is there an
do
engineer
have
that
turrets.
far out?
Uh huh.
Enemy or ally?
You're engineer.
Which one?
Why is it putting AA right there?
I have no idea. I ordered him to do that AA run a while ago.
We need more speed. He's almost out.
Speed, glorious.
I'm whacking right now.
If you notice my my AA
I'm
placement,
gonna dive a little bit and get a
Does it-
little bit of speed. Like,
you know,
well, I'm not even diving. It's just like barely a
isn't
dive.
actually intelligently done.
It's just on the horizon.
Also, you lost the guy that was building that, so
I know.
We're almost there.
I got my commander.
Or
on
I
my
am.
map.
I'm here.
I'm building it when it's done.
Just duck your nose down a little bit.
This is where I am.
Okay, I thought you were there.
So like,
Shit. We can't let him reach E6. He's not there yet, but he's just
Alright,
about
so
to cross
take
it,
him
I
out of my
bet.
base.
Yep, there it is. He's in E6 now.
take who out of your
We
base?
can't. This is the point of no return now. We gotta reach it. It's all or nothing.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going so slow right now. I'm going like 500.
I was telling you to dive your nose down a little bit, get you some more speed.
I am diving my nose down right now.
Yeah, keep your nose down a little bit. Keep it mostly straight because we want to convert that speed into directional travel. So don't point at the ground or nothing. But just dip it down so that you keep getting more speed. Because we've almost caught him. Bombers spawned into the north of us at C5. We might not make it, to be honest with you.
If we can't make it, then we'll just go to C5.
Yeah, you go ahead and go to C5. I can catch up to you. I'm just about right under the bomber. I'm gonna
Oh,
do.
those bombers. Got it.
Huh?
Alright, I'm turning to C5.
Yeah,
Jumping in.
they're heading west.
looks like at least there's 2 or 3, I think, or 4.
He's almost off the map, so there's no point in following me. I only get one shot at this.
That's 4. So if you kill AI, planes, would it still give you the same amount
Got
of
him.
rewards as like a real person?
To some degree. Like if it's an AI
Like-
player, yes. But if it's like an AI in the map, so-so. It gets you a lot of points, but maybe not 100% the same as a player. A little less. I'm not
Right,
sure. It's
so
changed. The point stuff's
you-
changed.
Did you like one-shot him?
I did a range shot. To where I came up from under him, did a range shot, hit him a little bit. It didn't finish him, and then I shot him from the back, and that shot got him. And I blew his left engine and his wing off at the same time. Turns out that it was a Russian plane. He didn't have that many guns. Anyways, I'm heading up to C3 or C. Yeah. Just see, check your map. You see how it says the objectives? It's telling you where they're at. See that?
Yeah.
Destroy bombers at C3. That's where they're currently at. That entire
Far
grid.
away from me.
Yeah, but don't worry. We're so high that it'll be easy for us to get a lot of speed.
Your first naval factory's been completed.
Right, Seth?
I think they're fighting right now with
Uh-huh.
fighters. They're kind of going into a mess right now.
Well, let's hurry up and catch up to them then. I got just enough fuel to catch up to there and then return to base. I think. Let's try to hurry. We're gonna try to rush to them. See, actually, I can see them. See them there? The group of bombers. That's an entire formation.
I didn't even tell John about that, but he figured it out.
What?
Do you see me?
Toga time.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, you see me sitting on by yours now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't tell you about it. I was
look,
just gonna.
there's an enemy battleship.
See, I'm right behind you.
Joke's on them, right? John's got a navy.
I mean, it looks like they're going down.
It's somewhere else. But I got a bunch of gunships
Are they the one who's going down right now?
and bombers and
Yeah,
everything
they're
else
probably
that goes
diving
along
down.
with it right there.
And there's his third navy. Naval asset.
Okay, good. I knew that was a bomber, but I didn't know.
You're not running away, motherfucker.
Hey, it looks like they're coming from under us. Actually, no, we're almost there. That's what it is. They're still at the same
Oh
spot.
yeah. Oh no.
What's wrong?
They just. I tried doing the head-on with them. I'm turning around.
Oh, the fighter protection?
Is that it? Fighter protection?
If they were fighters, yeah. They get 2 fighters to help cover them.
Yeah.
I see them. They're turning
Oh.
after you.
Oh, I
Tech-
can't fight
They're
him,
building
I'm not a
Tech
good
3
fighter.
engineers.
Just ignore them. I'll deal with them.
Got it. I'll try going after them.
Your
Yeah, get the
So
bombers.
From the side?
your naval
From
factories.
the
Well-
side or from the bottom?
Yes.
If you, try to approach from the side if you can. If not, do a boom and zoom. You know how to do that, right?
You're gonna get-
flying around.
Like get on from
You're
on
gonna
top
get
and
this
just
full
shoot 'em?
facility right here.
You dive past them, shoot them as you go past, and then use your speed to get away before they can really get a good shot on you.
How does that full facility make you feel?
You know, those things aren't doing anything to it, right?
Yeah, they can. They're within range. They're just upgrading right now. doing over here now
All
that
right, that's
you know,
one fighter down. C5. Oh man, they're getting the hell out of here, aren't they? I'm coming up behind you after I take out this last fighter. Come on, a little bit more power.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's one.
I got a Tech 3 and trying to fly over.
That's three.
oh yeah, you also saw those Tech 3 engineers I gave you.
Been in use.
Yeah, I know they're way in use probably. They probably got a construction queue so long they didn't even funny.
All right, that's the other fighter down. I'm coming.
So this battleship can, I mean, so this destroyer can just get on land.
Yes, the Cyber Destroyer is the only one that can go on land. Comes into walker mode.
Yeah, I got him.
My engine's dead.
But that shakes the crew inside there up something fierce though.
How many did I take down?
Maybe. Shit. Or
So how did you attack them? Did you try to sit on their tail, or did you go past them and then come back around?
I don't mind if you keep that one enabled.
Hello?
I don't care.
Yeah.
No, I'm
My
just
internet
gonna
went
some
out again.
destroyers.
How did you attack them?
Fine.
Did you like go in and fly past them as you shot them and then come
No.
back around, or did you
No,
just
no,
hang
no,
on the
yeah.
tail?
That's what I did.
Not too bad for a first
probably
try. You
mass
got 2 or
producing
3 of
some
them.
destroyers. You're being
I
attacked by a
think-
gunship.
Yeah, I
though.
think I got two,
Yeah,
but I
I
got another one smoking.
Yeah, I see him. I'm gonna try to finish him off for you to get you an assist.
I have not Tech 3A.
It's a. I think you made him leak oil. It looks like.
So
I'm gonna use the
then if
last of my
she's leaking
fuel.
oil, does that mean that I could at least get the kill for that, or?
You'll get an assist if you do enough critical damage. You'll get the kill, regardless if he crashes, lands, or I shoot
Yeah,
him.
might crash.
But you'll get an assist. But I'm trying to use the last of my fuel to catch him.
No! Damn it!
Crash
Got
landing,
two air. No.
crash and burn.
Crash. Yes. Crash.
I almost got him. I'm gonna try to get an
And
assist
PE8
for
is
you.
Down. That poor PE8. He had a 5,000 kilogram bomb. Tried to take an air base. He was so close to it, but then that British came out of nowhere, just, finished him off.
I'm doing some long range shooting. Oh, I just made them collide with each other.
Yeah, I could have done a long range too. It's just,
It's not
My
easy though,
guns
because I'm not
just-
used to
yeah.
using this.
It's not easy being pleasy.
I'm
my
out of
guns are
fuel.
not- my guns are not like they're good. They're not good for long range. They're like for more like close range.
You could use your 20s at longer range.
Ah, look.
You know how to use your individual
God.
guns, right?
My experiment.
I think, but the 20 millim. Oh, got him down. But the 20 millimeter gun pods, they're not good. They still have spread.
Are you sending
Dang
that
it.
to the
But
enemy?
the 13, they're good.
Maybe.
I thought these guys were crashing. I'm
Fine.
gonna have to intercept
Okay,
them.
I'll hold them.
I'm out of fuel. I'm
Okay.
literally got a dead engine.
I thought we'd wait a little bit, let them try it a little harder.
Oh, he's gonna crash.
I know, they got the Tech 3 finally. I know. When we wipe them out, they're not even that far in Tech 3.
You could at least try getting.
yeah, I
that one,
kind of wanted you to get some,
Yeah, right there.
get some of your famous destroyers.
Uh oh, out of ammo.
Oh, we tried.
I didn't realize that I didn't have much left. I ain't letting you get this kill. I'm gonna go crash land. See you, bitch. Uh oh, that's last landing. There you go.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go AFK real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. That's a nice field. I think. Right, Seth?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just casually landing with no fuel.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
That's gotta hurt.
Those were unfortunate. They flew over the head of your shipyard, and didn't make it.
Well, I've got 3 SAMs right there. Lined the fuck up, so they just fucking centralified all 3. That's even faster.
There you go. I'm giving this to you now. I got what I wanted out of it. John knew exactly what that was going to be capable of quickly building.
Weapons of mass instruction?
Ah, that's the aircraft carrier, isn't it?
No, that's the battleship.
Um, it's over halfway done.
Maybe.
That was quick, John. Oh, thank you.
What?
I stole all of them.
What are you talking about?
Look at this my tactical submarine.
Oh.
John's like, okay, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
watch this.
Oh.
Yeah, watch this. No.
Aw.
Yeah, watch that. No, that's not happening.
That was the conditions of the deal for that
Nope.
thing. You said you were gonna
I'm
give me
back.
those willingly, not.
Take off on the south airfield.
Alright.
There's attackers right here. Well,
South. Is it the one that is all the way down,
well,
on
never
the
mind.
map?
They kind of got themselves killed, so never mind. They were attacking a ground convoy, and the ground convoy had spays, and apparently the spays were better than their ability to destroy them first.
Yeah.
So they got shot down without us doing anything.
Oh, this is gonna be.
I do
Oh,
see a
no.
plane in
What
front of
do
me
you
that's
have
high
up
altitude.
now?
It could be an enemy bomber.
Oh, I'm just gonna wait until they get filled.
The
Then
nukes?
then I'll let them fly.
Yeah, that airfield's going off. There's somebody over there or something.
What kind of nukes do you have?
Where he is. My next.
We just need at least one more person to at least die.
They shall die in holy glorious hell.
Just stick with me.
Stick with me, kid.
Those are a lot of scary noises. You see me?
Does this mean that, huh?
You coming?
I heard what's grinding.
Yeah.
Does this mean what? I found an enemy bomber. Can you try to catch up to me?
I will try. But I can't guarantee you since I'm still basically climbing.
Well, my climb rate isn't as good as you, so I'm gonna be slower than you. So you should be
Right.
able to catch
By the
up.
way, I took to fuck a wolf, so
Which one?
That
You
thing's
do.
building. That
the
thing's building battleships like it's
A4.
nothing.
Mm, okay.
Why is it bad?
I don't know how it
Oh,
handles in
dude,
sim
they're
right now.
still
I haven't
trying
tried
so
it
hard to go
recently,
for an
so
air transport
I don't
for
think it's
invasion.
bad. But
That
I
one
don't
got.
know.
Oh wow, that one got close.
Yeah, problem is there's still air that would be.
Yeah, but still, it got close.
I might try out the BF-109 G6. I made it to the bomber.
That's the carrier. I know that is the carrier, definitely.
I think it's a
Yeah.
player.
You're just sitting there waiting for your freaking missile submarine to get done.
Yeah. What do you think he's gonna be sitting there for? I'm gonna wait until he gets 3 in the silo, though. I'm also building more of these things to help him.
Oh, I can't believe I missed. I thought I hit him. That was a perfect move what I just did, too. That's a shame.
Okay.
Alright, that's enough of these. I'm not using them. John could use them.
Do the on me thing.
Follow me.
Oh, I see you.
There you go, John. There's your King Navy.
Yeah, I can see it like going down, huh? Smoking a little.
Yeah, he went into a dive.
Oh, you could have kept on.
No, that's wing smoke.
I'm not
It's
gonna
not
use 'em.
actual smoke.
I mean, is the fuck wolf?
It's the Christmas
A4
event smoke.
Isn't the fuck wolf A4 the cannons? You know, the 20mm. Isn't it like good enough to at least, break off a wing?
Wow.
Yeah, the German 20s are good.
All guns are capable of breaking a wing off.
Yeah, just some are more effective than others, especially with the ammo it gets.
I don't know how to approach it since he already sees us.
Just come at him from the right, and I'll come at him from the left. Are you even here yet?
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and go after him. And I'll try to come from the left.
Trying to get up in his ass right now. So you gotta wait. Yeah, you know what? I should start probably grinding for the fuck wolf. Oh, you got your smoking, huh?
Yeah, I messed up my shot. Accidentally hit the wrong button too much, and it just aimed up too
John
much.
also is building himself a
almost
tactical
smoking.
submarine. He's also gonna park it there. Might as well
I
join
got
the
him
party,
distracted,
right?
so if you're gonna get him,
Might as well
you know, I
join the
can't take-
construction party.
This is how far I am right now. So you gotta do another round of attacking until I
Oh
get there.
boy.
The swarm.
well, I'm probably gonna end up
Literally on
shooting him
its ass
down.
right now, but I think he just
It
sees me right
burns through my resources.
He's
though.
shooting at me, not you.
I'm at -16, but that's for another reason.
now. Alright, that's
Another
good, 'cause then
project.
he doesn't know who to focus on.
I might as well give you one of these too.
Yeah, I've been bumping.
You
on
got a
these
wing off, I could
destroyers
just
like
go
that
and finish
a
him
while
off.
too, right?
Oh, I know you have.
I did some damage? Yep, okay, just finish him off for me. I'll keep him distracted for you. If I die, it's fine, because I made so much money from shooting from everything so far that it's like almost 8,000 to spawn this, so it's fine.
He's being distracted right now. Come on, fuck wolf, faster.
You're gonna have to dive it, man. You gotta get more speed. I don't know how high you are. I forgot to check, but you know. There you go. Now leave before his gunners get you. You got him. Just go. Get the hell out of there. Don't get shot down.
Come on, no! And I did that spinning thing.
Yeah,
Flat spinning? Oh, that's fun. How high are you?
I was a little worried about that. He was too.
Let's
He
just
was.
wait for a few more minutes.
He was in. He was inside the ground. That's how high he was.
Uh, there was no chance.
Literally.
No.
For what?
Do you know how to recover from a flat spin?
Yeah, if you're going to the right, you go to the left.
And
You
put your
also
nose down.
you desperately put your nose down.
Which I was literally sticking to the ground, so I couldn't do nothing about that.
Yeah, I wasn't. See, since I didn't use the Focke-Wulf A4, I wasn't sure how it handled. Because I remember I haven't tried it recently, but it used to have bad flat spinning issues if you weren't used to it. I'm gonna go try to attack these ground targets before I bleed all my oil out.
Yeah, this game is sure taking too long.
What do you mean?
Oh wow. You know, the PE8, yeah, he lost the he lost the wing, and he's still flying, but he's carrying that 5,000.
Well, presumably, right?
I guess. Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it!
Drop
It's
it
right above you.
Looks like John's navy looks ready.
Alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What?
He dropped the bomb.
And that bomb's a spectacle for you, huh? I'm spawning at the, you could spawn on the south side and bomb those ground targets with the Heinkel. Or your Dornier or whatever.
I got an appointment tomorrow, so I can't, man.
You're leaving me all alone.
I can get on tomorrow, so.
Okay. I'm gonna go fight this guy at the A point, because I don't know. I didn't bring a bomber out yet.
Oh, now I have two in the silo. Oh,
Well.
mine are helping you. No, no, bad.
I'll see you later then, I guess.
Alright.
John,
You know, you should.
these things have a lot.
User disconnected from your
friends.
channel.
I'm all alone. Nobody to hold me. All alone.
Heading to the base. Attention to the designated grid square.
I guess we can be ready if you want to, John. You want to move our submarines in for the first attack? John? Hello?
I think John had brain problems for a second.
John, do you want to move our submarines in for the first attack?
You're slow. Move on.
The first wave.
No, the submarines with nukes.
Oh.
Thought you're. Oh, right.
I
That one's
haven't even
different.
got a nuke on it yet.
Oh, okay, then we'll wait for it to get a nuke.
But I have nukes somewhere else.
I forgot you were doing Forged
I'll help.
Alliance.
I'll help with your, I'll help with your nuke. Oh, does it have a nuke in it now? Okay. Oh no, I lost my submarine. Submarine, follow John.
Follow me.
Art.
Amazing how quickly you built up a fleet. Uh-oh.
Let them fly.
Oh my gosh.
Let the invasion begin with nuclear hellfire.
All right, let's see. Let's see which AI was the smart one. Not that one.
Went off. That one.
It was obviously the kinky one.
Oh, that one was. Medium
the
AI
back.
was, yeah. I wonder if he could dodge this, though. The big one.
There's two of them coming.
Can you stop Big Boy? They stopped Big Boy.
Oh, they didn't stop that one. Oh, they did. Oh, the last minute.
You know
They
that
didn't stop
AA.
that? Oh, damn.
You know that AA gun, that anti-nuke gunner was sweating bullets.
Most definitely. Next invasion. Again. Air.
Water,
You got
fire,
wind. Fire.
Earth.
Heart. The most useless one of all of them? No, I'm just kidding. He's the cheer squad guy. You can do it, guys.
You can
I
do
have the
it.
heart to believe in you.
You can do it. You can do it all night long.
You can do it all night long.
Let's get
Yeah.
it on. Get it on.
Well,
Thank you.
woo, that's a bright fireball over there. Woo, that's getting bright.
Roger that.
Oh yeah, and there's another nuke on the way to it.
Somebody cover me.
Blue was Aeon. Huh.
Have we seen any Aeon?
The blue?
Yeah.
What's
Well, that is a
wrong here?
British plane if I ever saw one.
Well, we just fucking massacred
Spitfire, I think. Or something like it, at least.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
Oh shit. I just sniped his ass.
Launching. Constant launching.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Dude, that was a kick-ass shot I just did.
I lost a lot of destroyers in it, but
Sounds like, screw it.
my destroyers went up against a bunch of fucking battle cruisers and wiped the deck with them.
Because you had more?
Yeah.
And they were probably better
It
tech,
was
too.
24, which is Tech 2 destroyers, versus like 10 Tech 3 battle cruisers. I won. And 7 still freaking in the water.
That adds up.
Only 7 left in the water still. I thought they were going to be destroyed and all, so I brought my own battleships in just to fucking
Oh,
finish.
move your planes. Oh, goodbye. Ooh.
The whole fucking air.
I freaked out. I was like, did I send that there? Oh god, I sent it there. I sent it. Move. And I was like, John's just like, replaceable losses. Don't worry about it.
That's what I was just thinking. John be like, eh. Oh well.
They had it coming.
Yeah, they're not real people anyway. They're just robot people.
I'm finally
Russia's
moving.
got a giant fucking navy over there.
It's an armada.
Big ol'. I kind of lost my armada, so.
Yeah, I'm sending my armada against some of the enemy navy.
What's
John?
left of their navy?
John, don't go here. I would highly recommend not going there. Not only highly, I would encourage you not to go there. Now it's safe. If that sub commander's still there, he's yours.
Oh, he did.
Well done. Excellent.
And
Now to find the leftover.
That guy just
That
snapped his flaps off to try to get on me.
jeez, those enemy navy craft don't even. My fleet doesn't even get in line of sight. They just artillery the fire out of it and kill it.
Attention to the map.
Mm-hmm.
Bill kind of cheated off that.
My ear itched like crazy.
Your 2 versus my 3.
I shouldn't have let him do that.
I see the end. I'm like, okay, cool. Launch. Whee!
Yeah, it looks like they were on these 2 little islands. Oh wow, that's
Mhm.
actually. Look at that! Look at that island closest to you. It was
I see
actually
all the
a
paw
pretty.
marks and all that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good sized base that they had set up there.
I don't know why I let that guy shoot me for.
Yeah, there's a bunch of little pop marks. Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Aeon had a navy. In fact, no, this is not Aeon. This is
What's Aeon?
no Aeon Navy Factory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they get navy factories in this one.
You
Yes,
mean
they,
you mean the
they,
Illuminati? Get it right.
Yeah,
so.
well, the Illuminate is what they're called in number 2.
Oh,
It's
number 2 is
after
the
the
only
disturbance.
real game in the
No, no.
series.
It's It's after the disturbance, disappearance of Princess Birch. When she closes the the portal and all that shit between.
Yeah, I was kidding.
Okay, so they definitely were on my island because there was a fleet, you know, kind of watching my island.
Oh.
I like watching my nukes freeze framed. Your nukes also look good freeze framed.
My connection's been horrible since it stormed those past few days.
Oh, there could have got water in something.
I keep randomly losing signal.
You know, my nukes, they don't like to have any fucking propellant watching them or anything.
Yeah.
Like I'll just disconnect and like desync out of hell.
Mhm. Your base really looks like a I don't know what. I just have a bunch of engineers and I need to build things quickly.
Why? You're talking about my main base?
Yeah, and what I mean by that, I mean
Front line.
not front line. Well, front line too, because it's
That's
just a mishmash of
both.
different technologies. Hey, looks like me and you have the same idea.
And what's that?
Experimental mobile rapid fire artillery. Look at in your base and then look in my base. It should be right next to my monitoring system.
Yeah, I was doing the Scathus as well.
Yeah, you can see mine right there. Can you actually see my green outlines too?
No.
Okay. But yeah, you can see that and that.
Oh wait, I can see it. Wow. I'm close enough.
Oh, so you can. That's neat. So yeah, you can see what I was planning. I was planning to
I
build
didn't have
two.
any more.
Look how many mass storage centers I had.
I know, right?
I did that for well, you could guess, just in case reasons.
Yeah. Didn't really need it.
No, I didn't. I didn't actually ever reach 0.
I did.
Yeah,
Multiple times.
and I bailed you out at least once.
Let's see, who was the big waster?
Oh, how did you like my gift to you with the naval factory and all of the engineering stations? It's just like, you need to build something? How fast do you want it? Although I'm sure that costed you no end of troubles.
Wasted more mass.
Hey, One Eye, what are you doing? Yeah.
Yeah, you most definitely wasted more than I did.
Oh, I did.
Now you can say that you have a one-eyed monster set, then it's not a penis pun.
Yeah. It is a monster.
Cause it's a
Monster
cat.
But I got the higher kills.
Yeah, because you launched all your nukes first. Oh wow, I got 2 ACU kills though. I mean CDR
We
kills.
both did.
I know
Yes,
where
yeah,
mine
we
came from.
tried to-
I know where mine came from. My first one. My first one was probably the guy on the front line because I was ordering the fire out of it.
Yeah.
The next one was, oh well, the guy that got hit with a nuke.
You had more structures than I did.
I did? Yeah, that makes sense. I probably built more structures than you. No, you built, no. Yeah, no. Oh, you built more structures than me. No, wait a minute. No, I built more structures than you, definitely.
Built.
Yeah.
You built 565.
Which makes sense because I built a lot of anti-air units. I mean, anti-air, you know, ground facilities. I built 4 air units. I don't remember ever building any air units. Has to count nukes as air units. Would you count nukes as air units?
Air units.
Thank you very much.
Holy shit. I just blew the wing off this P-51, Seth, and his wing went flying right past my cockpit, just barely missing my propeller and missing my right wing.
Imagine if that actually ripped your right wing off. How mad would you be?
I'd be a little distraught. Because I'm in a capture zone. It wouldn't count anymore if I lost my vehicle.
Or at least lost your wing. It wouldn't mean the loss of the vehicle.
Yeah, but if I crash into the ground, or am I not able to be in the vehicle, or if I land on the ground, it doesn't count anymore.
Well, you could fly around in circles.
Not with one, hardly with one wing, or no propeller, whichever happened. But yeah, I could technically stretch it out, but you know, it takes a minute to capture these sometimes. See, I was doing a defensive circle at low altitude, right on the ground, in this capture, and I saw tracers go past me towards the front. So I circled back around and saw that he was diving, and he was pulling up after the dive. So I went after him. He pulled up too much though, because he bled a lot of his speed.
Go ahead now, Seth.
I guess I'm getting...
I have such a light turn going in this defensive circle that I'm keeping a lot of speed up. You know?
Yeah. We could play a
That's
quick
plenty.
game of number 2.
There's a lot of stuff that we could play together. I would like to play with you guys. Okay, is that okay?
It's 3:30 a.m. Q. I'm not getting into anything new.
I didn't say no. I said there's a lot of things that we could do together.
Call it a night.
Alright. That's what I was thinking too, but I didn't mind going for one more thing.
Yeah, I was feeling the same thing, but I'm like, no. Just call it.
Alright. You get some sleep, John. And you too, Q.
We both, me and Q, need it.
Alright.
I'll try.
Good night.
Man.
User disconnected from your channel.
That was just me and the bunnies. I'm gonna go pee.
Attention to the map.
Okay. So, is anybody there in the chat right now? Anybody there? No? Just say hi for me in the chat. I got it working now. Oh, hello there. It's nice to meet you. not a lonely cat person.
A little more effort and victory will be yours. Dropping! Our victory is near. Attention to the map. Attention to the designated grid zone. Yes.
the deck, where there's no room for error. Experience the battle. Dissect the tactics. Relive the dogfights. July 26th, 1944, 8:45 a.m. 12 checker-tailed P-51 Mustangs knifed through the crisp alpine air near Graz, Austria. They're 7,000
Attention to
feet
the
above a
designated
formation
grid
of
square.
bombers.
Guide on me.
First
Move after
Lieutenant
me.
Art Fiedler has the number 4 slot in a flight of 4.
Move after me.
We were long-range bomber escort.
On
When we
me.
flew the 51, we could fly at least 650 miles.
Fiedler settles in for another uneventful 5-hour mission. Pilots call them milk runs. But just minutes into the mission, Fiedler spots something strange.
I look down to the left, and I see the most incredible formation I have ever seen. I see 8 airplanes flying line abreast, almost wingtip to wingtip. And there's not only one row, there are 8 rows of them. There are 64 airplanes. This is a fantastic formation.
Fiedler calls out the bogies.
Somebody said, they're P-51s. And I said, how can they be P-51s? I never saw 51s fly in a formation like that.
Within seconds, Fiedler's worst fears are
Attention to the
realized.
designated grid zone.
The mystery planes are Focke-Wulf 190s, Germany's most advanced piston-engine fighter. Their 30mm cannons lay waste to the bombers.
At this particular juncture, I said, they're bogies and they're hitting the bombers. I'm gone.
Dropping.
Fiedler pitches up and dives to the left to position himself behind the bloodthirsty Focke-Wulf formation.
I decide that if I shoot at the lead row of them, if I can hit any of them and have them pull up, that we can break the formation up and they'll stop shooting at the 17.
Fiedler manages to break up the formation. He pulls hard back on the stick. The agile Mustang responds smartly. But as he pulls up from his attack run, he's met with a horrifying sight.
There are 17s falling, pieces of them are falling. I see a B-17 roll over on its back, start down and spin. Second spin, the tail came off of it. There's at least 20 chutes. I've got to be careful where I'm going. I don't want to run into anybody.
Fiedler rolls away from the carnage, then spots a lone FW-190.
Weapons release.
Fiedler is here. The 190 is here, just 200 yards off his nose. Fiedler banks easily onto the German's tail and closes in for the kill.
Somebody cover me.
Suddenly, the 190 knifes hard right. Fiedler loses the bandit in the chase.
Well, there's some kind of a timing in combat that I don't know how to explain, but I knew that he should have appeared, and he didn't. I let him get out of my sight. That's the mistake.
Suddenly, the Focke-Wulf screams in, head on.
Boy, I couldn't believe it. Here came the Focke-Wulf straight up at me with his wings flashing fire and fire off of the nose.
The 190 pitches down to a steep dive.
Com 1, release weapon.
Fiedler noses over and maneuvers his P-51 behind the German. The two planes plunge earthward, 600 feet every second. Below the clouds, the rugged peaks of the Austrian Alps stretch out before them. The German noses up steeply into a climb.
We are pulling G's like nobody's business. I am screaming as loud as I can, and I'm tightening my stomach muscles. These are all things that are supposed to stop the blackout, or at least give you more tolerance for it.
Fiedler claws for altitude.
I am astounded to see him coming straight down at me, and he's shooting at me.
Somehow, the German has managed an impossibly sharp reversal. It's a maneuver that no pilot should be able to handle.
When he's coming down at me, I think, how the hell could he possibly go from straight up to straight down? And it seems like in just a couple of seconds. And that's exactly what was going through my mind. How is this possible?
Fiedler reverses and pursues his foe, closer and closer to the deck. They are hurtling earthward at over 450 miles per hour. Again, the FW-190 leads Fiedler through a crushing high-G pullout.
When you pull G's, it's just like a curtain comes down over your face. And you can have that curtain go up or down by releasing the pressure or putting more pressure.
Now you can still hear, you can still talk, you're still aware of what's going on, but you're blind. So you haven't passed out yet, but you can't see.
As Fiedler releases pressure on the stick, his vision returns, revealing the 190 boring in from above, guns blazing. Fiedler is stunned. This German is almost superhuman. The diving Focke-Wulf whistles past Fiedler's canopy. With dogged persistence, Fiedler again gives chase. The dogfight has descended from 24,000 feet to barely 500 feet. As the airspeed passes 400 miles per hour, both pilots are an instant from oblivion.
Attention to the map!
Art Fiedler has just entered an arena where there's no room for error.
On me! Move after me!
Low-level dogfighting is the last resort of a fighter pilot. Down on the deck, everything changes.
Low-altitude dogfighting, low-altitude maneuvering is much more difficult and demanding because your lookout has to be divided now between the ground, which is a threat, and the enemy, which is also a threat.
The slightest mistake sends an aircraft careening into solid ground. And with the vertical dimension eliminated, options are limited.
You're taking out a whole realm of options that either pilot has to do, whether it's using altitude to get down to bug out of the fight, or to be able to use the altitude in order to regain airspeed. All of that goes away.
Pilots must have a solid grasp on how their plane performs down on the deck.
Pilot that knows how to utilize the weapons on his aircraft and its performance down low is going to win.
Art Fiedler's P-51 Mustang is the Air Force's premier high-altitude escort fighter. But it turns and climbs quickly on the deck, where the thicker air enhances maneuverability. The German FW-190 is heavily armed with a strong airframe, the most fearsome fighter in the Luftwaffe's arsenal. Down in the weeds, the P-51 is faster, but the Focke-Wulf has heavier guns and can turn tighter. Both planes have unobstructed canopies, providing excellent all-around visibility. during a wild chase to the deck. Art Fiedler has witnessed an FW-190 pilot performing impossibly difficult maneuvers. Now, Fiedler's locked on his tail in a high-speed pursuit through a mountain pass.
I'm about 400 yards and I'm getting close enough to ready to start shooting at this guy. I remembered the advice that I had gotten from this World War I fighter pilot, that the easiest time to shoot an enemy airplane down is when he's trying to shoot one of yours down. So every time you're getting ready to shoot at an enemy airplane, be sure you check your tail.
Fiedler looks over his shoulder. Sure enough, another Focke-Wulf is diving on him. Fiedler comes to a stunning realization. His enemy wasn't superhuman. Fiedler's been fighting 2 FW-190s the whole time. Now the second 190 closes in for the kill. July 26, 1944. Lieutenant Art Fiedler is just 400 feet above the ground, bracketed by enemy fighters. He's got 4 30mm cannons pointed at the back of his head with a split second to react. He can't dive. At 400 miles per hour, he'd hit the ground in less than 2 seconds. If he banks in any direction, the 190s will easily get on his tail. Fiedler will barrel roll, throwing off the German's aim while simultaneously slowing down enough to drop in behind the diving 190. Fiedler raises the Mustang's nose while pushing the stick over. The white-tipped Alps roll over his head as he drops into the Focke-Wulf's 6 o'clock. Payback time.
So I put my pipper out in front of him, started firing.
Fiedler hoses the German plane down with his 650 caliber Brownings. The FW-190 tumbles out of control.
And he crashed right there beside that barn.
Scratch 1 for Fiedler. But the first Focke-Wulf is somewhere up ahead. Fiedler goes balls to the wall, fighter pilot slang for pushing the rubber balls on the throttle handles against the firewall. Nearly 1,700 horses of his Rolls-Royce Merlin engine are turned loose.
So I keep going down the valley at full speed. I guess I travel about a minute and a half, and the canyon turns off to the left, and of course I follow the canyon, and we now come to a wide expanse, and as I start looking around, I look at that mountain, and here comes an airplane right at me.
Fiedler is here. The mystery plane is across the valley, here.
First, I think, oh, there he is. He's coming at me.
Fiedler prepares himself for another knockdown, drag-out fight. But then, a friendly voice crackles through the radio.
And it says, if that's a P-51 coming towards me, waggle your wings. Well, I waggle the wings, of course.
It's Bill Lowry, a squadron mate of Fiedler's. The 2 Mustangs form up and search the skies for targets. Suddenly, Lowry dives for the deck.
As I look down there, I see a trail of black smoke from as far to the right as I can see. Right down below us, and at the head of it's an ME-109.
A wounded German ME-109 flying just above the ground. Lowry saddles up for an easy kill.
presses the trigger, and I guess the guns fire about 3 rounds, and he's out of ammunition. So he pulls up here and he says, "He's all yours, you lucky SOB," but he didn't say SOB.
Fiedler slides in behind the German.
I'm pulling up kind of slow on this 109, who's still going balls to the wall and smoking black smoke.
This low to the ground, a single miscalculation is fatal.
Lowry's sitting up here and he's yelling, "Shoot, shoot, shoot!" And I'm saying, "Hold your horses, hold your horses."
Fiedler closes to 250 yards. The panicked German elects to bail out, 10 feet off the ground at nearly 400 miles per hour. His body impacts the ground and bounces. Fiedler witnesses the gruesome sight.
This is incredible. The second bounce looks like he's bouncing right over my wing. In the third bounce, he bounces right into the wreckage of his ME-109, which is smashed into the ground and is now a rolling ball of fire. This was not a pleasant experience to see somebody killed like that. We have always expected that the air-to-air combat is machine against machine, and we don't normally get to see the blood and the guts, so this was pretty much of a shock.
Fiedler climbs to altitude and heads back to base. He has scored his 4th and 5th victories. Fiedler is an ace, but the achievement is bittersweet.
6 days before I'm 21 years of age, I suddenly become an ace, and I have had this unpleasant experience of seeing the human body bouncing along the ground. I never had to experience that again. And you eventually get to the point that you regain your feeling of bird against bird.
Art Fiedler has experienced the harsh reality of low-level dogfighting in World War II. In the Korean War, the advent of jet power doubled the speed of the dogfight. At low level, the difference between life and death is measured in fractions of a second. Only the most determined and skilled jet jockey will take the fight down to the deck. May 15th, 1952. 4 F-86 Sabre jets streak toward the Chinese border. Ground Control, or GCA, has vectored the Sabres towards a flight of MiG-15s. But without warning, the MiGs disappear from the radar scope. Element leader Captain Jim Kassler has a hunch he knows where they are. American radar can't detect MiGs below 15,000 feet. The enemy is probably at low level, headed for an airfield at Antung, China. Breaching Chinese airspace is strictly forbidden. But with 3 MiG kills under his belt, Kassler is confident and aggressive.
I broke off from my flight leader. I just broke off on my own and dove back toward Antung.
Kassler and his wingman, Albert Smiley, scream across the Yalu, entering Chinese airspace. As they near the airfield at Antung, Kassler's hunch pays off. 3 MiGs on final approach to the runway.
There's about 9,000 feet. I look, and here are 3 MiGs are just pitching out over the runway.
The MiG-15 is a lightweight interceptor. Its tremendous rate of climb and stratospheric surface ceiling give it a slight advantage over the F-86 Sabre at high altitude. But down low, the Sabre is roughly 50 miles per hour faster, and newly added flight controls in the tail give Kassler's F-86E the edge in low-level maneuverability.
Follow me.
The MiGs are here, 8,000 feet below. Kassler will split S, positioning himself directly behind the lead MiG. But it takes the Sabre at least 6,000 feet to perform the maneuver.
Many aircraft have done split S's at low altitude and actually impacted the ground. So it's a little bit of a gamble.
But Kassler is confident.
When they questioned my mind, I could fall in behind this guy. I just timed it just right.
Kassler pulls out at 500 feet, with the MiG just 400 yards ahead. He pulls the trigger.
Parts are flying off the airplane bursted in flames. And so I just rode up beside him and looked at him, and he was sitting in a pool of flame in the cockpit.
Another MiG has maneuvered behind Kassler. Kassler is here. The second MiG is here in perfect firing position. But Kassler's wingman, Albert Smiley, has the drop on him. Smiley streaks in, unleashing a torrent of 50 caliber machine gun fire. A second MiG flames and drops out of the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, the tables turn. Kassler sees the third MiG swing in behind his wingman. Tracers engulf the American.
It was a MiG firing at him, probably about 600 feet behind him.
Kassler and Smiley are in a lethal dilemma. Down in the treetops at over 500 miles per hour, one false move could kill them both.
Excuse me.
May 15, 1952. Captain Jim Kassler's wingman is in dire straits.
Roger that.
A MiG-15 is closing on his 6 o'clock. Kassler must force the MiG off his wingman's tail. Kassler will order Albert Smiley to brake hard left. Kassler will brake right, directly into the MiG's attack. He hopes to put the MiG on the defensive. Smiley brakes left. Kassler snaps right. The move works. The MiG heads for the airfield with the Americans in hot pursuit.
Do it as low as you can go and still fly, you know, so I'd say 50 feet.
Communist anti-aircraft fire rips through the sky. But incredibly, no one is hit. Pilot keeps running. He's heading for the coast.
Smartest thing he could have done was turn and fly deeper into China. You know, there was another base about 50 miles away.
A wild chase through the treetops begins. The MiG maneuvers violently, desperate to keep the American from getting a shot. But Kassler won't be denied. His Sabre's gun ports flash in anger.
After I hit him the first time, then I knew I was going to get him. I didn't care how long it was going to take me. I wanted to get that kill.
The chase wends its way to the coast. The mountains give way to mudflats and a thick layer of fog.
Korean coast runs out about at least a mile out. It emanates fog.
One of the things you have to contend with are all the interaction between the actual ground and the sky. Fog, you've got haze. It just makes it that much harder to fight down there.
The MiG pilot must shake his pursuer. He'll pull up, go inverted, and loop back around, hoping to lose the American. But this low, with fog obscuring the ground, the slightest error would be fatal. The MiG pilot yanks the stick back. Kassler follows him through the dangerous maneuver, firing bursts the whole way.
So I just getting ready to pull the trigger again, and he went splat and hit the mud.
A geyser of mud and water explodes into the air. Startled, Kassler chops power, pops his speed brakes, and buries the stick in his gut.
I just thought I'd buck for him, you know, really. I was pretty close to him when he splatted.
The Sabre shudders as he clears the column of mud.
Kassler has got a guardian angel on his shoulder. He got lucky and pulled out, and the MiG did not get lucky.
Kassler returns to base at Kimpo. The maneuvering kill makes him an ace.
I don't think I cleared the mud more than 10 feet. For that mud to splash that high and me run into it, I got awful close.
The mud, caked to the bottom of his F-86, is a grim reminder of how close he came to death.
Weapons release.
In the Korean conflict, as in World War II, the need to maneuver in close and maintain airspeed would always draw dogfights down toward the ground. With the appearance of air-to-air missiles in the 1960s, dogfights at any height, let alone hugging the ground, were supposed to be relegated to history. But Vietnam would prove otherwise. May 20th, 1967. 8 F-4 Phantoms of the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing thunder into the hostile skies of North Vietnam.
Attention to the map.
Wing Commander Colonel Robin Olds leads the mission. Olds is the quintessential fighter pilot. A double ace with 12 kills in World War II, and another 2 so far in Vietnam.
I was going up the Gulf of Tonkin and talked to the kid in the back seat. They were going to go in to the Northeast Railroad, and I think today's going to be a big day. Sure as hell it was.
Olds' backseater is 25-year-old Lieutenant Steve Croker.
I felt very confident. First of all, Robin Olds was an incredibly capable airman. I mean, not just by reputation, but you could tell right away by flying with him that the guy had great hands and this great visual situational awareness.
The Phantoms escort a strike package of F-105 Thunder Chiefs, or Thuds. Olds and his men are perched 3,000 feet above them. Suddenly, 15 miles from the target, the telltale flash of metal. Olds and Croker are here, above the fighter bombers. 8 MiGs are here, at 8 o'clock. Another 8 MiGs are here, at 2 o'clock. The North Vietnamese are attempting a classic pincer move. Olds will lead one flight towards the MiGs at 2 o'clock. He orders the other flight of Phantoms towards the MiGs at 8 o'clock. Olds' flight of 4 bores in on the formation of MiGs.
About the time we were breaking into the MiGs, the first thuds that had hit the rail yard had broken, the ones on the northern target had broken off and made a right-hand turn and were literally coming back through our formation.
The Phantoms roar through the 105s. Olds yanks back on the stick to avoid a mid-air collision. The sudden maneuver takes Croker by surprise.
I literally got pressed down onto my knees, so I was bent forward because the G-force was so high. I wasn't really prepared for it. I didn't have my shoulder harness locked, because if you locked your shoulder harness, you couldn't really look.
The near collision has disrupted Old's attack. To their horror, MiGs are now behind them. The Americans break, but the lead MiG centers his sights on Olds and Croker's wingman, Dick Van Loan.
You could see the shells coming over the cockpit, and I was talking to Colonel Olds the whole time, telling him he's still back there shooting at us.
23mm projectiles rip through Van Loan's Phantom. The F-4 can't take the punishment. Both crewmen punch out. For the first time in Robin Old's combat career, a wingman won't be coming home. You can't dwell on the loss. There are more MiGs, and they've tasted blood. May 20th, 1967. Robin Olds and backseater Steve Croker have just lost a wingman. Now a MiG is at their 6 o'clock.
I had flown about 80 missions in North Vietnam, but I had never encountered anything of that magnitude. We've been shot at by SAM, shot at by AAA, shot at by airplanes, but never a large force-on-force engagement.
Olds quickly rolls into a diving left turn and punches the throttles. The big Phantom sprints out of cannon range, leaving the MiG behind. Within seconds, Olds tallies another MiG-17 off the nose. Olds is in perfect position for a radar-guided Sparrow missile shot.
He called and said, "There's somebody right in front of us, lock it on, lock it on."
Croker readies the missiles, peering into the hood of the radar scope. Lock on. Olds pushes the button, ripple firing 2 AIM-7 Sparrows. The first missile is a dud. But the second fires straight and true at 4 times the speed of sound. Olds and Croker roar past the wreckage, but suddenly, tracers flash around Old's canopy. More MiGs on his 6. He brakes hard left. The MiGs can outturn the heavier F-4 and start to pull lead. Olds knows he can't win this fight. He levels the wings, then pulls vertically. The Phantom's twin engines leave the MiGs in the dust. The North Vietnamese bug out, heading for the sanctuary of nearby Kep Air Base. They'll form 2 rotating circles called wagon wheels just over the airbase. They're hoping to lure the Americans into a turning fight down on the deck where the MiG-17 excels.
What they would do is fly over their airdrome periodically and then off to one side. The other guys would fly over the airdrome and off to the other side, and they had mutual protection.
Old's flight of Phantoms joins up over Kep. although he's aware of the risks of engaging MiG-17s at low level. Olds takes the bait and leads the charge. Low-level engagements in Vietnam are uncommon. Americans avoid this domain primarily because early air-to-air missile tracking systems are prone to error. Terrain features play havoc with both radar-guided and heat-seeking missiles.
Most of these missiles were designed to shoot down Soviet bombers, and they weren't designed to shoot down maneuvering targets in close proximity. And we had no gun, none at all.
Olds and Croker must work around these deficiencies as they engage North Vietnam's most capable dogfighter, the MiG-17. The MiG-17 is older than the F-4, but remains a formidable foe. It bristles with 3 lethal cannons, twin 23mm and a single 37mm. The Phantom's 2 J-79 turbojets give it the advantage in speed and rate of climb. But the subsonic MiG-17 can turn tighter than the F-4 at any altitude, especially in the dense air near the ground.
Tactics against the MiG-17 was mainly cut and slash, blow through them, turn around, come back, coordinated with other guys. Keep them boxed in if you could, but don't ever try to turn with him.
The F-4s slash through the wagon wheel, refusing to be drawn into a turning fight. Olds angles for a shot with his heat-seeking Sidewinder, but can't get good tone.
So you could just wave at them as you went by, basically, as you know, and then come back and try and get another shot.
The MiGs fire on the F-4s as they pull away. Then drop back into the wheel. As he zooms above the airfield, Olds spots a lone MiG right down on the deck between the 2 wagon wheels.
I saw a lone MiG down low, and I figured he was the lead. They're doing figure 8s.
Olds suspects that the MiG is the brains of the operation. If he's taken out, the others will scatter. Olds tells Croker to hold on and makes his move. May 20th, 1967, over Kep Airfield. Robin Olds and backseater Steve Croker are making slashing attacks against a low-level formation of MiG-17s. One is apparently directing traffic. As prime a target as the MiG leader is, a glance at the fuel gauge decides the matter. Olds reluctantly orders the F-4s to depart, with himself and Croker bringing up the rear.
Made one turn to make sure everybody left and headed for the coast. Thought about that lone MiG. I said,
Croker notices Olds doing some quick calculations.
He must have calculated what it would take to get back, go after this guy for a time or two, and then he figured he could get back to the tanker.
Olds suddenly reverses direction, breaking formation and diving for the deck. No matter what it takes, that MiG is going down. Olds recovers 50 feet above the treetops and firewalls the throttles.
Flying at high speed and low altitude is one of the most exciting things you can do in an aircraft. The aircraft is very tight, it feels very controlled. There's quite a bit of ground rush as objects are coming by you, but it feels like an ultimate roller coaster ride.
Approaching Kep Airfield, Olds sees that only the MiG leader remains airborne. The other MiGs have landed. The North Vietnamese pilot sees the big Phantom barreling towards him.
Then he very quickly turned and headed down into the weeds and to try and escape.
The chase is on. The roar of the Phantom's twin J-79 engines echo through the hills. Steve Croker keeps his head on a swivel.
Now, because Robin Olds doesn't have a wingman at this point, it's even more important that his backseater is checking their own six, so that Robin Olds can then concentrate on shooting this guy and also flying low to the earth like that.
The MiG throttles up full afterburner. Olds tries to lock on with a heat-seeking Sidewinder.
I think he knew I was back there because he was just weaving all over the sky, but very, very low. I couldn't fire at him because of the heat coming up from this field.
The trouble with jungle is you get heat returns from that just like you do for an airplane. So either on the radar or the heat-seeking missile, we couldn't break out the MiG.
Olds maneuvers skillfully, but he can't get the MiG locked up. The Sidewinder needs to track the MiG against clear blue sky to lock on.
He was of the opinion that if we could ever get beneath this guy and he had to pop up, we could hose him.
Fortunately for Olds and Croker, a ridgeline looms directly ahead of the MiG-17.
That poor young man had three bitter choices. His choices were bail out now, run into that ridge that was right in front of him, or pull up over it and give me some daylight.
The frantic MiG pilot reaches the end of the line. It's now or never. He pulls up to clear the ridge. Olds fires. Splash 2 for Olds. The 44-year-old colonel has scored the 16th victory of his combat career. Olds clears the ridgeline, dangerously low on fuel.
Olds decided that probably was a good time for us to get out of Dodge.
Olds and Croker managed to make it back to a tanker. Barely.
We were in serious trouble, and we probably had somewhere between 4 and 6 minutes of flying time left when he got on the boom.
Olds' bold, low-level kill vividly illustrates the challenges of a missile fight in that unforgiving environment. As technology marches forward, low-level aerial engagements will become increasingly rare. Advanced radars with look-down, shoot-down capability, combined with long-range, all-aspect missiles, means that a low-flying adversary can be detected and destroyed from above. But if the fight does end up in the weeds, the contest will be decided as it always has, through guts, training, and a little bit of luck.
During World War II, American tank crews duked it out with Nazi panzers in a high-explosive duel to the death. Crammed inside 30 tons of rolling steel, the GIs went up against a better armed and more experienced enemy. All too often, the tank became a steel coffin. It was a war where survival demanded a good crew, a lot of guts, and a lot of luck. Meet the tank crews, next on Suicide Missions. tank that put the teeth into an American armored division in World War II was known officially as Medium Tank M4. But to the 5 GIs that manned each of these steel monsters, it's better remembered as the General Sherman. The crews hoped that their Sherman would live up to its Civil War namesake, cut a path through hostile territory, and leave in its wake a defeated enemy. The Sherman was conceived not too many years earlier, before America was even at war, as a weapon intended to help the infantry out of a tight spot. It was supposed to roll in and blast away at machine gun nests, enemy troops, and other soft targets. But on the battlefields of Europe, the Sherman was forced to take on a much deadlier job, shooting it out point blank with enemy tanks.
Everybody was frightened, everybody was scared, but it got built into you. You know, if this is what you were going to do, you were going to see it through, one way or another.
What are you going to do? You're going to repel, try and just refuse to get back in? You just didn't do it.
Every day you would just say, man, if I can just make it through today, I've got it made. But that came up every day.
Every time we got into a tank, it was suicide in a sense that we could have been killed at any time and we knew it. But at the same time, I think we all felt that we were still somewhat invincible.
During the war, the American Army fielded 16 different armored divisions. They were outfitted with a mix of 2 types of tanks. A small tank named the General Stuart, and a heavier Sherman tank. Only 2 of those 16 divisions, the 2nd and the 3rd, were designated as heavy armored divisions, meaning that their regiments were equipped primarily with Shermans. A heavy armored division was made up of 3 regiments. Dropping! 2 armored regiments and a regiment of mechanized infantry, plus field artillery, medical staff, supply people, signals people, reconnaissance units, combat engineers, and a maintenance battalion. Altogether nearly 14,000 men. Placed bumper to bumper, their vehicles would stretch for almost 10 miles. But a heavy armored division's combat power, its reason for being, was its 232 Sherman tanks. The 3rd Armored Division had been formed back in the spring of 1941. In camps across the United States, the men spent almost 2 years learning the technology and the tactics of armored warfare and how to work together as a team. Once in England, they trained for 10 more months and prepared themselves for the invasion of Europe. They came ashore at Omaha Beach in Normandy, France in late June 1944, 3 weeks after D-Day. And on the morning of June 29th, the men of the 3rd Armored Division got their baptism of fire. They attacked the Germans dug in around Villiers-Foussard, a small village in the French hedgerow country. In the dense tangle of trees and narrow roads, the American tankers came face to face with the big German tanks with guns, described by one GI, the size of telephone poles. The German Mark IV and the 53-ton Mark V Panther tanks, with their high-velocity 75mm guns, made mincemeat of the Shermans. The German armor-piercing shells punched through one side of the Sherman and straight out the other. In the maelstrom of close combat, tanks were quickly knocked out, blown to pieces, or set ablaze, incinerating the trapped men. An intense artillery barrage forced the German defenders into retreat, and the Americans won the battle. But the tankers had suffered a terrific beating. Belton Cooper was a 25-year-old ordnance officer in the 3rd Armored Division, tasked with recovering and replacing the battle-damaged tanks.
All morning long, they started bringing these tanks with these broken and twisted bodies inside. I was absolutely devastated. I thought, Cooper, how in the hell are we going to win this war? The Germans are shooting the hell out of these tanks. I mean, that's the first time I seriously doubted if we could win this war. The Germans were just devastating us. They would just slaughter us right and left.
At the end of its first day of the war, the 3rd Armored Division had lost 351 men and 31 tanks. The relentless power of the German tanks had caught the American crews off guard. They were clearly outgunned by the panzers of Hitler's Third Reich.
I was frightened, I was terrified. Sometimes I cried, sometimes I prayed. It really got to me. I was mad too. I couldn't see how in the world the American army could put our soldiers on the field of battle with a gross unfit tank. And I just didn't know how we were going to get through the war.
I was angry at people that I didn't know who they were, but it was people who I had expected would, with the ability of American resources, build the best tank in the world.
The American tankers had learned an unexpected lesson. Their Sherman was not the best tank, as they had been led to believe. The first confrontation with Nazi tanks in Normandy, France in June 1944 proved to the tankers of the American Armored Force that their M4 Sherman was no match for the enemy tanks. Too many Shermans and too many trained crewmen had been lost in the fight.
It was really a policy that was adopted at the beginning of the war that caused the loss of these soldiers. It was a matter of the American government chose production over research and development and made production paramount.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Research and development of new tanks became a low priority for the U.S. Army at the end of World War I.
Move after me.
In 1920, Congress passed the National Defense Act, which reorganized the post-war Army and abolished the fledgling tank corps. Innovation virtually came to a standstill. The only new ideas came from an eccentric inventor named Walter Christie. In this 1931 film, a radical Christie design is put through its paces for the Army brass. Christie's secret was a unique suspension that transformed the tank into something like a sports car with a cannon. But the Army's response was less than enthusiastic.
The Army had a lot of problem dealing with him because he was eccentric and he insisted on everything being his way, and the Army couldn't modify or change it. And eventually they just gave up dealing with him.
Frustrated by the Army's indifference, Christie took his ideas to Europe. Ironically, many of the German tanks that the U.S. Army would come up against in World War II sported a Christie-style suspension. Left without a tank corps to supervise the development of armored fighting vehicles, the infantry and the cavalry branches designed their own tanks. The infantry looked at tanks as weapons that should support riflemen on the assault. They needed to be maneuverable and pack a lot of firepower. In 1939, the infantry settled on a tank called the M2 Medium. It had a crew of 6, no less than 8 .30 caliber machine guns, and a short-barreled 37mm cannon in a top turret. The cavalry, on the other hand, had considered its traditional roles in scouting and pursuit and put its money in lighter, faster tanks. They were armed with either machine guns or, in later models, a 37mm cannon. The light tanks required just 4 crewmen. Harley Swinson drove a light tank.
At the time, we had just shoe signals on our shoulders and stuff, you know. You didn't have a radio contact. It was mostly manual contacts for driving and backing up, right or left. When they wanted you to stop, they'd give you one good rap, you know. You know you were supposed to stop.
On September 1st, 1939, the Germans surprised the world with the power of their blitzkrieg attack on Poland. Compared to the German panzers sweeping across Europe, the American tanks back home looked like toys. On July 10, 1940, the Army created the Armored Force and immediately began to play catch-up. Army planners needed a new tank, and fast. Tank builders at Chrysler wanted to replace the small 37mm of the M2 medium with a larger 75mm cannon already in the inventory. But they hadn't yet figured out how to mount that big gun in a rotating turret. So they kept the 37mm gun in the top turret and mounted the larger 75 in a sponson on the side of the tank. Called the M3 Medium, the new tank made its spectacular public debut in April 1941 at Chrysler's giant Detroit tank arsenal. The M3 went to war with the British and U.S. armies fighting the Germans in North Africa. They found that since the 75mm gun had a very limited traverse, it was difficult to aim. The whole vehicle had to be moved to align the gun on a target, and that cost precious time in the heat of battle. But the M3 was only a stopgap. Before it was even in combat, the Army Ordnance Department was working on a new tank with a 75mm gun in a top turret. A turret that could traverse 360 degrees. In October 1941, this design was standardized as medium tank M4 and would become known as the Sherman. The first Sherman rolled off the assembly line in February 1942. Soon, tanks would be coming off the line at a rate of 2,000 a month. Chrysler's Detroit tank arsenal was the major builder of the tank, but other manufacturers like the American Locomotive Company, Ford, and the Pullman Car Company also built Shermans. The Sherman had a 5-man crew. The driver and an assistant driver worked in the hull. The loader, the gunner, and the commander worked in the turret. For them, the tank's real beauty was its simplicity.
Didn't think that shot would work.
The Sherman tank was manned by farm boys that had been used to working with tractors and that sort of thing. When they sat down in the seat where we are right now, they weren't at a loss because mechanics had been a major part of their life. The problem in a tank is this. There's so much equipment jammed inside of this hull that what you find in it is a super tight, confined quarters that get very hot and very dirty very fast. And at full power, particularly if this tank was buttoned up, that is, the hatches down, the noise would be so much that you could barely hear yourself scream.
The first Shermans out of the factory were shipped overseas to outfit British armored units fighting the Germans in North Africa. In their first combat in September 1942, the British knocked out some enemy tanks and lost a couple of Shermans. The fight ended more or less in a draw. The first Shermans in U.S. hands met the enemy in Tunisia on December 6, 1942. A company of 5 tanks from the 2nd Armored Division attacked German tanks and anti-tank gun positions. All 5 Shermans were destroyed. By the time the U.S. Army was fighting the Germans in Sicily and Italy, it was clear the M4 Sherman was outclassed. Its 75mm cannon had a low muzzle velocity. The speed at which the shell left the barrel was too slow to punch a hole in the thick German armor. The men shared stories of watching their shells harmlessly bounce off Nazi tanks. The German guns, however, with their higher muzzle velocity, easily riddled the Shermans. With a weak gun and thin armor, the Sherman was a death trap. The unavoidable compromise that builders of the U.S. M4 Sherman had to make between firepower, protection, and mobility would become even more obvious as the Allied forces came ashore in Normandy, France. During the summer of 1944, the Sherman crews would suffer considerably. The French farm country, just inland from the D-Day invasion beaches, was a patchwork of small fields bordered by dense mounds
Gonna use the restroom.
Roots, and trees. These so-called hedgerows made perfect hiding places for the German defenders. Their weapon of choice was the Panzerfaust. This German invention fired a warhead called a shaped charge. When it hit, the energy of the explosion would focus to a point, and the hot jet would melt through the armor in a split second. In this German training film, the weapon penetrates nearly 5 inches of steel, twice the thickness of the Sherman's frontal armor.
You wouldn't think with a little hole as small as that to where it went through that it could do all the damage it did inside of a tank. But when it blew out inside, it just tore up everything.
The Panzerfaust was similar, but far superior to the American bazooka. It didn't have the range of the bazooka, but that didn't matter in the hedgerow country. But the most lethal anti-tank weapons in Normandy were the German Panther tanks with their high-velocity 75mm guns and the bigger Tiger tanks with 88s.
The Germans with their 88s could pierce the front armor here if it hit at the right angle, travel through the compartment and right out the back.
July 11th, 1944 was one of the most critical days in the Battle of Normandy. The Germans launched a massive counterattack near the town of St. Lo. Sherman tanks from the 3rd Armored Division moved forward to repel the onslaught. The American tankers soon found themselves overwhelmed. Walter Stitt was 20 years old and a gunner.
The lieutenant came over and ordered the tank commander to get out of the tank, said he was going to take over. And found out later the lieutenant had already lost 2 tanks that day, and this was his 3rd tank. And so he got in, and we were sitting still, and all of a sudden the platoon sergeant started yelling over the phone, said, "Lieutenant, they're shooting at you, back up, back up." Then the sergeant got on him again, said, "Lieutenant, back up, back up." And I looked, and he just was paralyzed. And he reached over and he grabbed his mic button and pushed the button and said, "Driver, back up." Bang, just like that was hit, and the shell hit right in front of the gunner and killed the gunner and the tank commander both. Of course, then survival gets in. He said, "I got to get out of here and get out of here fast, because if they hit me once, they'll get me again."
Chuck Miller was also 20 and a loader. This, too, was his first experience in combat. His commander and gunner were killed by a direct hit almost immediately.
The
shouldn't, but you just lose it all there, and for a minute there, you just don't know what's going on, and all you can think about is getting out of the tank.
By July 16th, reinforcements had helped repel the German offensive at St. Lo. By then, the division had lost 87 tanks. Bert Close was 19. His tank company lost 12 of its 16 tanks.
The strategy of sending tanks up roads one behind the other where there was no maneuverability was terrible. One way or the other, they were just sitting ducks.
23-year-old Clement Elizondo was a gunner.
There was several bad mistakes made. One, we went in with no infantry. We had plenty of infantry units around, so I don't know what happened, but it was a pretty bad mistake.
I was totally disgusted both with the Sherman tank and with the people who were making the decisions on how to use it. I thought, what kind of fools do they take us for?
The Army had never before experienced this kind of warfare in this kind of terrain. Every day in the hedgerows, the armored warriors learned a costly lesson. If they could break out of Normandy in the tangle of hedgerows, they would hit flat, open country. Better country for maneuvering tanks. They tried by fitting a handful of Shermans with bulldozer blades. The tank dozer would knock down the hedgerow, and other tanks would rush into the breach. But this had a serious drawback. The Germans soon learned that wherever the tank dozer was, that was where the breakthrough was going to happen. The Germans then concentrated their fire at those points with murderous effect. A sergeant named Curtis Cullen of the 102nd Cavalry Reconnaissance Squadron came up with a remarkable solution. He took scrap iron girders and welded them to the front of a tank's hull. On July 22nd, a tank commanded by 31-year-old Albert Genest was fitted with Cullen's iron tusks for a secret demonstration for the Army brass.
I was set up there with my crew, and we got in position, and we got the order to hit it. We hit it, and we went through, and we went back to the bivouac. That's about how long it lasted.
Cullen's device, called the hedge chopper, or the Rhino, became an instant hit. The 3rd Armored Division commander wanted 57 of his tanks fitted with the hedge choppers by the next morning. The task of mass-producing the device fell to the division maintenance crews.
Well, they had to make a different hedge chopper for each tank because the parts were all different. We just cut up parts and tried to put them together the way we could. So the individual men had to improvise and design their own hedge chopper. We'd have one guy cutting up the steel, one crew was fitting the steel together, another crew would come and weld it out.
Maintenance men worked around the clock, cutting and fitting the hedge choppers. They were racing to rig as many tanks as possible in time for Operation Cobra, the upcoming Allied attempt to break through the German lines. The big attack was scheduled to begin the next morning.
We found out it took 40 man-hours of labor to weld up a hedge chopper. And we only had 40 men, we had 7 hours to go. So we worked all night long, worked our butts off, but instead of 57 hedge choppers, we had 7 the next morning. That's all we had. Unfortunately, the good Lord looked after us, and the storms and the rain and the weather was so bad that the Air Force had delayed the attack for 3 days. But in 3 days, we got about half of them ready to go. We never had the 57, but we got about half of them, about 25 or so. And that was the thing that really saved the day.
After the weather cleared on July 25th, a combination of air power, artillery, infantry and armor broke the German lines. Enemy containment collapsed, and the Allied armies hurtled into the heart of France. The 3rd Armored Division moved 17 miles in 2 days and lost only 2 tanks.
It was the best single innovation that I know of that improved the capability of the Sherman tank. And in fact, I think without the headshot, I don't think we'd have gotten out of Normandy. I think we'd have been bogged down. I don't think we could have been broken out.
For his invention of the hedge chopper, Sergeant Cullen received the Legion of Merit. And the Sherman crews got a new lease on life. It was during the pitched battles to break free of the French hedgerows that the crews of the American M4 Sherman discovered its greatest deficiencies. The 75mm gun was too weak, and at just 2.5 inches, the armor was too thin. The Sherman's hull was penetrated so easily that both the enemy and the crews themselves took to calling the tank a Ronson, an allusion to the American cigarette lighter that was advertised as always lighting the first time. The tankers often added their own armor. Steel plates, called applique armor, were welded over vulnerable spots. Spare steel tracks, sandbags, and even logs were slung on the tank in an attempt to break up the searing blast of the Panzerfaust. By the summer of 1944, improved Shermans had begun to arrive in quantity. Upgraded Shermans like the M4A3E8 or EZ8, with its thicker armor, better suspension, and a safer way to store ammunition was a welcomed addition. But the most appreciated improvement was the new 76mm gun. Although the shell was just a scant millimeter wider than the 75, the propellant capacity of the casing was about 50% greater. That gave the shell a much higher muzzle velocity and a better chance of penetrating German armor. But the armored warriors had improved their chances of survival not by just improving the tank. They had also improved the way they used the tank. Tankers learned to attack with the support of not just infantry, but with artillery and air power. This new way of fighting as a team came to be called combined arms warfare. Oftentimes, aviators from the Army Air Corps traveled with the tanks to help coordinate the attack.
We had a liaison assigned to each company from the Air Corps. And they had a special radio where they could talk to their pilots. And he rode right along with us and communicated with airplanes when we were getting their support. And it was really good when you'd see one of those P-47 dive right ahead of you, and you'd hear a big bomb boom, and you knew, rest assured, when you got up there was going to be a tank laying on its side.
The Allied armies, with the 3rd Armored Division often in the van, used combined arms to great advantage as they swept across northern France. They had become a veteran fighting team, well versed in the art of armored warfare.
The hardest thing I had to do was to shoot somebody. You know, that's just entirely foreign to the way you've been raised, is to shoot and kill somebody. And so the first few times you step on that trigger, knowing that you're really trying to kill somebody, it was really difficult. But after you've been in combat for a while, you see other men killed, you begin to get the feeling it's going to be me or them, and if it's got to be that way, it's going to be them and not me.
For all its problems, the Sherman had one beloved asset: reliability. The men who fought the tank appreciated its simple, dependable, rugged design. And so did the men who fixed them. A well-trained mechanic was worth his weight in gold to a mechanized army on the move. repairs were made as close to the front as possible to help maintain the momentum of the offensive.
The ordnance units in Europe were pushed farther forward than anyone thought was possible, and these units were pushed right up behind the front lines, and sometimes with shifting front lines they were at the front lines.
Tanks knocked out in combat were picked up by giant recovery trucks and brought back to a secure rear area called a Vehicle Collection Point, or VCP. The first step in repairing a tank often proved to be the most difficult, removing the mangled bodies of the dead crew.
These tanks were coming to the VCP, they were just shot all to hell. I mean, you couldn't believe it, and the bodies are still in there, and we had to get the bodies out. If a guy gets hit in the head just explodes, the brains and everything just go over the tank. It's horrible. The brains get all down to the turret race and the electrical wiring and the harness, and you just have to rip all that stuff out and clean it out thoroughly. Then after to do that, to replace the harness and to paint the tank all over inside. And even after you paint it, there's a still faint stench of death that comes through that paint. You're not sure, but it's always there.
Shot-up tanks could be fixed, but experienced crewmen were lost for good. Once in combat, it became virtually impossible to get trained replacement crews. New crewmen were trained in a matter of days, sometimes not at all.
I remember once getting a replacement. I asked the guy his name, got that, and I said, what kind of training did you get? He says, infantry. I said, did you go to Fort Knox? No. He says, have you been in a tank before? And he said, no. I said, oh my God. I said, what are you doing here? Well, we were lining up to move out, and so I put the kid in the assistant driver's seat. The next thing you know, a few shells came in. This kid gets hit, but not bad. In fact, I don't even know how bad it was. And he took off on me because we hadn't gone far. He took off running. I still, to this day, don't know his name. I never saw him again. And I never found out what happened. But that was war.
Now, later on, we began to lose so many men that we had to operate with a three-man crew. We had a driver and a tank commander and a gunner. So then they sent down 2 truckloads of raw recruit infantrymen. Brought them down, we lined them all up. Said, how many of you guys have ever operated a tank? None of them have been in a tank. Some of them have never seen a tank before, not close up. So we got them out there, so we took them and divided them into crews. And so we took a tank driver and 2 men, put them in a tank. We let each man fire 3 rounds apiece. That's the only training they had on that gun. That's all they had first time. And about 5 o'clock that night, we released them, and going out about 8 o'clock that night, 3 hours later, out of that 17 tanks, 15 were knocked out alongside the road. And I don't know whether any of those young guys survived or not. They had no idea what they were getting into. And I thought, how in the hell can you send these kids out? But there was nobody else to send. That was it.
By the end of August, the 3rd Armored Division had moved out of northern France and through the cities of Mons and Liège, Belgium, on their way to Germany.
Attention to the
Major
map.
General Maurice Rose, 3rd Armored Commander, had pushed his division farther and faster than anyone thought possible. The autumn rains had turned the European countryside into a quagmire. The tracks had to be fitted with special extended end connectors called duck bills to help the tanks move through the mud. On September 12th, a reconnaissance platoon of the 3rd Armored had crossed from Belgium into Germany and occupied a small border town. For the first time since the Napoleonic Wars, a German town had fallen to an invading army. The soldiers of the 3rd Armored, the 2nd Armored, the 4th Infantry, and a host of other divisions wasted no time in assaulting the Siegfried Line, the complex network of German bunkers and defensive fortifications. From now on, Hitler's soldiers would be defending their home turf, and for them, no sacrifice would be too great to blunt the spearhead of the armored warriors. The American armored and infantry divisions cleared a path through the vaunted Siegfried Line by the fall of 1944. Even though German resistance was stiff, it looked like the Allies could end the war by Christmas. But on December 16th, the German army launched a massive counterattack and drove a deep wedge between the Allied forces. They hit with everything they had.
Launched it!
The American Air Force couldn't fly in the lousy weather, and the tankers found themselves fighting for their lives.
You know, you keep wondering how much longer it can go on, or am I going to get it tomorrow, or you know, what's going to happen.
You get to where it's a survival of the fittest, and if you're lucky, you make it.
I think there was a time when I felt that I could have died, and that would have been all right. I wrote to my folks once when I thought maybe that time was coming, but I did tell them that they should know that if I am killed, that I got more Germans, or more Jerrys, than would ever even up by getting me.
The Ardennes offensive, the so-called Battle of the Bulge, was without a doubt the armored warriors' most desperate and miserable fight.
He would lose a tank and see his crew shot all to hell, and then get back in the tank and still fight it, lose that one, lose another, and he kept going. We've had some that lost 3 and 4 and 5 tanks and still kept fighting. Those men were courageous. The bravest men I ever saw.
They were determined to hold their ground, and with the return of clear skies, they once again enjoyed the full support of American air power. The Allies attacked, and by February 1945, the 3rd Armored Division had finally reoccupied the area around the German towns of Aachen, Stolberg, and Mausbach, the region it held before the Bulge. In mid-February, the division tankers received an answer to their prayers. The Army's first heavy tank. Called the M26 Pershing, it was a radical new design, conceived from the very start as a tank killer. Built by the Detroit and Grand Blanc tank arsenals, it was armed with an incredibly powerful 90mm gun. It had a very low silhouette, with armor up to 4.5 inches thick, and a torsion bar suspension system reminiscent of what Walter Christie had tried to get the Army to adopt more than a decade earlier. The M26 more than made up for the deficiencies of the Sherman. By the end of February, 200 Pershings had been issued to the various armored units. The 3rd Armored Division got 10 and wasted no time in putting them to use. Within a week, the new heavy tanks were leading the division to its next objective in Germany, the once grand city of Cologne. Clarence Smoyer was a gunner leading the way in one of the new Pershings.
We finally moved ahead more, and I remember one of the lieutenants got on the phone and he said, "Gentlemen, I give you Cologne. Let's knock the hell out of it."
A Signal Corps photographer, Tech Sergeant Jim Bates, tagged along with the division as it rolled into Cologne. His film footage captured the extremes of the armored war, the vulnerability of the Sherman, and the power of the new Pershing. His images are some of the most dramatic and gut-wrenching of the entire war. In this shot, The Sherman has just been hit. A crewman, his foot severed in the attack, falls and bleeds to death. The Pershing crew spots the enemy tank, a Mark V Panther, moving behind a building. The cameraman moves ahead and continues filming as the M26 stalks its prey.
So we started to fire into that building, which he was aside of. I thought maybe if we fire armor-piercing shells, they would go through the building and maybe still get it. But evidently he just kept on backing up and went all the way down to the cathedral.
The German tank moves into the plaza of the Grand Cathedral. The Pershing pursues. Smoyer spots his target and opens fire.
I fired first shell on the run, hit him, and then we stopped and fired another one.
The German driver is killed. The commander and the gunner bail out. Smoyer fires a third time. The concussion from his gun rocks the camera. Ammunition set off by the shell turns the Panther into a funeral pyre. It sat and burned for 3 days.
I didn't go back and look at that afterward because I knew some of them died in there, and I spent a lot of time wondering if any of them survived, you know. It still hurts. Even though they were the enemy, they're still humans.
In 2 months, Germany would surrender and the war in Europe would be over. Because of its zeal to lead the way, the 3rd Armored Division was officially dubbed the Spearhead Division. But being the vanguard came with a price. The 3rd Armored lost 648 of its tanks in combat, and another 700 were damaged in action. It also suffered more battle casualties than any other armored division. 10,371 men killed, wounded, or missing, including its commander, Major General Maurice Rose. He was killed in action near Paderborn, Germany, just weeks after the assault on Cologne. During the war, Harley Swinson escaped from 3 tanks, and so did Walter Stitt. Bert Close bailed out of 4. And Clement Alessandro had survived the loss of 5 Shermans. And thanks to his job of having to account for all the battle-damaged tanks, Belton Cooper holds the distinction of seeing more destroyed Shermans than any man alive.
I said, what a terrible thing war does to a young man. It takes him in the prime of his life. It demeans him. It humiliates him. It destroys the last vestige of human dignity. You have no dignity in the army or the war at all. And I said, sometimes it kills him or horribly maims him. And those of us that survive are never quite the same.
My name's Dan Snow, and I want to tell you about History Hit TV. Defensive positions in amphibious assaults.
All of a sudden, our tank hit a hole. They were were throwing everything but the kitchen sink at that thing.
People say, well, I didn't realize there were tanks in the Pacific.
They seize one island fortress after another.
There's no real way to carry a large cannon around the battlefield for direct fire infantry support except a tank.
But they face an enemy ready to meet them tank versus tank.
Man, we were firing and firing and firing.
Fighting across a battlefield as wide as the ocean itself.
If they hit them, they're gone.
Tanks go head to head in the Pacific War. Today, the palm-fringed beaches of the South Pacific are a destination for holidaymakers seeking paradise. But in World War II, they would become a blood-soaked graveyard for the U.S. Marine Corps. In December 1941, the Japanese launch a surprise attack against the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Striking at the heart of American power in the Pacific and dragging the U.S. into the Second World War. For more than 50 years, the Japanese have been pursuing a policy of aggressive military expansion. Their empire now stretches halfway across the Pacific Ocean from mainland Asia. The Japanese military machine has been unstoppable, swallowing one island chain after another. From the Marianas to the Gilberts and to the Solomons.
Japan's strategy was pretty effective at this particular point because basically they had managed to run riot all through the southern Pacific. They had things pretty much their own way.
Each island in its possession is now a fortress, bristling with manpower and heavy armor.
The goal was to make it so expensive for the Americans to come back and to counterattack them that the Americans would lose hope and simply give up on recovering or counterattacking the Japanese and seizing back this empire.
But give up, they did not. And in June 1942, with a decisive naval victory at the Battle of Midway, the Americans turned the tide of war.
A common saying is that before Midway, the Japanese never stopped advancing. After Midway, the Japanese never stopped retreating.
The Americans go on the offensive, and it's the Marines who are tasked with rolling back the Japanese empire across 6,000 kilometers of ocean, with the plan to seize one island stronghold after another until they reach mainland Japan itself. Overshadowed by the achievements of the infantry, the role of the tank in the Pacific War has been untold.
People say, well, I didn't realize there were tanks in the Pacific.
There's very little written about the tanks in the case of the Marine Corps. The infantry always has this strange love-hate relationship with tanks. They don't like to be around the tank because it takes fire, but when you're taking fire from an enemy position, there's nothing quite like that direct fire cannon and those heavy machine guns and that armored protection to help eliminate enemy positions. There's no real way to carry a large cannon around the battlefield for direct fire infantry support except tanking.
The Marines' first hurdle is Guadalcanal, which they seek to take with overwhelming force, including 20,000 troops and more than 50 light tanks. But it becomes a protracted and bloody campaign. Not only are the Pacific Islands garrisoned by tens of thousands of soldiers, but the Japanese are also fanatical in defense.
They never give up. You either kill them or get killed. This is war. They don't give up.
And crucially, the U.S. Marines' frontline armored weapon, the M3 light tank, proves a failure.
The light tanks did not possess enough firepower with their small 37mm cannons to do much against the major Japanese defenses.
So the light tanks of the Marine Corps are replaced with the Sherman. The medium M4A2 Sherman tank, with a 75mm main cannon, its firepower is a significant upgrade in the Marines' armored capability.
How do they compare? Like night and day. It was kind of like comparing a small Ford to a big Cadillac.
With the lessons learned at Guadalcanal, a victory that takes 6 months and comes at a cost of more than 7,000 casualties, the U.S. Marines move on to their next objective, Tarawa. 6,000 kilometers from Tokyo and part of the Gilbert Island chain, Tarawa is at the outermost edge of the Japanese Pacific Empire. It's a remote and sparsely populated atoll of tiny islands and coral reefs.
The Japanese realized, having executed several amphibious assaults themselves, that the best place to defeat an amphibious assault is at the water's edge, where the troops are still wading ashore, where they're still knee-deep and struggling. So most of their defenses were sited around the perimeter of the island.
So confident is Japanese Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki, he boasts that 1 million men could not take the island in 1,000 years. Dug in behind the defensive seawall at Tarawa are 5,000 soldiers, 65 heavy guns, and 7 tanks.
These islands were so small that the entire perimeter of the island could be fortified. So there was no chance except to assault these things frontally.
Advancing on Tarawa, the Americans now have 14 medium tanks, dozens of light tanks, and 20,000 Marines. November 20th, 1943. At 0500 hours, the American attack begins with a massive naval bombardment. Its aim, to destroy the Japanese defenses and breach the seawall.
We could see the planes dive bombing the island. The heavy cruisers were there. They had 12-inch guns, and they were blasting the island like crazy.
What I was worried about is I was worried about one of them things might hit me.
At 0900 hours, the first wave of Marines go in.
On a small island like Tarawa, the only thing you can do is attack right into the teeth of the defenses, just kind of slog ashore and try to do the best you can in this frontal assault.
Three waves of Amtraks lead the attack, followed by C Company with 14 Shermans. A kilometer from the beaches, they're unloaded on a coral reef.
Then you go into the lagoon, then you go in. And that's when things got rough.
Because it's now that the U.S. tankers come within range of the Japanese heavy guns.
All our positions on all beaches opened on enemy landing craft. The Americans appeared to be surprised and confused.
Wading ashore through 3 feet of water under murderous fire, the tankers encounter an unforeseen hazard: the shell holes created by their own naval bombardment.
all of a sudden our tank hit a hole. They was under fire. I mean, they were throwing everything but the kitchen sink at that thing. So I opened the hatch and slid down the back of the tank into the water. And I don't know how I did it without getting hit, because all I could hear in the water was put all over.
And of the 6 tanks I had on that beach, 3 of them drowned out in the water. But we did get ashore. I got ashore with 3 vehicles.
But far from being destroyed, the Japanese seawall is still intact, barring their way and effectively trapping them on the beach.
The tank you can't drive over that 5-foot seawall.
And they had built, in some cases, positions actually into or just atop the seawall. It was a very effective defense with interlocking fields of fire.
What remains of C Company must now run the gauntlet of the anti-tank guns, desperate to find a breach through the seawall.
And if they could manage to fire into the area behind the tracks, they could penetrate the very thin armor there. They would simply pump rounds into these tanks until they were destroyed or caught fire.
Two tanks from Bale's company find a gap in the seawall and make it off the beach. It has now taken the U.S. Marines 6 hours to establish a beachhead on Tarawa. And the cost has been high, with 50% of their tank capability already destroyed.
Looking back on it, we're pretty naive, because the intelligence did not reveal the true nature of the Japanese defenses, the tenacity of the Japanese.
But with the seawall breached, the tables have now been turned.
It was strange. All the Japanese defenses were oriented seaward, and we were on shore.
So that once you could get in behind these things, you could knock them out by attacking the rear entrances without coming under so much intense fire.
You had to find the opening, because these things were dug into the ground and they were covered with mounds and mounds of sand. We realized you had to start firing into the openings. But we had not gone more than 100 yards inland, and we ran into this Japanese tank showed up. When I saw him, and I caught him out of the corner of my eye, this movement, and I realized what it was. The Japanese tank stuck its turret up over a revetment. I told the gunner, and he started to traverse over there. He probably had to traverse that gun 30, 40 degrees to get on that target. And he fired before I told him to. And he missed. That was a prepared position for the Japanese tank, where it could sit there and then pull up, put its turret and gun up over the revetment and fire. And that's what it did.
The Hago light tank, armed with a 37mm main gun. In a straight fight, it should prove no match for the medium Sherman M4.
That projectile hit right on the end of our gun tube. Took a piece out of our gun tube and fragments came down the tube and it lit up like a Christmas tree. It was a lucky shot. It was a lucky shot.
Bale's tank is disabled, but he has backup.
The other tank that was with us fired. And that other tank fired, and all I know is move the turret off.
We call them a tin can. And that's what they are. I mean, compared with our tanks.
It takes 3 days for the Marines to clear the atoll. 4,700 Japanese are killed, including Rear Admiral Shibasaki, with only 17 choosing to surrender. And in the space of just 76 hours, the Marines themselves lose nearly 1,000.
Tarawa caused a major change in the way the United States viewed the war and the attitudes, particularly. Because up to that point, on the home front, movies had always, depicted people with relatively bloodless shoulder wounds or people dying with a noble, quip on their lips. But for the first time, the Commandant of the Marine Corps authorized the release of photographs of American casualties, including dead Marines on the beach, dead Marines floating in the lagoon. And he made the comment, "There is no royal road to Tokyo."
Having punctured the Japanese Empire's first line of defense in the Pacific at Tarawa in the Gilbert Islands, the Americans now advance on the Marianas and the island of Saipan.
The Japanese considered the Marianas actually the last defensive line before the home islands.
Much bigger than Tarawa and halfway to Japan itself, the Marianas hold the strategic key to the war in the Pacific. The Japanese know that if their airstrips on the Marianas are captured, American superfortress bombers will for the first time be within range of Tokyo itself.
So they were prepared to defend these things with a major effort.
June 15th, 1944. The U.S. Marines launched their amphibious assault.
Saipan was the first of the real large land masses that the Marines attacked during the course of the Pacific War. So the Japanese could not have as heavy a defense of the beaches themselves.
We did not encounter the bomb craters and all off the beach. We didn't encounter the heavy Japanese gunfire from emplacements. And as far as I was concerned, I got my company ashore pretty easily.
Unlike on Tarawa, the main Japanese defenses are situated behind the shoreline. And as the U.S. Marines advance off the beaches, they discover the Japanese are waiting for them, dug into a network of almost impregnable bunkers.
Oh, they had pillboxes all over, and they were connected underground. So they were in a pillbox over here firing, and before you know it, they'd go underground to another one and come up again.
Which means the U.S. Marines have to clear and destroy each defensive position, one by one.
So the Marines not only had to kill the defenders of the position, They had to physically destroy that position to keep it from being reoccupied.
And the only way they can do that is to burn them out, using the newest weapon in the U.S. Marines armory. The Satan Flame Tank is a reconditioned Stuart M3 light tank. Its 37mm main cannon refitted with a Canadian-designed Ronson flamethrower.
It was an absolutely deadly weapon against any sort of fixed position, because it doesn't really kill the enemy by burning, but it consumes all the oxygen and suffocates even somebody inside a closed position.
With a range of just 55 meters, the flamethrowers are only effective at close quarters.
The flame tank had to approach within a certain distance, rendering itself vulnerable to enemy counterattack by infantry with these little grenade mines, or a suicide weapon they call the lunge mine, an anti-tank mine on the end of a bamboo pole. They would come up and shove against the side of the tank. They had a lot of success sticking these against the engine doors on the light tanks, where the armor was much thinner.
The Marines' advance now becomes a game of cat and mouse with the Japanese suicide bombers, with the Sherman supporting both infantry and flame tanks.
So it was simply a matter of working with the infantry, slow going, and digging these people out.
Then we went down about 1,000 yards toward a big pillbox, about 20 foot high. I mean the big one. I started throwing shells in there. We fired about, I'll get 8 or 10 shells at that thing. And nothing would happen. They just fell off. Just like me shooting my BB gun at my barn out here. They just hit it and roll off. Can you imagine? They nothing can get through that. We pulled back and the light tanks had flamethrowers on them. There's no way you could knock that thing out. You had to burn them out. That's the only way you could do it.
But with its limited range, the Satan tank needs protection.
I was more concerned about being swarmed by the Japanese than it was about Japanese gunfire.
So the idea was, of course, that these escort tanks could stand off in some position, off to the side, to the rear, wherever required, to protect the flame tanks from this type of counterattack.
So they took flamethrowers up there and they burned them out. So as they burned them out, while we picked them off.
By day's end, a beachhead has been established. But the Japanese on Saipan are far from finished. As the U.S. Marines clear the Japanese defenses on Saipan, the Japanese tank formations that have been held in reserve prepare to strike back.
The Japanese principle was always to try to counterattack. They had almost a cult of the attack and the counterattack.
Whether we attack or not, we are going to die. Let's advance together against the American devils and leave our bones on Saipan.
The problem is, it came to be a kind of a situation where they saw dying in one of these things as almost a kind of a goal into itself.
As night falls at the end of day 2, The U.S. Marines reach one of the island's airstrips. At 0330 hours, the heavy rumble of Japanese tanks can be heard approaching.
The Japanese came over this ridgeline. Must have had every tank they had on Saipan. Of course, I don't know if anybody ever saw any more Japanese tanks. It was a big attack for an island like that in a force like that.
They had sent in major units, including the largest single Japanese tank unit that the Americans encountered during the course of the Pacific War.
37 tanks lead the Japanese charge. A full frontal banzai-style attack, straight at the American lines.
A banzai attack is just a maze of confusion.
I agree.
And just simply a horrible maze of confusion. Like anything at night, you can't see. You're not sure, but you know it's there. You hear it.
Man, they came up over that ridge. And man, we were firing and firing and firing.
They just came at you and kept coming.
Taking the Marines by surprise, the Japanese smash through the American front line, and the battle becomes a mass brawl of tank versus tank.
As they advanced 200 or 300 yards, they encountered the anti-tank company and this tank too.
It turned into just a huge melee with things all mixed in together.
Tracer bullets light up the night sky. Explosions and shell bursts illuminate the battlefield. With tanks firing at point-blank range, the Japanese Hago now finds itself hopelessly outgunned by the U.S. Sherman.
And typical Japanese tanks didn't stand a chance.
The Japanese armor, they had little light tanks there, but they didn't do any good.
Their 37mm guns were not big enough. Their armament was not heavy enough.
Our medium tanks blew the light tanks away.
Flames from the stricken tanks now enable the Americans to pick out their targets.
One of the aspects of the Japanese tanks was that they were, their design was such that in a lot of cases, you could actually knock them out with heavy machine gun fire. And there were instances where they smothered these things with enough .30 caliber heavy machine gun fire to actually get rounds through the vision embrasures, through small chinks in the armor, and kill the crew inside, disabling the tank.
We just kept mowing them down. But the more we mowed down, the more came.
This thing went on all night long. By dawn, the Americans were able to come out over the battlefield, and there were about 33 Japanese tanks, in various stages of disrepair, shall we say, strewn about the battlefield.
Well, walking around there looking at that after it was over, it looked great. Looked great. It kind of looked like going out on a baseball field after your team wins a baseball game.
The action on that night succeeded in destroying about 3/4 of the major Japanese armored force on the island.
After that night attack, the Japanese had no more tanks left.
Although outnumbered and overwhelmed by superior American armor, the Japanese defenders on Saipan refused to surrender. It will take the U.S. Marines another 3 weeks to clear the island. At the end of which, they will be confronted with the final horror: the mass suicide of Japanese civilians.
They were scared of the Americans.
They thought they were going to get killed, murdered, raped.
We captured a zone.
They were up in the end of the island there, and the whole family would jump off the cliff at one time.
Women throwing their children off the cliffs. You know, I don't know how anybody could have stopped it.
All they really had to do was raise a white flag, and we wouldn't do nothing to them.
With the capture of Saipan and the Marianas, the Americans are now within range to launch daily bombing raids against Japan itself, in preparation for a full-scale invasion. But Iwo Jima, a tiny volcanic island situated halfway between Saipan and the Japanese mainland, remains a thorn in the American side.
It was a Japanese radar base that gave them hours of warning of the approach of the American raids. And Japanese fighter planes flying out of there were picking off crippled American bombers trying to make it back to the Marianas.
Measuring just 21 square kilometers, Iwo Jima is an unremarkable dot in the ocean. But the battle that raged here would make it infamous in the annals of the U.S. Marine Corps. February 19th, 1945. To their surprise, the Marines' amphibious landing is unopposed by the Japanese.
Contrary to the defense of the water's edge, at Iwo Jima, what they had planned to do was to actually let the Americans come ashore. The first problem that presented itself at Iwo Jima was simply the nature of the beaches. A lot of the beach sand is not sand in the sense we normally think of it, but volcanic ash. And a man jumping out of a landing craft and struggling up onto the beach, when he got into the dry sand, every step you took, you sank in up to your knees. Vehicles just floundered in it, tanks trying to advance through it. The tracks would begin to churn this material, but the tank would be sitting on its belly with its tracks churning and just throwing up ash and sinking in deeper and deeper and deeper.
When we hit the beach, that loose volcanic ash had built up into the tracks to where one of the tracks exploded.
As the first tanks advance off the beaches and get onto firmer ground, they encounter a new danger.
What they were doing was burying a 500-pound bomb about that far underground and then setting a 10-pound anti-tank mine on it.
In some cases, these were command detonated. They could be detonated electronically by somebody waiting in a nearby cave.
The American tanks push on, not knowing when or where another mine will strike.
The tank went up in the air, the turret come off and landed right side up. And the tank went over. driver and assistant driver, they're dead before the dirt clears. It made a hole big enough to almost bury the tank in, and everybody in it was dead.
Each step taken by the U.S. Marines on Iwo Jima will be fraught with unforeseen dangers.
One military engineer who looked at the island of Iwo Jima after the battle said that it was probably the most heavily fortified place on the planet.
To protect themselves against magnetic mines, the tankers have bolted wooden planks to the sides of the Shermans. But as the Marines are about to discover, the Japanese no longer have to rely on suicide attacks. Because for the first time in the war in the Pacific, Japanese gun capability is now a match for the Sherman.
One of the major obstacles that the American tanks had to cross was two interconnected airfields on the central part of the island. And the real problem was that a lot of the Japanese anti-tank guns had been positioned to defend this open ground because they knew that this central plateau was going to be a major axis of advance for any sort of tanks. The idea was just smother them with artillery fire, and that's what they did.
There was mortars and big guns flying all over around.
It was essentially built up as one huge ambush.
The 47 on Iwo, that's the first time we've met the 47s.
The breech-loading 47mm anti-tank gun. With a barrel length of 2.5 meters and a muzzle velocity of 830 meters per second, it presents the first serious challenge to U.S. armor in the Pacific.
Yeah, they would go through the tank anywhere it wanted to.
As the tanks advanced over this relatively open terrain, these 47mm anti-tank guns, and in some cases larger guns, were able to fire into the sides and rear of the tank. You know, anytime you penetrate the engine, that's going to disable the tank. So it was vulnerable, you know, to fire if it was engaged from the rear. There are photographs of tanks that have anywhere from 12 to 15 penetrations on one side of the tank alone.
Yeah, a lot of tanks were done in.
It's really always difficult to assess how many tanks were knocked out in any particular action, but the estimate for this one is somewhere around 33 or so.
The American advance is slow and the cost is high, but it's also unstoppable. And on the 5th day of the battle for Iwo Jima, the U.S. Marines plant the stars and stripes on the summit of Mount Suribachi, the highest point on the island. And Joe Rosenthal's photograph will become an iconic image, not only of the Marines' triumph, but also of their struggle. It will take another 30 days of the fiercest fighting in the whole of the Pacific War for the Americans to secure the island. And with 26,000 wounded or killed, it's the only battle in which the U.S. Marines suffer more casualties than the Japanese.
We had all kinds of good information, but whether it was going to be as bad as it was, I don't think we had any idea that it was going to be a month long. But it got dangerous. A lot of guys bought it. A hell of a lot.
Attack! Hostile base! Destroy hostile troops!
By the spring of 1945, the Axis powers are on the brink of total defeat. In the Pacific War, the U.S. Marine Corps has fought 5,500 kilometers, halfway across the ocean, to reach Japanese home territory. Okinawa, 600 kilometers from the mainland, is the first of the home islands to be attacked. But with nowhere left to retreat, the Japanese are prepared to defend Okinawa and their homeland to the death.
I figured we'd have to fight the whole Japanese, you know. And it's bad because they'd fight to the last man.
April 19th, 1945. The battle for Okinawa is raging. Working in tandem with ground troops, 30 tanks advance against Japanese infantry positions on Kokuzu Ridge.
Tanks are very vulnerable to close infantry assault. When a tank comes under attack by enemy infantry, the preferred method is having your own infantry with you.
But in the heat of the battle, the U.S. tanks lose contact with their own infantry.
They sent a lot of the medium tanks out into Japanese-occupied territory unescorted by infantry.
Undefended by ground troops, the column makes a power drive through enemy lines, which are teeming with anti-tank guns.
They had all these artillery pieces and heavy anti-tank guns in caves. They'd roll them out and fire them, and they were good at it.
22 tanks make it as far as Kokuzu Village, a booby-trapped Japanese stronghold. Where lacking any ground reconnaissance, the tankers are ambushed. Cut off, deep within enemy lines, and with no hope of reinforcement, the tankers' only chance is to blast and burn their way out.
I mean, those people are trying to kill you, and you're going to kill them. That's it.
Of the 30 tanks that set out on the mission, only 8 returned. Kokuzu Ridge is the last major tank engagement of the Pacific War, although Okinawa will not be taken for another 2 months. Losses on both sides are dreadful, with more than 100,000 fatalities. But however desperate their defense of their homeland, the Japanese cause is now hopeless. By June 1945, Okinawa is secured. August 6th, the Enola Gay takes off from the Marianas to drop the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima. And within a week of the second bomb on Nagasaki, the Japanese surrender unconditionally. Of all the campaigns of the Second World War, none was more fiercely contested than the South Pacific. For the Japanese, the cost is enormous. Total defeat and more than 2 million casualties. Casualties for the U.S. Marines alone amount to more than 95,000 men. But ultimate victory is theirs.
You do your job. You don't. All you do is get him before he gets you. That's the name of the game.
And central to the U.S. victory was the role of the tanker.
I feel proud of the tankers.
Tanks are always part of it. I've always been very proud of that tank company.
They wouldn't have won the war without tanks, as far as I'm concerned. But between the tanks and the ground troops, that's what took the islands.
My name's Dan Snow, and I want to tell you about
42, in yet another bad decision regarding the Red Army, Hitler sends his troops into the cruel Russian winter.
Les armées allemandes ne sont pas équipées en froid. Donc les pauvres gars claquent des dents, quoi.
Hitler loses almost 1 million soldiers in what would be the real turning point of the Second World War.
Hitler a perdu la guerre à l'Est.
In 1944, he launches an unnecessary attack in the Ardennes.
Cette contre-offensive, ces généraux n'y croient pas.
C'était une offensive qui ne pouvait marcher que sur le papier.
The only one responsible for this massacre, Hitler used up the last of his troops and opens up Germany's doors to the Allied forces. At the beginning of 1942, Nazi Germany had reached breaking point. The Führer had made an increasing number of bad strategic decisions. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Hitler declared war on the United States. This decision, which was taken without seeking advice from his military leaders, sows the seeds of the defeat to come. In Russia, Hitler's Operation Barbarossa failed to bring victory for the Reich against the Russian giant. On the contrary, Stalin's counterattack pushed back the German army and forced them to face the terrible Russian winter. For Hitler, it's time to choose between the strategic withdrawal advised by his generals and the headlong rush driven by his insanity.
Le pétrole fourni par l'Allemagne ou par la Roumanie ne suffit plus du tout à alimenter les Panzerdivision. Donc du coup, Hitler commence à envisager aussi la conquête des champs de pétrole caucasiens notamment, donc dans le sud de la Russie.
Prendre les pétroles du Caucase, Bakou, Maïkop et autres, c'était répondre à un double objectif. Déjà, priver l'armée rouge de sa capacité à faire la guerre. Deuxièmement, se donner les réserves stratégiques pour l'Allemagne pour régler le problème immense que le blocus faisait peser sur ce pays. Blocus anglo-saxon qui était quasiment hermétique, et donc Hitler pensait réaliser ce double objectif par le plan bleu, Fallblau, déclenché donc le 28 juin 1942 à l'Est.
On paper, Case Blue seemed very attractive, but in practice, Hitler hadn't taken into account the state of the roads after the thaw and the considerable distances that had to be covered to reach the Caucasus. Baku, the capital, is almost 3,000 kilometers away. Hitler also overlooks his men's attenuation, their equipment and supply difficulties. Still falling prey to his racial prejudices, the Führer continues to underestimate his Russian enemy.
Les premières semaines sont plutôt en sa faveur, la conquête se fait assez facilement, sauf que le 23 juillet 1942, un ordre assez hallucinant tombe. Hitler décide de diviser ses armées en deux. Une première armée va effectivement aller vers le Caucase et la 6e armée du général von Paulus est chargée d'aller prendre Stalingrad.
Hitler fait suivre à ses troupes deux axes divergents. C'est donc le principe néfaste de division des forces.
The military leaders are bewildered by this improvisation, but nobody has even the slightest influence on Hitler's strategic decisions. It's left to an exhausted and badly provisioned 6th Army to take Stalingrad. They're commanded by General Friedrich Paulus.
La prise de Stalingrad est très importante pour Hitler. Il y a une première raison assez évidente, c'est que ça s'appelle Stalingrad, donc c'est politique. On va prendre la ville qui porte le nom de Staline.
Stalingrad est un symbole à la fois pour Hitler et pour Staline, évidemment. Parce que Stalingrad, c'est une grande ville industrielle qui porte le nom du dictateur soviétique. Et Hitler a bien compris, évidemment, que prendre Stalingrad, du point de vue symbolique, ce serait effectivement un désaveu du dictateur soviétique.
Prendre Stalingrad, c'est couper les communications sur la Volga. Et ça, c'est quand même important parce que nous sommes en 1942, l'apport américain commence à intervenir sérieusement. Il arrive par l'Iran, la Caspienne, et il remonte la Volga. Donc, par conséquent, si Stalingrad tombe, la route de la Volga est coupée. Les approvisionnements américains ne remontent plus vers le nord. Le 23 août, au moment où les Allemands de Paulus, 6e armée, y arrivent, le soir même, déclenchement d'un bombardement. Un bombardement qui va avoir pour conséquence de transformer Stalingrad en ruine.
L'ordre consistant à détruire tout ce qu'il est possible de détruire est un ordre qui est idéologiquement complètement cohérent. C'est-à-dire que ces gens sont des inférieurs, ils ont l'outrecuidance de nous résister, nous allons les réduire à néant, voilà, pour résumer. Ce que Paulus ne réalise peut-être pas, c'est l'immense difficulté du combat urbain.
Il est bien connu que les ruines pour la défense, c'est formidable.
Lorsque l'on est dans une ville détruite, les armes fonctionnent différemment. Les armes effectivement utiles changent. Là où un char était très utile à découvert, il ne l'est plus dans une ville parce qu'à tous les coins de rue, il peut se faire détruire par quelqu'un d'un peu décidé, que ce soit avec un bazooka ou avec un cocktail Molotov, etc. Donc le combat change de nature.
Il aurait mieux valu encercler la ville de Stalingrad et ne pas faire entrer l'armée allemande dedans. Les soldats allemands n'étaient pas habitués à la guérilla urbaine dans une ville démolie. Et donc ils ont eu beaucoup de difficultés déjà tactiquement à s'adapter à ce genre de combat. Et les soviétiques, eux, de leur côté, ont mis des forces incroyables en face. Ils ont eu d'énormes pertes, mais ils voulaient absolument tenir. Donc ça a été effroyable.
For almost 2 months, Paulus keeps on increasing his attacks against an enemy who relentlessly defends every district, every building, every floor and every basement.
Ils ne parviendront pas à la Volga. Il y a un quartier qu'ils ne parviendront jamais à prendre. Et donc les troupes soviétiques, elles passent la rivière et il y a toujours des renforts qui arrivent heure par heure. Il y a un régiment soviétique qui est démoli, il y a un autre régiment qui arrive constamment. parfois c'est dramatique parce qu'ils arrivent sur le front sans fusil. Donc ils sont obligés, on leur dit, prenez le fusil des morts qui sont devant vous pour attaquer.
L'armée rouge va y laisser des dizaines de milliers d'hommes. Les commissaires du NKVD, l'ancêtre du KGB, seront sans pitié. Tout soldat ou toute troupe qui veut reculer est abattu sur place. On citera le chiffre de 13 000 soldats abattus par les commissaires du NKVD. Donc c'est pas rien.
When the snow arrives in October 1941, the Germans again do not have the equipment they need for winter. With no significant reinforcements, untrained for urban warfare, and with poor supplies, the morale of the Wehrmacht troops plummets.
Paulus se rend compte par des reconnaissances aériennes dès octobre que sur son flanc nord et sur son flanc sud-est, il y a de fortes concentrations soviétiques qui se font. Il est inquiet parce que sur ces deux endroits, ces flancs sont couverts par deux armées roumaines qui sont fort mal équipées pour la guerre en général et pour l'hiver en particulier.
Il lui demande l'autorisation de faire effort pour pouvoir décrocher, car sinon, il va se trouver dans ce que les Allemands appellent un Kessel, c'est-à-dire un chaudron. Hitler va dire « Niet !»
On ne recule pas. On ne recule pas. C'est une stratégie de se reculer pour mieux réattaquer. C'est une stratégie militaire qui est vieille comme le monde. Et si on ne recule pas, on se fait manger. Si on recule, on refait ses forces et on peut réattaquer. On n'apprend pas ça au caporal, quoi.
On October the 14th, 1942, Hitler gives the strict order forbidding Paulus to retreat. His troops must stay in Stalingrad and win the battle at all costs. A month later, the Red Army launches a large-scale attack on two fronts around the city.
Staline lance sa contre-offensive. Il ne la lance pas sur Stalingrad même, où il y a le cœur des forces allemandes, mais il va étudier le dispositif allemand. Et au nord et au sud de Stalingrad, il y a des troupes italiennes et roumaines. Et les Russes vont fondre sur ces troupes italiennes et roumaines qui sont d'une moindre valeur militaire et qui vont céder plus rapidement et qui va permettre l'encerclement de Stalingrad.
When, on the 23rd of November 1942, the Red Army joins both its sides, Paulus's 6th Army is caught in the trap.
Une armée allemande enveloppée, ce n'était jamais arrivé, et donc Hitler donne l'ordre au Feldmaréchal von Manstein, provisoirement son commandement, de monter une opération de dégagement de Stalingrad par le sud.
Von Manstein warns Hitler that he will only be able to create a corridor, allowing supplies to reach Paulus and enable him to escape. To do this, von Manstein's troops attack the Russians directly. But, anticipating this move, the Red Army launches a counterattack. Von Manstein is forced to withdraw before he is surrounded himself. Paulus's army has to survive alone, with limited supplies, fuel and ammunition.
Pour alimenter cette 6e armée, cette 6e armée, en gros, ça fait dans les 250-260 000 hommes. Il faut un minimum de 500 tonnes par jour.
Et Göring répond encore une fois présent. Kein Problem, mein Führer. 500 tonnes, vous en voulez 500? C'est pas 600? Non, ok, 500, très bien. Moi, mes Junkers 52, ils vont y aller. Or, là-bas, ça bat la neige et le froid. Les Junkers 52, avec la mauvaise essence, la mise en route, le moteur ne démarre pas, ça chauffe pas, et puis il peut en amener 100 tonnes. Quoi. Manque 400. Donc, au bout de 8 jours, manque 3200. Quoi, hein.
Le résultat des courses, c'est que la 6e armée, au sens vrai du terme, va crever de faim. Elle va crever de faim, puisqu'il faudra quand même donner une certaine priorité aux munitions.
On the 10th of January 1943, the Red Army launches a final assault, designed to reduce once and for all the Stalingrad pocket of troops. 15 days later, when the Russians cut the German forces into two, Hitler once again repeats his order to Paulus that his troops must not retreat or surrender.
Hitler nomme en dernière limite, fin janvier, von Paulus maréchal en croyant que von Paulus allait se suicider, ne pas se rendre, parce qu'un maréchal allemand ne se rend pas, et von Paulus va se rendre.
Paulus se rend, mais ne donne pas l'ordre formel à ses hommes de se rendre, donc ça dure encore 48 heures, mais c'est foutu, quoi.
Finally, on the morning of the 2nd of February 1943, the red flag flies over Stalingrad. It's the first major defeat for the German army and its supreme ruler, Adolf Hitler.
Le problème de von Paulus, c'est qu'il a été très obéissant à l'égard d'Hitler, mais c'est pour ça qu'il a conservé son poste. Mais d'un autre côté, en restant extrêmement obéissant à Hitler, il a permis aux soviétiques de faire des centaines de milliers de prisonniers. Donc il aurait peut-être dû penser à ses troupes avant de penser à sa fidélité à Hitler.
Je crois qu'une caractéristique de cette guerre en Russie, toute guerre est inhumaine, mais celle-ci l'est particulièrement. Les Allemands ont été affreux et les Russes leur rendent l'appareil. Ce qui veut dire que des 91 000 prisonniers de Stalingrad, il y en aura moins de 5 000 qui retrouveront leur pays. Ils vont soit être liquidés purement et simplement, soit crever de faim dans les camps de prisonniers.
During Operation Barbarossa, the Germans lost 1 million men, either killed, injured, or disappeared. The Red Army lost twice as many, but it had 7 times as many men in reserve than the Wehrmacht.
Depuis 39-40, on avait une armée plutôt conquérante dans la victoire. Et là, on a vraiment un tournant, une bascule. Et cette bascule va continuer à s'opérer donc en Afrique du Nord à partir de l'année 43.
While Hitler suffered his first loss on the Russian front, in response to his declaration of war, the Americans entered the conflict. Allied with the British, they had been making advances in North Africa.
The President of the United States welcomed the Prime Minister of Great Britain. The gravity of the moment had brought them together.
During the spring of 1942, when German domination was at its strongest, the Allies agreed on the need to open a second front, as called for by Stalin, to support the USSR. This operation, known as Torch, must allow landings on the coast of North Africa. This would give the British and Americans a platform to land in Europe. To do this, they need to vanquish the elite troops of the Afrika Corps, which occupy Libya.
L'Africa Corps, c'est une armée d'élite. L'Africa Corps n'est pas du tout négligeable. Il est commandé par Rommel, un général très populaire auprès de l'opinion publique allemande.
L'Africa Corps du maréchal Rommel va avoir maintenant un nouvel ennemi en plus sur le dos. Alors qu'ils avaient déjà les Anglais, ils étaient en train de retraiter. Ils vont avoir maintenant la puissance des Alliés qui va préparer un débarquement, donc l'opération Torche, en novembre 1942, sur les côtes d'Afrique du Nord.
On November the 8th, 1942, Operation Torch, involving 100,000 soldiers, sets out from 200 war buildings. 3 groups are in charge of establishing 9 bridgeheads along a 1,500-kilometer coastline. They are soon battling General Rommel's troops, who are allied with the Italians.
Rommel a été battu à El Alamein. Bon. El Alamein, une bataille que les Anglais ne pouvaient pas perdre. Ils ne pouvaient pas perdre pour 2 raisons. La première, qu'ils étaient au moins à 2, voire même à 3 contre 1. Deuxièmement, ils étaient près de leur base. Tandis que Rommel, sa base, elle était loin. C'était Tripoli, un peu Benghazi, et plus loin, la Tunisie. Donc, il a été battu.
À partir de ce moment-là, les forces de l'axe italienne et allemande qui se trouvent encore en Libye et en Tunisie sont combattues à l'est par la 8e armée britannique qui progresse en Libye et à l'ouest par les anglo-saxons associés aux Français.
sont encerclés en fait de plus en plus. Et à la fin, Rommel signale effectivement à Hitler la nécessité de rapatrier les troupes d'une façon ou d'une autre, ou en tout cas d'arrêter les combats.
And in North Africa, Hitler makes the same mistake he made in Stalingrad. Once again he persists and demands that his army hold their positions down to the last man.
Il eût été préférable de quitter l'Afrique du Nord, de se replier en Italie, plutôt que de tenter de résister à tout prix, plutôt même que d'envoyer des renforts, comme Hitler le fait, en Tunisie.
Thousands of young German soldiers who had just landed would be sacrificed in vain.
La seule chose, c'est que Rommel est rappelé par Hitler, parce que Rommel est une figure très populaire en Allemagne, un des meilleurs généraux allemands. Et donc, il aurait été catastrophique que Rommel soit fait prisonnier.
Little by little, the noose is tightened. The superiority of the Allies' equipment is overwhelming, and their blockades of artillery inflict serious losses on enemy troops. But the Afrika Korps continues with its suicidal counterattacks. The Tunisian mountains will become a graveyard for the majority of the German soldiers.
Ceux qui avaient reçu ordre de se battre en Tunisie, se sont battus jusqu'au bout. Ils se sont battus jusqu'au bout. Lorsque la Tunisie a capitulé vers le 8 mai 1943, il y a eu 130 000 Allemands qui se sont trouvés prisonniers en Tunisie.
C'est une erreur majeure. C'est une erreur majeure qui aboutit à une défaite terrible, à une quantité de prisonniers, non seulement italiens, mais également allemands, tout à fait considérable. J'ai tendance à penser que le désastre tunisien, le désastre de l'Axe en Tunisie, est probablement pire en matière stratégique et en termes de puissance militaire que ce qui se passe à Stalingrad. C'est symboliquement moins fort, c'est aujourd'hui moins connu, mais c'est un désastre qui est probablement pire pour les armes de l'Axe que ce qui se passe à Stalingrad. Il perd autant de troupes. L'Axe perd autant de troupes, sinon plus, en Tunisie qu'il n'en perd à Stalingrad.
In May 1943, on the Russian front, the situation is no better. The Germans have been pushed back everywhere. Hitler wants to take the initiative after his failures in Moscow and Stalingrad. In Kursk, the opportunity for a counterattack emerges for the German military. A 150-kilometer pocket was created at the front line during the Russian attack in the spring of 1943.
Les soviétiques ont formé dans le dispositif allemand ce qu'on appelle, donc on regarde un saillant ou un rentrant, c'est une grosse bosse.
This salient has several important weaknesses in its defense.
Hitler a eu l'idée de la percer par une offensive blindée majeure, de manière à encercler les armées soviétiques qui étaient dans cette poche et avoir une victoire.
Le véritable objectif d'Hitler, c'est de faire encore de la communication. Car après Stalingrad, tous ses alliés, Mussolini compris, lui ont dit « il faut faire la paix avec Staline, maintenant on ne peut plus tenir ». Donc l'objectif politique d'Hitler, c'est de redonner confiance à ses alliés européens, et donc il veut montrer la puissance de l'armée allemande, notamment avec de nouveaux matériels en panzer, les tout nouveaux chars Panther, chars moyens, puissants, et surtout le tout puissant Tigre qu'il a depuis quelques mois, et de chasseurs de chars géants éléphants.
C'est vrai que le Tiger et le Panther étaient d'excellents chars. Les Allemands ont un passé de blindés excellent. Et ça n'arrive pas aussi vite qu'ils ne pensent. C'est ça le problème. Parce que il ne suffit pas de dire il n'y a qu'un faucon, quoi.
Tout ça se passe très très loin des centres industriels allemands où sont produits ces chars, où sont produites ces armes, et il faut le temps de les acheminer. Et ce sont des choses que tout le monde oublie, mais il faut les mettre dans des trains. Il faut que ces trains parviennent à progresser, malgré les partisans soviétiques qui commencent à devenir très très efficaces, malgré l'aviation soviétique, et donc tout ça prend du temps.
General von Manstein is in favor of a quick attack. He wants to surprise and destroy the enemy, which is worn out from the last months of combat. Hitler disagrees. He wants to stall for time until the new, supposedly invincible tanks arrive.
Il temporise, ça va arriver, mais si on perd un mois ou deux, alors qu'on est au milieu de la toundra, c'est mortel. Voilà.
On a perdu plusieurs semaines. En attendant, les généraux soviétiques qui étaient sur place, eux, étaient bien au courant qu'il y avait une offensive qui se préparait du côté allemand.
Ils sont au courant, par les Anglais, de tous les axes d'attaque des Allemands. Dès le jour où le plan a été prévu par l'état-major allemand, les Anglais ont déchiffré Enigma et ont fait part d'une partie de ces renseignements aux Russes. Donc les Russes savent exactement comment les Allemands vont attaquer, où ils vont attaquer et avec quel type de force ils vont attaquer.
Ils ont eu le temps de préparer le terrain par une défense en profondeur, avec des mines, avec tous les systèmes anti-chars, l'artillerie, etc. Ils se sont renforcés durant ce temps-là. Et donc c'est vrai que Hitler a déclenché l'offensive le 5 juillet 1943, trop tardivement à nouveau.
On the 5th of July 1943, Operation Citadel began. There were sizable forces involved. 2 million Russian soldiers against 900,000 Germans. Even more impressive, 2,700 German tanks would face nearly 5,000 Soviet tanks, mostly composed of T-34 models.
Ce sont des chars entre guillemets basiques, pas du tout sophistiqués, mais résistants et très bien servis par les tankistes soviétiques.
De T-34, ils en ont à l'appel, des milliers, et ça y va, ça y va, ça y va. Et les pauvres gros Panthers et Tigers qui arrivent, ben, ils sont morts avant d'arriver, quoi. Hein.
La bataille de Koursk va être la plus grande bataille de blindés de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Et ça va être le cimetière des blindés. L'offensive nord va très rapidement tomber sur des défenses soviétiques impénétrables et ils vont s'y casser les dents, ils vont être obligés de reculer. Vers le sud, les défenses vont être enfoncées, les défenses soviétiques. Mais très rapidement, les troupes allemandes ne peuvent pas tenir, ils n'ont plus assez d'hommes, ils perdent un matériel fou et les soviétiques se renforcent de jour en jour.
Les unités blindées allemandes combattent quasiment à 1 contre 2. Et donc très rapidement, malgré la valeur de ces unités blindées allemandes, le combat tourne à l'avantage des soviétiques.
Il n'y aura pas tellement de manœuvres. On va se tuer à bout portant. Ça va être, dans un sens, si vous voulez, un Verdun des chars.
The loss at Kursk is another demonstration of Hitler's inability to lead his armies. In 50 days of fighting, the Wehrmacht has halved in numbers.
Que l'armée allemande prenne ou pas ce saillant n'aurait pas changé la guerre. Il aurait mieux valu du côté allemand battre en retraite et de faire une ligne de défense, mettons, à l'ancienne frontière de l'Union soviétique, de faire quelque chose de solide, que de mener ces combats en retraite permanents, perdant des milliers de camions et de blindés qui ne pouvaient plus rouler. Là, ils ont des pertes épouvantables en matériel et en hommes.
C'est un événement majeur parce que, après Koursk, les Allemands n'auront plus l'initiative sur le front de l'Est. Ils ont perdu tellement d'hommes et de matériel à Koursk qu'ils ne seront plus en capacité, après Koursk, de mener une opération de grande échelle sur le front de l'Est.
Stalingrad, il a perdu 260 000 hommes et puis un revers de prestige. Enfin, la Wehrmacht était toujours là. Tandis qu'à Koursk, Hitler a perdu la guerre à l'Est.
In 1944, the Germans retreat on all fronts. Hitler also believes there will be an imminent Allied landing, so he is on the defensive.
Hitler pense que le débarquement se fera autour d'un port en France. Et donc il a privilégié une zone possible de débarquement plutôt dans le nord de la France. Et en plus c'est là, entre Calais et Douvres, où la partie de la Manche est la plus courte, on a à peu près une trentaine de kilomètres, alors qu'entre Cherbourg ou Caen, il y a à peu près 120 kilomètres. Donc les Alliés ne vont pas être fous. S'ils partent d'Angleterre, ils partiront de Douvres.
Hitler pense que les armées américaines alliées vont débarquer dans le Pas-de-Calais. Pour ce faire, il met les Panzerdivision très bien armés à Lille et dans la région du Nord, en face du Pas-de-Calais, quoi, en gros.
cette cécité sur le lieu va être une erreur stratégique d'importance, puisque pendant longtemps, cette 15e armée allemande va être utilisée à défendre des côtes contre un envahisseur qui ne viendra jamais.
To mislead Hitler, the Allies increased the number of fake operations.
Il y a eu des bombardements importants dans le nord de la France, peu avant le débarquement de Normandie, pour faire croire. Il y a eu des agents doubles en Angleterre qui ont envoyé des messages au commandement allemand disant que le débarquement se ferait bien dans le Nord-Pas-de-Calais ou sur la côte belge, enfin bon, avec des renseignements contenant des aspects vrais et des aspects faux.
Hitler falls into the trap. Convinced that an Allied landing will take place in northern France, he sends a maximum number of troops there. When Operation Overlord begins on the 6th of June 1944, the first wave of the Allied attack doesn't land in the Pas-de-Calais. Instead, they are 300 kilometers away on the Normandy coast, precisely where the German position is less defended. Given the seriousness of the situation, the German military leaders must urgently redeploy the panzer divisions to face the Allied troops. They must call Hitler. Only he can give the order.
6 juin 1944, incroyable, Hitler s'est couché à 4 h du matin et il ne faut pas le réveiller.
Le matin du 6 juin, on n'a pas le droit de le réveiller. Von Rundstedt, qui est commandant du Grosse Paris, insiste, mais on lui répond non, 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 sous aucun prétexte. Mais oui, mais il faut me lâcher les divisions qui sont... Non, non, non.
The hours go by, and the waves of Allied attacks keep coming one after another.
Il va se réveiller qu'à 10 h. Les opérations sont déjà extrêmement engagées. Il faut prendre des décisions tout de suite. Tout est bloqué. Hitler est le seul qui a la main pour bouger les divisions de Panzer. En France, il y a 10 divisions de Panzer. C'est l'arme qui peut faire la différence face aux Alliés au débarquement. Les 10 divisions de Panzer, c'est ce que redoutent le plus les Alliés. S'ils sont engagés sur le front de Normandie, le débarquement devient une affaire beaucoup plus compliquée et beaucoup plus incertaine.
When informed of the Allied landings, Hitler refuses to reverse his judgment and still thinks that the Allies are trying to manipulate him.
Il dit c'est pas vrai quoi. C'est pas vrai. C'est une intox. Donc je garde mes Panzer Division.
Il a cru que c'était une diversion, que le débarquement allait très prochainement se faire dans le nord et pas en Normandie, que c'était une opération secondaire.
By midday, Hitler still hasn't taken action. During this time, the Allies seize the beaches one by one.
Rundstedt donne l'ordre de mise en route. Ils partent. La grande chancellerie rappelle en disant « Suruk, demi-tour, il n'est pas question ». Et pendant ce temps-là, les partisans, enfin nos FFI font sauter les ponts. Et quand Hitler se rend compte vraiment qu'il faut y aller, les trains sont obligés de descendre jusqu'à Montargis, Sens, pour remonter, parce qu'il n'y a plus de pont sur la Seine. Eh oui.
Hitler va retenir 7 divisions de Panzer dans le Nord-Pas-de-Calais et il va seulement en envoyer 3 en Normandie. 70% de ces chars vont rester l'arme au pied pendant que les combats se dérouleront en Normandie. Ça va permettre aux Alliés de renforcer tous les jours cette tête de pont et d'assurer la libération de la France et de l'Europe.
Si Hitler n'avait pas dormi ce matin-là et s'il avait accepté d'écouter ces généraux, ces maréchaux dont c'est le métier, eh bien, il aurait donné l'ordre. Dans les 48 heures, les Panzer Division étaient en face d'Omaha Beach. Eh ben, peut-être que les Alliés seraient repartis, auraient rembarqué, quoi. Hein. C'est de la politique fiction. N'empêche que.
The military climate continues to deteriorate. Some dignitaries think that the time has come to make Hitler pay for his errors that have been so costly to the German army.
En Allemagne nazie, il y avait une résistance. Il y a une résistance allemande à Hitler en Allemagne nazie, y compris dans l'armée. de gens qui en 39-40, croyaient en Hitler.
That's why on the 20th of July 1944, some of those involved in the putsch launched Operation Valkyrie.
Les acteurs de l'attentat du 20 juillet 1944 sont en partie des officiers supérieurs et puis des officiers généraux de la Wehrmacht qui ont une vision très lucide de ce qui se passe à l'Est, qui savent que, dans un terme très court, la guerre est perdue et qu'il faut donc couper net la décision de poursuivre la guerre en tuant le chef des armées et, en l'occurrence, le chef de l'État.
For this, the conspirators have an ideal man who regularly is in close contact with the Führer, Colonel Stauffenberg. He's an impressive character who has serious injuries from the campaign in North Africa. That day, when he arrives in East Prussia for a meeting with military leaders, his bag is stuffed with explosives. The attack cannot fail.
L'attentat dans le repère du Loup au mois de juillet 1944 est un attentat qui échoue de très peu.
When the meeting begins, around 20 of the Wehrmacht's dignitaries were around Hitler. Stauffenberg is late.
C'est de la faute, ça n'a pas de chance. En ce sens que la bombe de von Stauffenberg a été placée à un mauvais endroit.
Stauffenberg joins the group during a general's report. Because he is deaf, and at his request, he is placed on the Führer's right, the ideal place for him to put the briefcase of explosives.
L'attentat a échoué pour une raison purement de mallette mal positionnée en dessous de la table.
Under the pretext of a phone call, Stauffenberg hurriedly leaves the room.
Un des officiers, cette sacoche, le gênait, il l'a déplacé. Et il l'a mis contre un pilier en bois d'une des tables sur lesquelles se tenait la conférence.
The explosion entirely blew out the building, but the conspirators failed in their assassination attempt. The attack only claimed 3 victims and miraculously spared Hitler. The dictator escaped with an injury to his right hand and minor burns on his body.
Quelqu'un a dit la main du diable a protégé Hitler. Et c'est vrai, il aurait dû mourir ce jour-là.
The same day, Mussolini arrives in East Prussia. He is welcomed by Hitler, who has his right arm in a sling. Miraculously spared,
Thank you.
the Führer wants revenge.
Et alors, il y a eu une purge à la suite de ça tout à fait considérable parce que pour la plupart des membres de l'armée allemande, des commandants de l'armée allemande qui sont impliqués de près et même de loin, et même parfois de très loin dans cet attentat, sont fusillés, éliminés.
Rommel sera obligé de se suicider. Von Kluck, un des grands patrons aussi de l'armée allemande du moment, qui conduit de se suicider.
Une partie des comploteurs seront pendus à des crottes-bouchées. Les films seront visionnés par Hitler, qui fera voir son état-major personnel.
Thank you for the comment, I appreciate it.
to the map! Attention to the map! Need backup!
American F-4 Phantoms streak into North Vietnam. It's time for revenge. Enemy MiG fighters have been tearing apart U.S. bombers. Now, legendary ace Robin Olds has set an intricate trap to lure the elusive MiGs into one-on-one air combat. It's the most elaborate sting in aviation history, codenamed Operation Bolo. Using state-of-the-art computer graphics, you're in the cockpit as the hard-hitting F-4 Phantom takes on the fierce MiG-21 in the biggest aerial battle the war has yet seen, a deadly air ambush. Experience the battle, dissect the tactics, relive the dogfights. January 2nd, 1967. Colonel Robin Olds, veteran fighter pilot and renowned double ace, leads a flight of 4 Air Force F-4 Phantoms on a mission over North Vietnam. For months, North Vietnamese pilots have wreaked havoc on American bombers with guerrilla hit-and-run tactics. Now, it's time for revenge. Olds devises an intricate trap to lure unsuspecting MiGs into a fight. He disguises his agile fighters to mimic slow and vulnerable bombers. As the pilots approach the enemy airfields, a thick cloud cover obscures the target area where they expect to find the MiGs.
I went past the target for a couple of minutes, did a 180 and came back.
Olds circles, hoping the MiGs will take the bait.
I knew they were airborne, but they were underneath us and going the other way. So I went further past their airfield by time and distance and did another 180.
Suddenly, MiGs emerge through the clouds. They've taken the bait. One streaks in on Olds 6 o'clock, directly behind him. Captain Everett Rasberry, piloting a nearby Phantom, spots the tailing MiG and radios a warning to Olds.
I looked over and I saw a MiG pop up out of the clouds right behind him, and I called him by call sign, and I told him there was a MiG back there.
Olds orders his flight to do a defensive split, breaking into elements of 2 jets each. But the MiG sticks to Olds. Olds and his wingman are here. The MiG is here. Olds' 3 and 4 man, here, must do something to protect their leader. Captain Walter Redeker, piloting the number 4 Phantom, acts quickly. He throttles up into a steep climbing turn called a high yo-yo. In the high yo-yo, Redeker levels his wings, pulls up, and gains altitude. As he comes over the top, he's inverted, looking down at the MiG. He turns toward the enemy, staying above and behind. Then he dives at the MiG. The goal? Come down behind the MiG-21, in position for a missile shot. He slides in behind the MiG on Olds' tail and fires. Mortally wounded, the North Vietnamese jet spins out of control and disappears in the low clouds. One MiG is down, but more burst through the clouds. The fight is on. The elaborate sting known as Operation Bolo is quickly growing into the biggest aerial engagement of the Vietnam War. For months, American aircraft had fallen prey to North Vietnamese SAMs, anti-aircraft artillery, and MiG pilots. Bolo is a chance to even the score. 2 years earlier, on March 2nd, 1965, the United States had kicked off Operation Rolling Thunder. The objective? Destroy North Vietnamese base and air defenses, smash bridges, roads, and railways, choke the flow of men and supplies down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, get the North to abandon support of the Viet Cong rebels in the South. But Washington has placed restrictions on the American airmen.
The simple answer to destroying the MiG force was to destroy the bases where the MiGs flew from. At this time, the airfields were off limits because killing the Russian advisors at these airfields risked a wider war. The only way to destroy them then was only after they were in the air.
Even the approach to a target was dictated by Washington.
You had to go down a corridor. So where do you suppose they put all their guns? I was told that the North Vietnamese possessed more anti-aircraft weapons in a 40 to 50 mile radius of Hanoi than Germany had possessed in all of Europe in War II. So the opposition from guns, missiles, and MiGs was quite impressive.
Losses mounted. Among the hardest hit were fighter bombers, like the F-105 Thunder Chief, known affectionately as the Thud. Laden with bombs, the Thud lost its agility and suffered greatly in the face of communist surface-to-air missiles and fighter pilots. In July 1966, the North Vietnamese downed 43 American aircraft, the highest monthly loss in over a year. In that same summer of 1966, the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing lost 22 pilots and 11 aircraft. The men were frustrated, disheartened, and walking away. Over 1,400 veteran pilots had left the Air Force for the fast-growing commercial aviation sector. But one commander saw what needed to be done and spoke up. He was a committed warrior, a double ace. For years, he had advocated a greater need for aggressive dogfight training. His name was Robin Olds.
Basically, the people who were training pilots were more concerned about safety and their own rear ends than proper training, because they didn't know proper training anyway. Youngsters were taught about all the switches in the cockpit and how to start it, take off, and land, and dropping a few little practice bombs. None of the new fighter pilots were really trained in dogfighting.
Robin was about results, and if he had to fold, spindle, or mutilate some regulations in order to get the job done, he would do it.
On September 30th, 1966, Robin Olds assumed command of the Air Force's 8th Tactical Fighter Wing at Ubon Air Base in Thailand.
What he brought was rock star charisma, coupled in a powerful, dynamic package that in another era would have been a warrior king. So Robin's personality really is what turned around the 8th Fighter Wing.
Colonel Olds will teach the 8th Fighter Wing how to dogfight and get revenge on the MiG-21s. To teach dogfighting, you have to be a dogfighter, and Olds is a pro. In teaching the 8th Fighter Wing, he would draw on a vast reservoir of knowledge learned the hard way decades earlier. Robin Olds cut his dogfighting teeth in World War II in the skies over Germany. August 24, 1944. 22-year-old Captain Robin Olds pilots his P-38 named Scat-3 over Germany. His mission? Protect American heavy bombers from Luftwaffe fighters. Olds' flight of 4 P-38s is on the far left of 3 squadrons. Between them, they cover nearly 20 miles of sky. On the lookout, Olds spots tiny specks at his 11 o'clock.
I knew what they were. I knew they were enemy, because there was nobody else supposed to be there.
It's a swarm of Messerschmitt Me-109 fighters.
There must have been 55, at least 55 or 60 109s.
Olds' 3 and 4 planes report in with engine problems from poor fuel quality and lag behind. But Olds and his wingman, B.E. Hollister, pull ahead to investigate. Then, Olds makes an aggressive move. He firewalls his throttle and races towards the Messerschmitts. Olds' wingman faithfully keeps up. Olds is about to do the unthinkable. His 2 fighters will take on 50 Me-109s. But in the right hands, the twin-engine Lightning is up to the task.
Move after me!
The P-38 was a great fighter, fun to fly. With a decent pilot, you could whip anybody down low.
From its first flight on January 27, 1939, the Lockheed P-38 Lightning is seen as a radical departure from traditional American fighters of the day. It boasts twice the power and almost twice the size of its predecessors. With 4 50-caliber machine guns plus a 20mm cannon, the P-38 packs enough firepower to sink a ship. The Germans dubbed the new fighter the Fork-tailed Devil. The P-38's opponent is the small, nimble Messerschmitt Me-109, a favorite of the Luftwaffe. Over 35,000 are built, more than any fighter in history. The Me-109 is heavily armed, with 2 machine guns and a devastating 30mm cannon. A single hit would shatter Old's P-38. The P-38 is faster, can outturn the Me-109, and is more heavily armed. But the German fighter has its own advantages. It's better in a dive.
I could outturn a 109 at the altitude at which we flew. I couldn't dive with him.
If the German aircraft are formidable, so are the men who fly them. The German Air Force is the most experienced in the world. Some pilots, in combat since 1937, have hundreds of kills.
We had some superb pilots, so you never knew what you're going to be up against. I never got in 2 battles that were the same.
Olds and his wingman steal even closer, approaching undetected behind the vast German formation. To reduce drag, the P-38s dropped their heavy long-range fuel tanks that they needed to fly this far into Germany.
And I told my wingman, B.E. Hollister, tanks. Off went the drops, and we kind of barged ahead. And I lined up on tail end Charlie, and I was just about to shoot, and both engines quit.
Startled, Olds realizes that when he dropped his tanks, he forgot to switch over to his internal fuel supply.
So what the hell, I shot anyway. And to this day, I claim to be the only fighter pilot in the history of aerial warfare to shoot down an enemy aircraft while in the glide mode.
As that first enemy breaks up and tumbles away, Olds restarts his engines and presses his attack into the formation.
I know it sounds ridiculous for 2 guys to attack that many airplanes, but I ask anyone who's listening, put yourself in one of those German airplanes. One of your people screams that he's been hit, he's bailing out. Every man in that huge gaggle would wonder if there was somebody right behind him.
The German pilots scatter in panic. The P-38 speed into the formation of 50 enemy planes. Olds' wingman chases after 2 aircraft. Olds, in a climbing left turn, pursues another Messerschmitt.
Then I went on into the fight, got another one. B.E. got 2 of them up here with 1 pass. And I looked down and there was a P-51. Where he came from, I have no idea.
The American P-51 Mustang is being chased by 2 Me-109s. Olds breaks into a steep, screaming dive to help the outnumbered Mustang. But in his excitement, Olds dives too fast. Olds pulls and turns his control yoke. Scat-3 doesn't respond. His P-38 plummets out of control, plunging toward the German countryside. August 23rd, 1943. Army Air Force Captain Robin Olds dives to help an American P-51 under attack, but he dives too fast. The speed built up in his dive has rendered his flight controls useless. The P-38 is now gripped by an aerodynamic effect known as compressibility. It was a phenomenon only beginning to be understood by aircraft engineers and pilots. In the dive, Olds' P-38 actually approaches the speed of sound. The air on the leading edge of the wing begins to compress. As the speed increases, a shock wave develops. The airflow over the wings and critical control surfaces is disrupted. The pilot is no longer master of his machine.
When the pilot in P-38 was in a dive with compressibility, the control surfaces were almost useless, and they could pull and yank at it as hard as they could and get almost no reaction. It must have been a terrifying experience.
With the loss of control, Olds focuses his attention inside the cockpit.
I saw that 51 down there and dove without thinking. So to heck with the Germans, all I wanted to try to recover, because many had not been able to do so.
But as he reaches the denser air at lower altitude, the control surfaces start to respond. He pulls back hard on the P-38's control yoke.
I pulled so many G's that my canopy window broke out, which was horrifying noise. And I know it sounds like an exaggeration, but I managed to pull out right above this wheat field near the town of Rostock.
With a shattered canopy, it's time for Olds to call it a day.
Now I want to go home. I've had enough.
But a string of tracer fire past his nose brings him back into the fight.
And there was a 109 shooting at me. And I quickly turned hard, thinking, this isn't fair. Leave me alone. I'm hurt. All I want to do is go home.
Olds has to make a quick decision. He can increase power, pull ahead, and hope to outrun the German, or he can climb to gain room to maneuver. But a climb could slow him down and give the enemy an easier shot at him. Olds is here in front of the German. Olds goes for the extreme. He flat planes, pulls on the yoke as hard as he can, turns hard left, 90 degrees, and shudders into a high-speed stall. It's the air combat equivalent of locking the brakes.
And a G-force like that, I slowed down rapidly. He overshot, rolled the wings level, and he was right in front of me, so I pulled the trigger. Down he went.
It's Olds' 5th kill. He's officially an ace. By the end of World War II, Captain Robin Olds tallies 12 kills. During his days fighting over Europe, Olds learns lessons and tactics taught by his squadron commander, the legendary Hub Zemke. Zemke focused the men on the basics, but strongly believed an aggressive spirit is the most valuable asset of a fighter pilot. Now, 23 years later in Vietnam, Olds pilots a jet with speeds 3 times faster than his P-38 and with an arsenal that includes high-tech missiles. His dogfighting skills and leadership will inspire and revitalize the young pilots and instill in them the confidence to wrest control of the skies over North Vietnam.
All the guys loved Robin when he got there. And one reason was he came in and said, this is the way it is. I'm the new guy, but I'm going to give you guys about 2 weeks, and I'm going to be better than any of you. He pointed to every person in that room.
Olds is a maverick and does things his way. He ignores rank and assigns flight leaders by ability.
Things changed for the better. It became a fighter with.
His pilots are ready for combat, and Olds has picked the target, the Soviet-built MiG-21s. They're taking their toll on American aircraft, and Olds wants revenge. But to destroy the MiGs, Olds must fight them in the air, engage them, and kill them. He devises one of the most ingenious traps in aerial history.
I went to my boss, General Momar, and suggested that the MiGs were getting very frisky as he knew, that I had an idea that we could do something about it.
Olds' plan is simple. Trick the enemy into thinking that his F-4 Phantom fighters are the more vulnerable F-105 Thunder Chiefs. When bomb-laden F-105s flew over enemy territory, the MiGs came up and engaged the slower, less agile fighter bombers.
The North Vietnamese Air Force developed a hit-and-run tactic that's akin to guerrilla tactics, where the MiG-21s would come in at low altitude, pop up and try and hit the F-105 strike forces, but then escape before the F-4s could come down and attack them.
The The reluctance of the MiG pilots to engage didn't mean they lacked courage or skill. The U.S. estimated that the North Vietnamese only had 16 MiG-21s. They were very careful how they used them. Robin Olds and his Phantoms, by flying like F-105s, using the same approaches, radio frequencies, call signs, and flight patterns, hoped to deceive the North Vietnamese radar operators into ordering the MiG-21s to attack the presumably easy prey. Once in the air, the American fighters would cut down the MiGs. Olds names the plan Operation Bolo, after a lethal Filipino fighting knife. But Olds needed one more trick to complete the ruse. The QRC-160 electronic countermeasures pod jammed enemy radars, decreasing the ability of anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missiles to find their targets. The pod was always carried by the Thuds, but had never been fitted to an F-4.
So the North Vietnamese, upon catching their signals, would surely think, well, these are F-105s. It was one more key to the success of Operation Bolo.
So, in a moment's notice, the F-4s were wired to carry a QRC-160 jamming pod and switches installed in the cockpit to activate them. And they luckily had this pod to make the Operation Bolo work.
January 2nd, 1967. Phantoms from Ubon Air Base in Thailand roar off the runway. 7 flights of 4 Phantoms each head toward the MiG airfield surrounding Hanoi. The flights, mimicking the call signs usually given to the F-105s, are named for cars. The first is Olds, the second is Ford, the third is Rambler, followed by Lincoln, Tempest, Plymouth, and Vespa. The fighters depart their home base in Thailand in 5-minute intervals to maximize their time to engage MiGs over the target area. The first Phantoms to reach the target is Olds' flight, led by Colonel Robin Olds. One MiG has already been shot down, knocked out by Olds' number 4 man, Walter Redeker. But more MiG-21s burst through the cloud layer below.
They realized we were not Thuds, and the lead called out, "These are not Thuds, they're Phantoms. What shall we do?" Mass confusion.
The MiG pilots had been trained to follow orders, not react by instinct.
They always had to obey what they were told to do by the ground people. And the ground people were in a tizzy. They didn't know what to do about it.
The North Vietnamese have taken the bait. Olds orders his men to attack. Operation Bolo is about to change the air war in Vietnam. January 2nd, 1967. Colonel Robin Olds and the other 3 F-4 Phantoms of his strike group streak high over the Phu Bien airfield, emulating a favorite prey of enemy MiGs, the F-105 Thunder Chief. In an elaborate bait-and-switch sting, their F-4 fighters carry an arsenal of weapons, built for dogfighting. The radar-guided AIM-7E Sparrow missile can strike targets at over 25 miles away, while the heat-seeking AIM-9 Sidewinder can accelerate in seconds to a speed of Mach 2.5, over 3 times faster than most jets. With more bandits scrambling from the airfield below, the dogfights are just heating up. It's time to find out if Olds and his pilots can knock the vaunted MiG-21s out of the sky. First supplied to North Vietnam from Russia in March 1966, the nimble MiG-21 was a vast improvement over the MiG-17 and 19. It had greater speed, higher ceiling, and more advanced weaponry. It could reach speeds of almost 1,400 miles per hour, was armed with a hard-hitting 23mm cannon and 2 K-13A ATOL heat-seeking missiles, a Soviet copy of the American AIM Sidewinder.
MiG-21 at altitude was better than an F-4. If you can get him down low and in a churning battle, he loses energy in high G turns. So you could battle them down low. Dogfight, if you will. but up high, forget it.
The MiG's opponent is the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom, which entered service in 1960 with the U.S. Navy. The Phantom's 2 turbojet engines deliver a top speed of nearly 1,500 miles per hour. It could strike targets out to 1,200 miles without refueling. Though formidable, it was designed to intercept enemy bombers with missiles, not dogfight.
The weaknesses of the F-4 were it didn't have a gun. The MiGs were real good at employing their gun.
The MiG is more agile than the Phantom above 20,000 feet. It's smaller, harder to spot, and has the important advantage of a gun. But down low, the more powerful Phantom can outturn the MiG-21. The F-4 is faster and has a better rate of climb. It carries a greater number of missiles. The MiG-21s that rise and strike at the masquerading Phantoms on January 2nd are no easy prey.
The MiG pilots, to their credit, were very aggressive, most of them. And it was a great opportunity for us to test our skills.
Olds spots another MiG at 11 o'clock. He breaks left and zeroes in for an easy kill. Olds fires 2 Sparrow missiles. But the missiles lose radar lock and tear past the MiG. Olds sticks with him and fires a heat-seeking AIM-9 Sidewinder missile. But the MiG brakes hard, shakes the missile lock, then dives for cover in the clouds. But as fast as one vanishes, another appears.
Then there was another MiG going 180 degrees to me, fairly close. So close that I couldn't just make a flat turn and get behind him.
Olds must accomplish 2 things. First, he must reverse his direction and get on the MiG's tail. Second, he must create enough distance between himself and the MiG to gain a missile lock. Olds uses a classic dogfighting maneuver he learned in World War II, the vector roll.
I went straight up. When I got up, I turned over on my back and hung there for a moment or, well, a few seconds and watched him. And when the time was right, I rolled to my right. Now, he was down to my left. So that this roll would take me in a wide, swooping, downward curve, and I wound up right behind him.
Olds exploits the Phantom's powerful thrust and soars above the MiG. To counter the mind-numbing G's, Olds' G-suit inflates, squeezing his calves, thighs, and stomach to keep blood in his brain and prevent a grayout.
I don't think that MiG saw me, no. The one that was going opposite my direction. If he did, he was stupid.
Olds, now in perfect position, his range only 4,500 feet, arms his Sidewinder.
When I came down behind him, I got a wonderful growl. The Sidewinder looks at the IR signature of an airplane, the heat wave, and it speaks to you. It kind of mumbles. Then if it sees a good heat source, it goes. And you know that your missile is looking at the target. So it's very simple. All you have to do is pull the trigger.
The doomed pilot doesn't eject. Olds has shot down one MiG, but can't stay for more. His number 4 Phantom, flown by Captain Rediker, is in trouble.
One of his tanks didn't feed. I had plenty of fuel. I could have stayed there, but I wanted to get him home.
Olds streaks out of the combat zone and escorts Rediker to safety. In less than 5 minutes, Colonel Robin Olds and his flight have downed 3 MiGs, with no losses. second wave of 4 Phantoms, Ford Flight, screams in. Operation Bolo has suckered the MiGs into a fight. The deception has done its part. Now the outcome is in the hands of Old's pilots. January 2nd, 1967, over Fukien Airfield near Hanoi. Ford Flight, the second wave of Operation Bolo, engages the enemy. Captain Everett Raspberry, an experienced combat instructor, flies Ford 3. He spots 4 SA-2 surface-to-air missiles hurtling through the clouds at their 4 o'clock. The SA-2 has a top speed of Mach 3.5, over 2,660 miles per hour. This missile can obliterate jets at 60,000 feet. But the Phantoms are carrying the QRC-160 electronic countermeasures pod. The pod, originally mounted on the Phantoms to create a more convincing F-105, now gives Raspberry a lucky break. It jams the enemy radar. The missiles pass to the rear, below the Phantoms, and don't detonate. Meanwhile, the MiGs, now realizing they've been suckered into facing swarms of well-armed F-4 Phantoms, are forced into a fight.
Some of them were more aggressive than others. It was hit and miss. Others seemed to want to hang around and fight. And I think that was the kind we were really looking for, because it was hard to catch these guys.
A MiG is closing on Colonel Chappie James, the Ford leader. Raspberry spots him.
I thought he was coming after our lead. He kept closing too close. So I tried to get the Ford lead to break to the right 3 or 4 times and he wouldn't go, so I got between him and the MiG.
The MiG is coming up from James' 4 o'clock. When James doesn't break right, Raspberry accelerates to intercept the MiG. The MiG pilot overshoots Ford 1 and snaps into a high-G left turn to avoid a fight. Raspberry brakes left behind the MiG, but he's pulling too many Gs on his aircraft in order for his missiles to function properly. Raspberry executes a vector roll. Raspberry pulls out of the vector roll on the MiG-6. He's 3,500 feet behind the MiG in a left turn, the perfect position to fire a Sidewinder missile. Raspberry has to make this shot count. He has just one working Sidewinder. He closes in on the MiG's tail.
I followed the guy down. He was heading for the clouds.
The MiG, focused on getting into the safety of the clouds, makes a frantic dash. But just before hitting the low cloud cover, he inexplicably reverses his turn. It's a fatal mistake. Raspberry now has a perfect shot.
I had the tone in the headset for the missile, which told you it was tracking. Squeezed the trigger, and it went like a bullet right in the cockpit with him, and then he blew up. I almost spun in while I was watching him. It was so spectacular. First time I'd ever shot down a MiG. And so I was excited, to say the least.
Ford Flight has scored a kill, the 4th Bolo victory so far, and suffered no losses. Ford Flight exits the target area as the 3rd wave, Rambler Group, streaks in with missiles ready. Old's trap is working spectacularly. MiGs fill the skies. But Rambler Group faces an added danger. More telephone pole-sized SA-2 SAMs streak through the clouds. Rambler is led by Captain John B. Stone, one of the main planners of Operation Bolo.
You got your brain, your heart, your gut, and your hand interconnected. And that's what it takes to pull off the mission. You're going to be scared, you're going to be nervous, you're going to be sweating. Your voice is going to go up a few octaves probably, first time the SAMs come up. but that's what gets the ticker going to make it work.
Stone hears the fight ahead on his radio. Concerned about attacking friendly fighters beyond visual range, Stone radios Olds to get a fix on his position.
I could hear it all going on, and that's when I'd ask, where are you? The response was, go find your own. I thought that was pretty selfish of him at the time, but there's plenty left.
It didn't take Stone long to find his own.
I looked out ahead and I saw 2 MiGs. Later I find out there were 4. I just saw the 2. They were about my 2 o'clock position. I was high on them, maybe 2 to 3 miles out.
Stone drops his fuel tanks. Then he and his wingman break right and go into a hard dive, keeping their eyes on the nearest MiG.
I'd hollered, go bore sight, which trains my radar to look where my pipper and my windscreen is.
In going bore sight, the pipper, visible on the Phantom's windscreen, acts like a gun sight, allowing the pilot to aim his weapons by eye. Stone puts the pipper at the wing root of the trailing MiG. The radar locks and he fires a Sparrow missile, keeping their eyes on the nearest MiG.
I'd hollered, go bore sight, which trains my radar to look where my pipper and my windscreen is.
In going bore sight, the pipper, visible on the Phantom's windscreen, acts like a gun sight, allowing the pilot to aim his weapons by eye. Stone puts the pipper at the wing root of the trailing MiG. The radar locks and he fires a Sparrow missile. But it's a dud. The Sparrow, designed to follow the Phantom's radar beam to the target, has major reliability problems in Vietnam's tropical weather.
Since the reliability of the Sparrow was in the range of 10% or so, pilots would typically ripple fire them so that they would hope that one would find its way to the target.
I fired 2 more times. The second one went right to the wing root of the MiG-21 and exploded. And the guy ejected.
Then, Stone and his wingman spot 2 more MiGs, high and above.
It was shiny, bright, shiny, silver ones. So I turned to avoid those 2.
Suddenly, a blur of polished silver shoots between Stone and his wingman.
You know, I just saw it peripherally. Found out later it was a MiG-21 that came through between my number 2 and I, and he was shooting. I didn't even see this. I was glad that I'm sure it would have scared me to death.
Stone gets an urgent radio call.
I hear this voice. It's Rambler 3. Said, and it's a MiG on your ass, break right.
Stone looks to his right and sees nothing, then to his left and sees a MiG 1,200 feet away. Its 30mm cannons blazing right at him. Air Force Captain J.B. Stone, one of the masterminds of Operation Bolo, spots an enemy MiG-21 coming up from behind with cannons blazing.
Tracers were red basketballs about this big, all over my canopy.
Stone breaks hard left to get out of the MiG's crosshairs.
And I hollered, nice expletive, and broke into him to defeat this turn.
The MiG, going too fast to match Stone's turn, overshoots. Stone seizes the advantage, rolls right, and reverses his turn. In the high G turn, he fights to keep his head up and his eyes on the target. Stone expects to see the MiG right in front of him.
The MiG's not there. I don't see number 2. So I start another turn, and I'm in this hard turn, I light the burners.
Stone's lost sight of his wingman and the enemy MiG, a potentially fatal mistake. He rolls out of the turn and searches the sky. Then he spots his wingman engaging one of the MiGs.
when I broke this way, he couldn't recover, but he did a high G barrel roll, and he saw the ones that I was looking at a few minutes before.
Lawrence Glynn, his wingman, does a perfect barrel roll. He noses up, rolls right, goes inverted, and rolls back down behind the MiG. The move has widened the distance between Glynn and the MiG, allowing him to gain a missile lock. Glynn fires a Sparrow. Philip Combes, flying Rambler 4, goes after 2 more MiGs.
Phil Combes had picked up those other 2 MiGs that I had not seen the first time. And he had a little engagement with them, and he shot down one out of that flight.
Stone finds no targets in sight. Then, SAM missiles rocket up through the low clouds.
I called egress, meaning, let's go, let's get the hell out of here. We got everybody together. It was time to go.
Rambler flight turns back toward home base in Thailand. They've engaged 6 MiGs, obliterating 3. The 4 remaining Bolo flights arrive too late for action. The MiGs have cut and run. The heavy undercast masks their escape.
I found out later that we're all talking with the MiGs and their controllers on the ground told them, get in the clouds. And that's what happened. All the MiGs went into the clouds, and it was all over.
Back at Ubon Air Base, the ground crews eagerly await the Phantom's return.
And those guys on the ground now see the results, and when the canopies come open and people start holding up 1 and 2 fingers indicating MiG kills, the place erupts. It's a party.
Olds and his men have won a huge victory. In just 13 minutes, they down 7 MiGs.
Operation Bolo shot down 7 MiG-21s, which may not seem very high, but to put it in perspective, the North Vietnamese Air Force only had about 12 to 16 MiG-21s at the time, so they lost about half their MiG-21 force.
It's the highest kill total of any mission in the Vietnam War so far, with no American losses. But the results reach much wider than the destruction of so many of the enemy's prized MiG-21s.
From the wider perspective of the air war as a whole, it forced the North Vietnamese to pull back, regroup, kind of scratch their heads and figure what in the world happened today and how do we prevent that from happening again.
It kind of put a damper on the MiG activities for quite a while. But the main thing I think that Bolo did was it was exhilarating for all fighter pilots that we finally got to do something.
In this rarely seen interview, shortly after the battle, Colonel Olds sums up Operation Bolo.
Deliberately planned fighter sweep went just as we'd hoped. The MiGs came up, the MiGs were aggressive, we tangled, they lost.
Olds receives his 3rd Silver Star. During his tour in Vietnam, Olds downs 3 more MiGs. With a total of 17 kills, 13 in World War II and 4 in Vietnam, he becomes a triple ace, one of the greatest commanders and fighter pilots the Air Force has known.
No 2 engagements, which I really prefer to call them, are the same, ever. You think you got it down pat, but it's always something different. It's always something that will surprise you or demand of you flexibility, innovation.
The training and the teamwork that Olds instilled in his fighter wing turned them into the premier MiG-killing outfit in the Vietnam War, with a wartime total of 38 aerial kills. Olds was promoted to Brigadier General in May 1968 and retired from the Air Force in 1973. Thanks to outspoken combat veterans like Robin Olds, who relentlessly stressed the fundamentals, the Air Force relearned and mastered the art of the dogfight. In an era when dogfights are decided with long-range missiles, one plane roars into battle with an extra edge. The F-8 Crusader lights up the skies of Vietnam in legendary turn-and-burn air combat, earning the title of the Last Gunfighter. Using state-of-the-art computer animation, you're in the cockpit as the powerful F-8 Crusader slugs it out with the deadly MiG-17. Experience the battle. Dissect the tactics. Relive the dogfights. May 19th, 1967. 12 F-8 Crusader fighters streaked towards Hanoi, the communist capital of North Vietnam. The Crusaders escort 2 A-4 bombers, which are mounting the Vietnam War's first strike inside downtown Hanoi. The A-4s will unleash the new television-guided Walleye missile on the city's thermal power plant. Commander Paul Spear, an experienced pilot on his 150th mission, leads the fighters.
The whole idea was to get the A4s, the 2 A4s, in there on the target and get them out. We knew it was important to get the walleyes in there, and it was a snarling place to go over Hanoi.
With only 44 MiGs in their Air Force in 1967, the North Vietnamese have deployed these fighters sparingly. But today is different. The Communists will use every weapon they have to defend their capital.
We figured that if we were going to go there, they were going to come up and challenge us.
Crusader pilots like Lieutenant Phil Wood welcome the challenge.
We were looking for encounters. We were begging. We would go to bed at night and pray, say, please let me get involved with the MiGs. Well, they wouldn't come out.
As they cruise into Hanoi airspace, Phil Wood spots a U.S. Navy A-6, part of a diversionary bombing mission. He's fleeing the target area with a MiG-17 right on his tail.
The MiG was in the saddle, ready to shoot, I think, because he was right there.
Wood must get on the MiG's tail. He kicks in his afterburner and swings his nose 180 degrees to the left.
And I had this buck fever, you know, first time.
He fires too soon. The heat-seeking Sidewinder loses lock in turns higher than 2 Gs. The MiG spots the missile trail and pulls hard right.
And the MiG broke off the A6, and he heads for the deck. He turns to the right, and he's descending an afterburner. I'm chasing this guy away from Hanoi. We're down on the treetops, and I'm right on his tail, and I'm gunning. I have to actually lower the nose to get the pipper on him. Well, guess what that does? I'm now descending into the top, so I could only fire a short burst, get back up and do it again. I could see some of the shells hitting the wings because they sparkle when they hit. And I'm so hungry to kill this guy, I forgot what my primary mission was. Now, I should be out there protecting the A4s. So I broke off, and I headed into the Hanoi base.
Meanwhile, the A4s pull out of their attack run and head for home.
That was their only mission left in life now, was to get out to the water and get back to the ship.
But suddenly, a squadron of MiG-17s streak in behind the American formation. Commander Paul Spear and his men break away to engage the MiGs. The F-8s and MiGs close on each other. The last gunfighter's lethal reputation will soon be put to the test. With the arrival of the supersonic age in the early 1950s, the U.S. Navy needed a heavily armed carrier-based jet fighter capable of breaking the sound barrier. In June of 1953, Chance Vought Aircraft won the contract to design and build the new fighter. Within 2 years, the first prototype F-8 Crusader was airborne. Equipped with a Pratt & Whitney J57 engine, the new plane was fast. On its maiden flight, it broke the sound barrier. Soon after, it became the first American plane to top 1,000 miles per hour. On July 16, 1957, an F-8, piloted by future astronaut John Glenn, set the transcontinental speed record, streaking from Los Angeles to New York in 3 hours, 23 minutes. The plane was not just fast, it was maneuverable and versatile. A fine dogfighter that could also serve as a bomber and photo reconnaissance plane. In fact, an F-8 snapped incriminating intelligence photographs during the Cuban Missile Crisis. In 1957, the Crusader was deployed to the aircraft carrier fleet and quickly established itself as the Navy's premier air superiority fighter.
The Crusader was a landmark aircraft. It was a tremendously capable dogfighter. In fact, pilots were fond of saying, when you're out of F-8s, you're out of fighters.
Loaded for combat, the F-8 could still reach 1.5 times the speed of sound.
I'm back!
To 40,000 feet. The J57 engine was so powerful that the plane could climb at an unprecedented 21,000 feet a minute.
I fell in love with the engine because so many times it saved me. It pulled me out of deep trouble. It could withstand all sorts of abuse, and Crusader pilots abused that engine probably more than we should have. They call it graceful degradation. It's a fancy buzzword, but it's an important one. And that is a very important factor in a tactical airplane. It can take battle damage and continue to operate.
When pilots strapped into a Crusader, they knew they were at the controls of a thoroughbred dogfighter, capable of downing enemy aircraft with missiles and guns.
They like to say that it was the last of the gunfighters because with its 20-millimeter cannon, it was really the only close-in fighter that the Navy had for the entire Vietnam War.
The other fighter in the Navy's fleet was the F-4 Phantom, which was a two-seater and was armed with only missiles. When Lieutenant Phil Wood finished his stateside training and was given his choice of the two fighters, he picked the Crusader.
And I said, you know, I'm a gunfighter. I'm a fighter pilot. I want to have an airplane all by myself, and it had a reputation for being a kick-ass and take names.
May 19, 1967. That reputation is tested as never before. With a squadron of MiG-17s streaking in, Commander Paul Speer and his Crusaders splinter off and target their own MiGs. The fight quickly escalates, and the airspace above Hanoi turns into a swirling furball. Flak, anti-aircraft fire, and the main event, Crusaders and MiGs in full throttle aerial combat. Paul Speer is in the middle of this chaos. He twists his head to the left and spots a MiG at his 7 o'clock, closing fast. Speer turns into his attacker. Soon the combatants are locked together in a rolling dogfight. A single mistake could mean the difference between life and death. May 19, 1967. A squadron of F-8 Crusaders, the Navy's only gunfighter, fly escort for A-4 bombers on the first U.S. bombing raid on downtown Hanoi. MiG-17s are scrambled to attack the retreating Americans. Paul Speer soon finds himself locked in a complex aerial maneuver with one of these MiGs. It's called a rolling scissors. In a scissors, pilots cross canopy to canopy, reverse their turns, and cross again, over and over, each trying to position their nose behind the enemy's tail for a shot.
The feeling then is that you're going to get him, you know, and you're going to take that F-8 and turn it every which way Sunday to get behind him.
The maneuver makes it nearly impossible for the MiG to get an effective cannon shot. The aircraft cover 1 mile every 3 seconds as they close.
You're constantly pulling G's, constantly working, rolling the airplane. And bear in mind also that you're trying to look, and so you're constantly twisting your body back and looking. You're constantly moving around in the cockpit.
As they descend, the much lighter MiG-17 is able to pull tighter turns than the heavier Crusader. He'll eventually get on Speer's 6 o'clock. Speer must break out of the scissors.
I remember thinking, that guy's intent upon killing me as much as I'm intent upon killing him.
On the next turn reversal, G climb, breaking out of the MiG's fight, going vertical where the Crusader's powerful engine will even the odds. Speer is now perched above the MiG, waiting for the next move. The MiG rolls back, expecting to see Speer still in the scissors.
I think when he rolled back then, expecting me to be here. I wasn't there, and it got him startled for a minute because he rolled his wings level, and I know he was taking a look around. And he lit his afterburner, and then he dove for the deck. And of course that sets me up, because when he did that, he's ending up in front of me.
Spear and his wingman nose down and draw a bead on the MiG-17.
I fired a missile, but I hardly saw it because the G's on the airplane, the missile separated and immediately went ballistic, and it didn't track at all. Then I kind of settled down a little bit and pulled around, and I realized that I was in range, and I fired a second Sidewinder, which went up and detonated by his tailpipe.
The Sidewinder streaks in at twice the speed of sound, shredding the MiG's tail.
The expanding rod warhead on the missile got him and took his tail off. He ended up rolling over and going into the ground in a fireball.
If it found its target, the heat-seeking Sidewinder could be devastating. It was often fitted with an expanding rod warhead, which consisted of yard-long steel rods that, on detonation, would fan out into a giant spinning steel ring. The missile only had to get close for the rods to buzzsaw through the enemy aircraft.
I was a fighter pilot in Korea, and I was a fighter pilot a long time. But this is the first time you do what people think fighter pilots do all the time.
It is Commander Paul Spear's first kill, an exhilarating achievement against a worthy adversary. The MiG-17 was a full generation older than the Crusader. Due to its longer wing and taller tail, it had much greater stability at near supersonic speeds than its predecessor, the MiG-15. It was also the first Soviet fighter equipped with an afterburning engine, the Klimov VK-1F. Crusader pilot Paul Gilchrist flew a captured MiG-17 to detail its flight characteristics for the Defense Department.
The MiG-17 is a wonderful turning airplane at speeds below 450 knots. If you're in excess of 450 knots, it takes Arnold Schwarzenegger to turn the airplane. I had all I could do pulling to make it turn at about 500 knots, and the control column, which was made out of steel, was actually bending. I looked down and it had a little bit of a curvature to it, so I decided I better not break anything.
This glaring weakness could be exploited by Crusader pilots. At high speeds, the F-8 could turn as tight or tighter than the MiG-17 due to its sturdy airframe and hydraulically boosted control surfaces. But at low speeds, below 450 knots, the MiG-17 still reigned supreme. The key in a dogfight for any Crusader pilot was to keep the MiG at high speed. May 19, 1967. Crusader pilot Paul Spear has just downed one MiG-17 as the churning dogfight above Hanoi reaches a fever pitch. Lieutenant Phil Wood, who had been chasing a MiG, returns to the fight.
I mean, it's just surreal. You couldn't believe it. Surface air missile trails and the magenta pink explosions, the 57 millimeter, the dark black, and the gray 37 millimeter going off. I see MiGs on fire going down after having been shot down, and I see F-8 being shot down.
Wood speeds into the action, searching for a target.
The next thing you know, I hear the bullets coming by the canopy, and when they come by, they're breaking the sound barrier, and you hear the pops. And I turned and looked back, and there was a MiG-17 right on my tail.
Wood brakes hard left and lights his afterburner for extra speed. But in doing so, he crosses right through the MiG's sights. 2 cannon shells explode directly behind his seat, blowing out some of the plane's most important electronics.
And that's where your avionics are, and that's where your navigation equipment, where your air conditioning is, because it's turning into a heated capsule now. And then it fought the engine, meaning it took some of those parts and stuff down into the intake, which got sucked into the engine. Now I've lost part of my engine power.
Wood is now in a high G left turn with the MiG-17. The speed of the turn is too high for the MiG-17, and the enemy pilot is forced to loosen up. This allows Phil Wood to get his nose inside and gain a firing angle. But there are so many G's on the airplane, his Sidewinder missile will never be able to maintain lock.
So I was losing altitude to keep up my energy, and I kept getting some angles on him. And I finally, when I was almost around, like 30 or 40 degrees from his tail, the stupid guy reversed course and was now running for his life. Well, he solved my problem.
The MiG's break from the spiral allows Wood to straighten out and take G off the airplane. His missile can now lock on.
And I fired my missile and took off out of the rail. It goes out and it goes right through his tail, cuts off the tail.
Wood cruises by the stricken MiG.
I could see the color of his skin. I could see the patch on his left shoulder. Could see his oxygen mask. And then he ejected. I saw him eject. He got seat separation from the airplane, but he didn't get seat separation from the seat, and he just plummeted to his death.
It's Phil Wood's first confirmed kill. The furball is winding down. Paul Spear and the rest of the Crusaders are running low on fuel and head home. Wood streaks toward the Gulf of Tonkin, 80 miles away. But his plane is in bad shape. His navigation equipment is out. He has no radio. And worst of all, he's slowly leaking fuel. If he's forced to ditch, he'll become a POW. And the North Vietnamese will show no mercy to an American pilot with a MiG kill under his belt. May 19, 1967. Lieutenant Phil Wood flies his wounded Crusader towards the Gulf of Tonkin. He knows he doesn't have enough fuel to make it all the way to his carrier. But luck is on his side. He spots the rest of the Crusader flight heading for a refueling plane. He matches speed with the tanker and guides the Crusader's retractable fuel nozzle into the refueling boom.
I plugged in and got 1,000 pounds. It was enough to get me out into the Gulf. So I just headed out into the Gulf. I said, if I find a carrier, I'm going to land on it. Doesn't matter which one. And sure enough, I ran across this carrier that was in the wind, recovering aircraft. The captain of that carrier saw me coming in the wrong side and saw the smoke coming out of my airplane. He knew F-8s didn't smoke.
The carrier's crew quickly wave off their own planes. They clear Wood for an emergency landing and anxiously wait on the deck.
When I landed and got the arresting wire, all that fuel rushed forward, hit the burner cans, and the ass end of my airplane blew up. But anyway, I got aboard. I didn't know what carrier was on, and I looked at the side number, and it had the number 63, and I knew I was aboard Kitty Hawk. And what this young lieutenant didn't know is that 17 years later, I'd be the captain of that carrier.
In their first mission over Hanoi, the Crusaders have protected their bombers and downed 4 MiGs.
We get back to the ship, and everyone was kind of ecstatic about the MiG engagement. It was the first of the real big ones. And we We had a very successful day in the air. That was the first big day for the Crusaders.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
But the North Vietnamese can also claim some success. The Hanoi power plant survived. The walleye was supposed to fly in a window and explode inside, but instead it struck the thick outside walls of the building. Also, Lieutenant Wood's plane was a total loss, and they'd shot down 2 Crusaders with ground fire. The last gunfighter proved itself an excellent combat plane, but at this point in the war, one-on-one encounters with MiGs remain rare. The North Vietnamese use their MiGs as just one part of a larger anti-aircraft system, including sophisticated Russian-built surface-to-air missiles and thousands of mobile anti-aircraft guns. Crusaders are often tasked with knocking out this air defense network.
The F-8 could carry quite a bomb load. It had 2 wing points where we put bomb racks. We tried to avoid that as much as possible because we wanted to be fighter pilots, but we had that capability.
But the Crusader was most often used as an escort, protecting ground attack aircraft like the A-4 Skyhawk. December 14, 1967, Air Wing 16, flying off the aircraft carrier Oriskany, is tasked with a unique mission. Drop mines into the Red River Delta, 40 miles southeast of Hanoi. Lieutenant Commander Dick Shafford, veteran F-8 Crusader pilot, escorts an A-4 Skyhawk bomber, flown by Lieutenant Chuck Nelson. Shafford and Nelson streak into enemy airspace over Tai Binh.
Attention to the map.
The North Vietnamese don't wait long to scramble fighters.
We heard on the channel 4 Red Bandits airborne from Bullseye, which meant there were 4 MiGs in the air coming toward us.
Shafford thinks the MiGs are headed for the main strike group, 15 miles away. But in fact, they're heading for him.
The calls kept coming, 4 Red Bandits at 20 miles, 10 miles. When it got down to 3 miles, then I was, shaking like a bridegroom.
Shafford braces for the fight. He rolls inverted, above the A-4. It allows him to keep his airspeed up without overtaking the slower bomber. But while inverted, something catches Shafford's eye.
And I saw something glisten over there, and I looked back at Chuck, and then I looked again, and 2 MiGs flew right between us.
The MiGs streak through and bank slowly left to come around on the A-4's tail. They could be baiting Shafford for an ambush. He knows there are 2 other MiGs somewhere in the area. But he has no choice. He must engage the immediate threat. He kicks in his afterburner, noses down, and dives after the MiGs.
This was a setup for the beginning of so many air combat maneuvering flights that I did. Here the fight starts.
Ahead of him, the MiG leader pulls into a tight left turn. The move protects him, but his less experienced wingman can't keep up and drifts into Shafford's firing envelope.
And I got my nose on up, and it was a clear northern sky with the sun off to the west, and that brand new AIM-9D Sidewinder with a super coolant was just growling beautifully, and I fired out about 1.25 miles. It just looked like a thing from a movie. It flew just under his right wingtip. And that's where it passed under without fusing. Flew off into the wilderness. And I could not believe what had happened at that point in time. It's like having a whole flock of ducks come over and you shoot and nothing falls.
The MiGs dive. Shafford sets up another shot. But suddenly, from 9 o'clock high, another MiG element is diving on him. It's the ambush Shafford was afraid of.
2 more 17s. Really had me in their gun sights and were coming down in a perfect run on me like this. Holy mackerel. And then it brought me back to focus. There's no more getting an easy kill, all that stuff. You're going to have to fight with these guys.
It's the setup to one of the longest dogfights ever recorded. While the average Vietnam dogfight lasted 45 seconds, Schaffert relentlessly pursues 4 enemy MiGs for a gut-wrenching 10 minutes.
Guide on me.
December 14th, 1967. 4 MiG-17s have ambushed an F-8 Crusader piloted by Richard Schaffert. The 10-minute dogfight that is about to unfold will push Schaffert to the limits of human endurance. As 2 of the MiGs dive in, Schaffert rolls into a maximum 8G left turn to defeat the ambush. The MiGs are going too fast to match the turn and overshoot. 4 bandits are in the air. The situation is quickly unraveling. The A-4 he was escorting has fled. And now Schaffert faces 4-1 odds. He must play to his aircraft's strength.
Guide on me.
And I just stood the Crusader on his tail and did what it does best, and that is just climb. Climb like hell. And I went over the top at about 25,000 feet and turned upside down to see what was down there.
The first pair of MiGs are here, in a descending left turn, trying to regain airspeed. The second pair are here, trying to climb to Schaffert's altitude. In his first move, he'll dive past the ascending MiGs, then attack the other pair, who are vulnerable targets given their low airspeed. Outnumbered but unafraid, Dick Schaffert noses down. The Crusader screams past the ascending MiGs at 450 knots. At 10,000 feet, he begins to pull out. The heavy G of the dive rips away his oxygen mask and microphone. He can no longer radio for help.
Just keep pulling on your face as you're doing this. And mine now was down over my chin, so I couldn't talk with anybody. I don't think I would have needed the microphone. If I had opened the canopy, they could have heard me.
Schaffert guts it out and pulls up on the first pair of MiGs 6 o'clock. The MiGs turn hard left, trying to shake the Crusader. Schaffert maneuvers for a Sidewinder missile shot. To gain a missile lock, his nose must be no more than 20 degrees off the MiG's tailpipe. He barrel rolls to the outside and then descends. In doing this, he gets in missile position without losing airspeed. Schaffert gets good tone on the Sidewinder and fires. But he never gets the chance to see if the missile hits its target. At that very instant, a stream of tracers snap over his canopy. The second pair of MiGs have now reversed their climb. Once again, they're diving on him from 8 o'clock high. The tables have turned. Schaffert is here. The second MiG element is here. He'll need to fly like a man possessed to escape another ambush.
MiG fights are in nanoseconds, not seconds, but nanoseconds. 1 second the guy is a dot in your canopy, and the next he's past you.
Instantly, Schaffert improvises a unique maneuver. He pitches the Crusader down, then rudders left, cutting under the MiG's turn. From the MiG's point of view, it's as if Schaffert simply disappears as he dives and cuts under them. Schaffert endures the grueling maneuver. The attack is derailed, but now He plummets toward the ground. He jams the stick back and lights his afterburner. Raw jet fuel sprays into the F-8's exhaust, doubling his thrust. He soars past the MiGs. The MiGs try to follow, but their weaker engines can't match the Crusaders' rate of climb. They stall out below. Schaffert levels off at 25,000 feet, hoping for a quick break in the action. He scans the area once again. The stalled MiGs are recovering, still very much in the fight. He looks west, hoping to catch some sign of friendly planes. His hopes are dashed. Yet another pair of MiGs at 3 o'clock high. This time, MiG-21s coming right at him.
Well, I was, for a moment in time, kind of halfway frozen and said, what in the world is going on?
As Schaffert turns into them, they fire their infrared-guided ATOL missiles, a reverse-engineered copy of the American Sidewinder. 4 contrails streak towards the lone Crusader. None of the missiles lock on. They fly harmlessly over Schaffert's head. And as quickly as the MiG-21s arrive, they depart. It's a guerrilla tactic often employed by MiG-21s in Vietnam. MiG-21s are a rare commodity for the North Vietnamese, and they're used sparingly. In 1967, there are only 16 in their Air Force. Using their speed, they streak into the area, fire all their missiles, hoping to score a lucky kill, and streak out, avoiding any dogfights with American aircraft. For Dick Schaffert, exhaustion from the physical strain from several minutes of high-G combat is starting to take its toll.
Put yourself in the cockpit of that F-8, subjecting yourself to positive and negative Gs, gray out, black out, grunting, straining against the physical oppression of many times the force of gravity. Your 20-pound head in a 5G environment suddenly weighs 100 pounds. But if you don't keep your head moving, you're probably going to die. That's what Dick Schaffert did for 10 minutes.
But Schaffert has sunk his teeth into the MiGs, and he's not letting go. The fight goes on. He shifts his attention to the MiG-17s, 10,000 feet below.
They were coming around underneath the position that I was, and this was my chance to make gunfighter mean something.
The MiG-17s are here. Schaffert is above them. He can bank left and begin a dive on them. He'll gain tremendous energy in the dive, ensuring that he doesn't get locked in a low-speed turning fight. The MiG-17's strength. Schaffert noses down and dives on the MiG element. They bank left, hoping to force an overshoot. Schaffert must break up the MiG element. First, he will execute a barrel roll to the outside. Then, as he descends, he'll fire on the wingman. But instead of watching the missile to the target, he'll roll again, positioning himself on the MiG leader's tail. Schaffert rolls. Then fires his last missile on the wingman. He rolls again. As he descends, he switches to guns. The wild maneuver works. The wingman is now out of the fight, and MiG leader is in Schaffert's gun sight. Already in a high G turn, Schaffert tracks the MiG. He closes on him, 2,000 feet. He tightens his turn even more, leading the target.
I pressed the trigger and boom, boom. 7 rounds out of each gun, and the link broke.
The pull of G is so massive it has jammed all 4 of his cannons. The last gunfighter is now out of guns and missiles. A new mission emerges. As he descends, he switches to guns. The wild maneuver works. The wingman is now out of the fight, and MiG leader is in Schaffert's gun sight. Already in a high G turn, Schaffert tracks the MiG. He closes on him, 2,000 feet. He tightens his turn even more, leading the target.
I pressed the trigger and boom, boom. 7 rounds out of each gun, and the link broke.
The pull of G is so massive it has jammed all 4 of his cannons. The last gunfighter is now out of guns and missiles. A new mission emerges from the adrenaline rush of combat. Survival. Crusader pilot Richard Schaffert has chased off 5 enemy MiG fighters. Now he's one-on-one against the MiG leader. But he's out of missiles, and his guns are jammed.
It did cross my mind that I'm going to be shooting anybody out of the sky. But in this Crusader core thing that becomes so ingrained in you that you are better than anybody else. When you are in your Crusader, you're the king. And so I'm going to beat this guy just to show him I can beat him. No other reason. I'm just going to take him on like he was a student.
Schaffert may not be able to kill his opponent, but he can instill a healthy dose of fear. With violent maneuvering, he'll try to intimidate the MiG into a tactical mistake, and then beat a hasty retreat. He's now on the MiG-6 in a tight left turn. Schaffert breaks out of the turn. The MiG pilot seizes the opportunity and, for a fleeting moment, fires on him, but the tracers miss. Schaffert goes vertical. MiG leader climbs after him. The MiG-17 and F-8 claw for altitude. Schaffert runs out of airspeed at the top of his climb and noses over. The MiG does the same. At the bottom of the dive, they cross paths and climb again. As each pilot jockeys for position, they find themselves locked in a complex aerial maneuver, a vertical rolling scissors. Pilots describe it as a self-generating furball. In the vertical rolling scissors, each pilot rolls around the other while climbing and diving. In the climb, they lose airspeed and the slower aircraft inches closer to his enemy's 6 o'clock. Firing position.
I think we were thinking with the exact same mindset. Reverse it back around and get your nose behind the other guy. This is going to get slow real quick as you're going up like this. And if you get your nose just a skosh behind the other guy, you're going to shoot him out of the sky real quick.
They twist around each other over and over. Both pilots fly at the knife edge of endurance. This grueling fight has been going on for nearly 10 minutes, an eternity in the world of dogfighting.
Well, I can almost sense his nose coming a little farther into me each time as he came around. And about the 5th or 6th time down this, on the downside of this vertical rolling scissors, I could see the next time up is going to be enough inside that his guns will probably cover me and he will be able to fire.
Schaffert must make a move now. They hit bottom on another scissors and Schaffert abruptly rolls out. The MiG pilot is taken off guard, and Schaffert uses every bit of his 16,000 pounds of thrust, accelerating away from the MiG at treetop level.
And as I look back over my shoulder now, this guy had finished his turnaround, was coming at me, and then all of a sudden he pulled up like this, and I could see the plan view of his airplane, and he was back about 1.5 miles. So he was calling it quits too.
Dick Schaffert's dogfight is a nearly flawless example of skillful maneuvering and maximizing the capabilities of an aircraft. its every move is studied by fighter pilots today.
It's really ironic to me that arguably the most noteworthy dogfight of the Vietnam War did not result in anybody getting shot down. But considering that he was able to fly home and land back aboard the Oriskany that evening was a victory in itself.
North Vietnamese pilots had tangled with a rare breed of fighter pilot.
They probably had a bottle of cold beer and said, "We just met the biggest maniac in the United States Navy," because Shafford just was a wild man. He never gave him a chance. Even when he was out of weapons, he was still at it.
In the Vietnam War, the F-8 Crusader recorded a stellar win-loss record, bringing down 6 MiGs for every Crusader lost. But ground fire, SAMs, and accidents began to whittle down their numbers. By the late 60s, it was slowly displaced by the F-4 Phantom.
This was Cold War time, and they were looking at the threat from the Russian bombers. The Phantom had a bigger top speed and could get there quicker, could climb out faster. The F-4, quite frankly, was a better airplane for the mission.
There were over 1,200 Crusaders built, but in 1987, the last F-8 was decommissioned from the U.S. fleet. The Crusader's success in dogfighting had a long-term effect on naval aviation. It was known as the last gunfighter, but it wasn't. Missiles did not supplant guns as the dogfighter's weapon of choice, as military planners had thought. All future Navy planes would be fitted with guns. Even the Crusader's rival, the F-4 Phantom. And close in, turn and burn flying continues to be taught at Top Gun. Dogfighting tactics so skillfully executed by the F-8 Crusader and its pilots.
I never knew a Crusader pilot that had fear of another airplane. Fear of missiles? Damn right betcha. Or fear of a guy with a lucky golden BB, like John McCain says? Yeah, but not another airplane. And that's the Crusader legacy. To be able to fight with a clear head because you don't fear anything.
Hitler's boldest move, and the Allies' most shocking surprise.
It was like a shooting gallery.
It's winter hell on Earth, up close and brutal.
Anything we can see, we either shot or we stabbed.
An ultimate test of will and might.
I made up my mind that they were going to kill me, and I was going to take as many of them as I could.
As far as shootouts go, this one's the biggest and bloodiest the U.S. ever fought. The Battle of the Bulge. A.m., December 16th, 1944. The Ardennes Forest, Belgium. 3 German armies hammer the Western Front with apocalyptic fire. The most awesome of the war. Mortars scream over frigid foxholes. Lethal shells shower the sky. The Battle of the Bulge begins with a deafening bang.
Nobody expected an assault that large. And the Germans threw everything they had at us.
I was scared of many, many things in my life, but not like this.
On Normandy, oh, we were gung-ho, and then the Bulge hit. It wasn't fun anymore.
Open fire!
The Allies are thrust into the ultimate shootout. The quiet front is no longer. Rewind. 6 months earlier, D-Day. The Allies invade northern France and begin to push the enemy back towards Germany. In August, Paris is liberated and the Allied drive continues. Americans think the war in the ETO is all but over. They're dead wrong. Hitler's ready to gamble it all. His plan? Tear through Allied lines where they least suspected. The axis of evil will create an 85-mile bulge along the Western Front that extends from the North Sea down to Switzerland. Hitler's mission: drive a wedge between the Allied armies in the north and south, retake the seaport city of Antwerp, claim victory.
Hitler decided to have one last throw of the dice, basically to try to change the course of the war, which was going very badly for Germany. He decided to pull and then concentrate them secretly in the Ardennes.
The Ardennes is a hilly, forested region located between southeastern Belgium and Luxembourg. The German border sits directly east. Winter weather and depleted supplies halt the Allied advance from the Ardennes forest into Germany. Troops are thinly spread across this ghost front. For weeks, there's been little action. Intelligence says it's the last place the Germans will attack. The inhospitable terrain seems to offer little strategic advantage.
But secretly, Hitler was massing several armies in the Ardennes. Trains would leave towards the Eastern Front during the day, and then they would change directions at night and move towards the Bulge.
5:30 a.m., December 16th, 1944. Hitler's stealthy blitzkrieg kicks into full throttle. Roughly 290,000 German troops bombard approximately 83,000 Allies, who are concentrated in the Ardennes. The Axis brings along an arsenal of light and heavy guns, howitzers, and multiple rocket launchers. 7 a.m., Lanzereth, Belgium, approximately 4 miles from the German border. There's a lull in the bombardment. The Intelligence and Reconnaissance Platoon 394th Regiment 99th Division is dug in on a ridge 200 yards west of Lanzereth.
The INR platoon was really in a temporary blocking position. They're a very light unit. They're not really meant to engage, but they found themselves in basically the eye of the storm.
The 18-man platoon is about as green as you can get. 20-year-old Lieutenant Lyle Bauk is one of the youngest commissioned officers in the U.S. Army. Bauk warns headquarters in nearby Hunningen.
It was probably already evident that here his platoon, a very small unit of infantrymen, are already up against amazing German firepower. Bauk does not have artillery at his disposal.
German front lines. The 1st Company, 9th Regiment, 3rd Fallschirmjäger Paratrooper Division receives orders. Soldier, your hour has come. Their mission? Take over Lanzereth and other villages. Then blaze a deadly path to Mürgen, where Allies house their fuel and supplies.
This is where the 6th German Army was making its major penetration. The spear tip of that army was known as Comp Group Piper. And Piper was an SS lieutenant colonel that had a battle group that was going to spearhead the entire invasion. And the INR platoon lay right in its path.
A road, barbed wire fence, and open field separates the town of Lanzereth from the INR platoon. The men are armed with M1 Garand rifles, BARs, bazookas, 230 caliber machine guns, and a 50 caliber Jeep-mounted machine gun. Not much hardware.
They weren't equipped to deal with what they would ultimately deal with, which was a major German infantry assault that was supported by artillery fire.
From their isolated outpost, Lieutenant Bauk spies U.S. tank destroyers motoring away from Lanzereth. They're supposed to be backing up the platoon. The men wonder if they're being abandoned. 2 INR soldiers make their way to an observation post in Lanzereth. From there, the intelligence platoon can keep tabs on the advancing enemy. Less than an hour passes. The Germans seize Lanzereth. The 2 INR men flee the observation post and run like hell back to their dugouts. As they approach the edge of the woods, a patrol of Germans shoot MG-42 bullets all around them. The INR soldiers fire back. They terminate the entire German patrol. "8 a.m. 500 German paratroopers infiltrate Landshut. Lieutenant Bauk radios for artillery support. Headquarters says he must be seeing things.
He's like, damn it, look, don't tell me what I can't see. I'm right here. Couldn't get any artillery support. It must have been very frustrating.
Corporal Ritso Milosevic is right in the thick of it.
We saw what was coming at us, both sides of the road for miles up there. The infantrymen and all kinds of vehicles, but no tanks. If they had one tank there, taking care of us in half an hour.
INR platoon sits in a vulnerable position, outside their regimental boundary and without artillery. But word comes down from headquarters: hold the Germans at all costs.
It's definitely something that no platoon leader ever wants to hear, because hold at all costs can usually mean you stay there until you're killed or captured.
German paratroopers move along the road parallel to INR's dugouts. Some wear white smocks over their greatcoats to blend into the opaque environment.
German military was really the only military in the world at that time that was making extensive use of camouflaged clothing.
Every INR man picks a target and waits. Suddenly, a Belgian girl from Landshut runs up to the Germans. Scared, or possibly a Nazi sympathizer, she points up to the ridge. INR platoon is discovered. The Germans dive for the ditches on either side of the road. Lieutenant Bauk yells, "Open fire!" December 16th, 1944, Battle of the Bulge, Day 1. In a last-ditch effort to win the war, Adolf Hitler has ordered an all-out counter-assault along an 80-mile portion of the Western Front. The Allies all along the front are completely caught off guard. INR Platoon 394th Regiment 99th Division lies in the immediate path of the offensive. They're dug in on a ridge 200 yards west of Landshut, Belgium, which is approximately 4 miles from the German border. The 18-man platoon has not seen much combat during the war. Now, they face a German force 20 times their size. The Axis enemy advances up a ridge toward the INR platoon. They're armed with Mauser rifles, light machine guns, and grenades. When they near the crest, the kill fest begins. INR platoon unleashes their lead. Corporal Milosevic raises his M1 and cuts down Germans only 40 yards away.
I started shooting at the Germans and I was barefoot.
Moments earlier, Milosevic had taken off his wet boots and socks.
They were saturated from the fresh snow, and I sent one of our recruits after some dry socks. He never made it back.
Milosevic must now fight in the frigid cold without his boots.
I made up my mind that they were going to kill me, and I was going to take as many of them as I could. This was a major offensive, and they were in a hurry. And they didn't care about how many men they lost. They just kept coming at us. And they were easy to hit because they weren't behind trees or anything.
It's wholesale slaughter. INR platoon cuts down German after German, marching up the ridge with small arms. Artillery noticeably absent.
They didn't want to alert anybody of their presence there, so tanks or anything was probably out of the question. They wanted to keep as low of a profile as possible.
10:30 a.m. The first phase of the firefight lasts for nearly 5 hours. Then, silence. INR platoon emerges from their nests. The field is littered with corpses. The platoon suffers only one casualty. Still, the firefight is just getting started. 11 a.m. Germans advance for the second time.
The first wave was really devastated. The second wave then began, stepping over the bodies of dead comrades, moving through the exact same area.
Milosevic mans the .30 caliber machine gun. It's tricky to maneuver, and it heats up so much that it burns his hand. Milosevic endures the pain. He sees a German paratrooper creeping up on Lieutenant Bauch's dugout.
He was setting up to shoot at Bach's hole, and I picked up the machine gun and I burned my hand because it was hot. And I got my hanky out of there, and I picked it up and got a burst of 3 out.
Milosevic's machine gun fire splits the enemy soldier in 2. More Germans edge up to the dugouts. One is wielding a potato masher grenade. Milosevic lets out one last rip from the machine gun. The German is eliminated.
The machine gun was burned out by not letting it breathe a while. I had a rifle, and every time the machine gun got tangled up, I would pick up the M1 and fire them.
Milosevic's dugout mate takes over the machine gun. Knowing the weapon overheats, Milosevic warns him to shoot in bursts of 3.
I kept telling him, burst of 3, and he says, I can't, there's too many of them. So he just kept firing away, and the machine gun quit. You could see a slight bow in the barrel. It got hot.
The second wave of Germans fan out and crawl on the icy ground. When they get within 30 yards of a foxhole, one of them aims his rifle, loaded with a grenade, and fires. The explosive hits Private Louis Khalil in the jaw.
Khalil, he got a grenade, and it was stuck in his mouth and knocked most of his teeth, but it didn't go off when it hit. He was very, very lucky.
Midday, the Germans wave a white flag. The Americans hold their fire. Lieutenant Bauch allows German medics to retrieve their fallen.
The Germans were unfortunately also known for kind of taking advantage of this flag of truce situation, using the subterfuge of removing wounded, and they would gain intelligence of where American positions were.
Corporal Milosevic notices a German medic only 30 yards away from his dugout. The medic pretends to be still treating the wounded, but Milosevic notices he's talking into a field phone.
He was looking right at my hole, and his mouth was going a mile a minute. And then he turned to one side, and I saw the pistol on him. And I asked for the rifle. I wanted to shoot him, but Slape says, where is he? And he shot him.
2 p.m. The Germans initiate a third frontal assault. This time, they use some mortar and machine gun fire. Minutes pass. The Germans retreat for the 3rd time.
Well, I figured it was just like committing suicide. There was no question that they had the superior force.
3:30 p.m. INR platoon is almost out of ammo.
The men simply faced a target-rich environment where they simply didn't have enough ammunition to kill everybody coming across the open at them.
Lieutenant Bauch phones headquarters. He says they're surrounded and running low on ammo. Suddenly, Lieutenant Bauch hears a crack near his ear. A bullet shoots the telephone right out of his hand. Lieutenant Bauch is knocked down, but unharmed. The field phone is blown to smithereens. All communication is lost. Without phone contact, Lieutenant Bauch orders 2 men to make a mad dash to headquarters.
When it looked like they were definitely going to get overrun, rather than just falling back without permission, he sent runners to the rear.
– 4:35 p.m. Germans creep around the dugouts. INR platoon has no option. They must retreat before nightfall, or they will be slaughtered.
When the Germans got in close, the Germans started doing what they did very, very well. The Germans were masters of the close-in assault.
Germans sneak up behind Lieutenant Bauch's dugout. They fire several rounds into the hole. A bullet penetrates Lieutenant Bauch's calf. His dugout mate receives 5 to 6 rounds in the face, but amazingly, they both survive. The Germans cry, "Come out, hands up." The enemy seizes foxhole after foxhole. Wounded and without ammo, Lieutenant Bauk has no choice but to surrender.
When they kept saying, "Come out, hands up," I put the wet boots and put them back on. But I fought the war all day long with bare feet in the snow and ice.
The Germans line up the INR platoon and raise their Mausers.
I thought they'd kill us. I didn't think they would take us prisoners.
INR platoon fears they may now pay the ultimate price. Suddenly, a German officer intervenes and calls off the firing squad.
When they finally took us, that officer asked, "Where's the rest of the guys?" They figured we were a battalion because of our gunfire. We told them, "This is it. What you see is what you got."
INR platoon becomes prisoners of war. But despite their capture, the soldiers display uncommon courage. The 18 men cut down 500 Germans and helped to hold back Hitler's advance for one day.
I was proud. Well, yes, we held the Germans from taking us for 13, 15 hours. That's quite a chore.
While INR platoon surrenders, the Battle of the Bulge keeps escalating. Clouds and fog prevent desperately needed air support. But regardless of the obstacles, many units risk it all. Elsenborn Ridge, Belgium, a dominant landmark in the Ardennes forest. If the Germans reach its summit, they could win the war.
This is an area that would be of great importance to the Germans, where German armies were attempting to pass on through Liège into Brussels and then on to Antwerp.
The Elsenborn region becomes a kill zone.
I agree.
First Lieutenant Tom Quigley, 23rd Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division, prepares for Armageddon.
We went in on Normandy. We had kicked the Germans' butts all over northern France and the Brittany Peninsula. And we hadn't lost a battle. And then the Bulge hit. It wasn't fun anymore. The snow was waist deep in some places, and you didn't go very far. Pour some water in your hand, you'd have an ice cube. It was that cold.
Quigley's division is told to hold the 6th Panzer Army at all cost.
We first thought, oh, it's just a minor thing. Boy, that was a joke.
Quigley's platoon advances to a smaller ridge located east of the Elsenborn Ridge. A half-mile below them is the village of Krinkelt. Quigley's men dig foxholes and position their weaponry. A rifle platoon waits on a forward slope with BARs, as well as light and heavy machine guns on either flank. Behind them are 60 and 81 millimeter mortars, 7 self-propelled 75 millimeter howitzers, and 3 3-inch anti-aircraft guns follow.
They couldn't see us. There was a hell of a fight going on down there in Krinkelt. So we had a platoon dug in just over the crest of the ridge.
Armed with Mauser rifles and MP-40 submachine guns, 200 to 300 German soldiers trudge up the snowy hill, unaware of what awaits them at the summit. The enemy gets within several yards. Platoon leader Lieutenant Emil Solberg stands and yells, "Surrender," in German.
They were pretty close, and you can hit anything at 150 yards.
A German officer raises his burp gun and fires.
And when he did that, Solberg dropped down the snow, and boy, everybody turned loose on him.
An ultra-close firefight ensues. The Allies open up their machine guns, pushing the German flanks to the middle. The weapons battalion blasts 60 and 81 millimeter mortars behind them, blocking their retreat.
They didn't have a whole bunch of reserve ammunition like we did. We didn't run out. Hell, we shot all we wanted to. We shot lots of it.
The Germans are dead men walking. Lieutenant Quigley and his comrades mow down the enemy. On the road below, German tanks and jeeps move out. Quigley seizes the moment.
Lieutenant Tom Quigley had an experience that few infantry platoon leaders ever get. Quigley is on the radio with Corps artillery, many miles behind him, calling in 240 millimeter fire. That's 9.5-inch fire. That's among the biggest guns that a United States Army unit can bring to the battlefield. It had to have been awesome.
Quigley produces his own Apocalypse Now.
Did you ever see the movie? The end of the movie? When all that stuff blowing up, they just clobbered that whole field. It looked like it had been plowed when they got through with it.
He was raining down hell and destruction on those German units, the likes of which you just can't comprehend.
After 30 minutes, 200 bodies lay stiff on the snow. 17 tanks and tank destroyers are decimated.
Nobody got out of that field alive but us. I shot 5 personally. And God knows what I killed calling artillery fire on them. That's what you're paid to do.
Quigley and the 2nd Infantry are one of the few divisions to stubbornly hold back the Germans from taking the Elsenborn Ridge that first day.
If they had made it through Elsenborn, they were at a wide open network of roads going all the way to Antwerp. And we had ammo dumps and fuel dumps and ration dumps back in there that would feed 100 armies.
Despite Quigley's success, the first day of the Bulge sends shockwaves along the 80-mile front. GIs are cut off and confused.
One of the unfortunate things produced by the crisis was the fact that units were scattered and they were driven back by the German advance. And they couldn't find their unit.
December 17th, 1944. Battle of the Bulge, Day 2. Word gets back to General Dwight Eisenhower. This is not a minor attack, but a major counteroffensive. The general reaches for his reserves. The 101st Airborne will hold the Germans in the southern Bulge. The 82nd Airborne will defend the northern Bulge. The 1st Battalion 517th Parachute Regimental Combat Team is also sent to the northern sector of the Bulge. Private First Class Melvin Biddle is first scout for the 517th. Biddle's mission? Plug holes in the line of defense between the Belgium towns of Toipan, Soy, and Hatten.
They'd say, well, these paratroopers are hot shots, and we'll use them to lead the attack. And they did. They put us right out in front about every time we were attached to a unit.
The 517th will face some of the fiercest German soldiers, including elements of the 2nd SS Panzer Division.
Our people were the type that said they'd never surrender. They wanted to help their buddies.
10 a.m., December 21st, 1944, near Soy, Belgium. As a scout, Biddle's up front, scouring for Germans across the patchy snow cover.
I came on these 3 people that were on an outpost. The first one was an older guy. I stood for a moment as to whether I should shoot him or not. And I finally decided I would.
Biddle aims and fires. He strikes the enemy's shoulder. Biddle feels guilty killing an older guy. The German's 35. Biddle's only 19. Biddle advances ahead and zeroes in on the 2nd German. This time, he hesitates.
I said, well, I maybe should have took the first one prisoner, and I'll take this one prisoner. And he tried to get his rifle off his shoulder to shoot me.
Biddle's conscience is now clear. He puts 2 rounds into the German's stomach.
I'm pretty sure he died, but he was motioning at his belt. It was hurting him, and we took his belt off. I was going to keep that, but never did get home with it.
A 3rd German emerges from the brush and flees. Biddle clips him in the shoulder, but the German keeps running, so Biddle keeps firing.
I
I shot him twice in his right shoulder, didn't knock him down, didn't stop him. Then when he got back to the German lines, they gave us the machine gun treatment, artillery, mortars. All the guys were throwing hand grenades.
The Germans ignite an angry firefight. Artillery obliterates the trees, the only place of cover. Biddle and his comrades fire back as they keep advancing through the lethal forest. While dodging bullets, Biddle notices a German foxhole. He tosses in grenades, killing its occupants. Biddle runs 20 yards ahead and sees another nest. He pitches in a grenade. Then he charges it while firing.
He's face to face with several machine gun nests. He goes up single-handedly and throws grenades into each nest and shoots and destroys them.
After minutes of relentless fire, the shooting stops. Biddle reconnoiters ahead and reports they're Germans near the road. His captain orders him to capture a prisoner so they could secure intelligence about the enemy's plan of attack.
If you ever served a scout and did a good job, you kept getting the job, which was sometimes not the greatest way to live to old age, but Melvin Biddle continued being put up front as the scout.
Biddle's two comrades, Haney and Bloom, volunteer to go with him.
We were laying beside the road. German officer came by, and he said, "Halt," but he said it so quietly we could hardly hear him.
Bloom fires at the German twice and misses.
The German officer turned around and pulled out his pistol. We said, "Let's get out of here."
Biddle and his comrades safely make it back to their combat team to do it all over again the next day.
Move after me.
Dawn, December 23rd. Biddle's battalion moves out once more.
The next day in combat, they told me Biddle out front again, and the captain explained that I'd been so lucky the day before he wanted to do it again.
Biddle and his platoon sift through the dense timber. Biddle moves off to the side. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a line of German soldiers appears within several yards of him. Biddle is about to face another hellish shootout. Biddle aims for their helmets.
It was like a shooting gallery. They marched in front of me. It was quite miraculous. I got all of them.
The battalion takes a body count, 14 dead. Biddle refuses to look at the carnage.
Guide on me.
Other fellows had said they were quite a mess.
No.
I was always glad that I didn't
Returning to the base.
go up there and have that on my mind forever.
Melvin Biddle will receive the Medal of Honor for his unbridled heroism that day.
I went in to see the captain. I told him I didn't want any damn medals. Just doing my job.
Biddle, time and time again, would close with and destroy the enemy himself. Normally something that the scout wouldn't do.
December 23rd. After fighting for over a week, the skies finally clear. Allied air support drops much-needed supplies. GIs feel some relief. Still, Christmas and New Year's rolls by with little celebration. In the Bulge, the Allies are not only fighting the Germans. The weather, minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit, the coldest winter on record in Europe. In some places, the snow is knee-deep. In other spots, snow cover is sparse, but the wind chill is severe. Foxholes become frozen tombs. Frostbite takes 15,000 men off the line.
The largest numbers of casualties was actually from trench foot, or people getting frozen feet because they didn't have the right boots.
To make matters worse, weapons jam up due to the frigid conditions. Soldiers urinate on their rifles to unfreeze them and manually feed ammo.
It subjected the soldiers who fought on all sides to stresses and strains that the human mind and the human body can barely tolerate.
January 3rd, 1945. The tables turn. General Eisenhower mounts a counteroffensive. His strategy? Remove the wedge between the 1st and 3rd Armies. Then the two will join forces in Houffalize, Belgium, to push the Germans east and back to where they began. The 551st Parachute Infantry Battalion, a disciplined unit of approximately 800 men, joins the 82nd Airborne to launch a massive assault in the northern bulge.
Me, I call them blood brothers. Yeah, they were closer than brothers.
Private First Class Joe Ciccinelli, a scout for 2nd Platoon Company A, takes on a suicide mission. Push southeast from Basse-Badeau to the Somme River area, where the Germans are inflicting mayhem. Then retake the town of Rochellenbaugh.
Paratroopers are always up front. As a consequence of being in the front, they endure some of the worst combat that you could ever expect to endure.
8 a.m., January 3rd, 1945. Armed with M1 rifles, Ciccinelli and his battalion brave sub-zero temperatures as they head out wearing only their cotton jumpsuits. They sweep south to Rochellenbaugh. The region is a dangerous patchwork of open fields surrounded by sloping woods. Ciccinelli unknowingly marches into a lion's den. Elements of the 62nd Volksgrenadier and the 9th SS Panzer Division lay hidden in the thick forest ahead.
The Germans always use one trick. They always wait till the scout gets up close, and they wait till most of your men gets up close. Then all hell broke loose.
The enemy unleashes machine guns, German 88s, and mortars. Ciccinelli's battalion has no artillery support.
They just mowed everything down. I couldn't do no good up there, and I started running back. And I could actually see the bullets going right between my legs. And all my men there, all my buddies were laying in the snow. They were just a real slaughter.
Company A loses 100 of its 150 men, a near wipeout, one of the highest casualty rates of any airborne unit. Ciccinelli and the survivors make it to a wooded area where they fight cold and exhaustion. Many of his comrades freeze to death in their sleep.
Oh, you slept, fell asleep. You were gone.
January 4th, near Derrymont, Belgium, A Company moves from one woods to another, hunting Germans.
Morale was low. These men had been fighting for weeks. They were worn out. They had no sleep. They wanted the war to be over with.
3 p.m. A Company catches their breath in a fir forest. They now face a 50-yard open field. On the other side sits another forest where German machine gunners pump lethal lead at the battalion's leading company. The enemy must be eradicated. A Company divides into 2 squads, 30 men each. The first squad makes a stealthy dash across the barren field and surrounds the Germans' left flank. The Germans quickly discover the squad and turn their heavy guns on them. Ciccinelli and the second squad need to cross this deadly field. Lieutenant Dick Durkee makes a split-second decision. He hollers a frightening command: "Fix bayonets." The squad can't believe what they're hearing.
And I remember exactly what I said. Who's this son of a bitch that said, "Fix bayonets"?
By 1944, bayonet attacks are rare in the ETO. Semi-automatic weapons and machine guns prove to be more efficient. But in this close combat situation, Lieutenant Durkee worries that his men may be hit by friendly fire. He also thinks the charge will boost morale, not to mention scare the hell out of the enemy.
There is nothing more motivating than having a platoon leader yell out, "Fix bayonets." And it definitely had that effect with these men.
We took our bayonets, then we hooked them on our rifles. And I said, oh my gosh, here we go. I tell you, I was scared. We didn't know how many Germans were in that wood. And all of a sudden, heard the cry, ready, and charge.
Ciccanelli's squad initiates a bonsai attack, American style. The men yell Geronimo and charge across the field like rabid animals.
My stomach, I was doing flip-flops. We were all screaming and hollering.
Ciccanelli's squad makes it across the field with few injuries. Now, the cold steel attack begins.
They entered the wooded area, and there they found German soldiers laying in foxholes facing in the opposite direction. And they proceeded to, using their bayonets, kill the Germans that they found there.
Ciccanelli's squad gets on top of 7 to 8 foxholes.
Anything we can see, we either shot or we stabbed.
They became embroiled in hand-to-hand combat. The men were using their trench knives, bayonets, anything that they had.
The revenge kill suddenly turns into overkill.
They had this pent-up rage and continued to bayonet the bodies of these dead Germans.
They're being stabbed again and again. You know, after seeing your buddy killed, you don't have no mercy anymore.
Roughly 64 Germans are bludgeoned. The 551st sustains minor wounds.
I remember afterwards, I just put my bayonet between my legs, wiped off the blood, and reloaded my M1.
It's one of the few bayonet charges in the European theater by American forces. It didn't happen often.
Ciccanelli and his fellow paratroopers display valiant acts of bravery and help push the Germans out of Belgium. But it will take weeks to finish the longest shootout of World War II.
The U.S. Army that in the interwar period was starved of resources, was small, was ill-equipped. And here's the United States Army in its greatest hour, facing Germany in its final hour.
January 25th, 1945. After 6 long weeks, the Allies finally drive the enemy back across the German border. The Battle of the Bulge becomes the longest and bloodiest shootout the U.S. ever fought. Total American casualties, over 80,000. German losses, nearly 100,000.
It's as violent a period as I ever lived through, I'll say that. And we've been through a lot of battles. But that was probably the worst of all.
American troops win their greatest victory in Europe. The Battle of the Bulge pulverizes Hitler's forces on the Western Front and aids the Allies in winning the war.
I was very proud to have been a paratrooper. I was proud of my outfit. You don't forget the people that got killed. It's just such a tragedy, and it stays with you forever.
It goes on every day, every day. You think of something like that. You can be walking someplace and see a scenery remind you of the bulge. It goes away for a while, but something always returns.
I had bad memories for years, but I'm over that now. War is war. You shoot at them, they shoot at you.
General George S. Patton's battle-hardened heroes of the Third Army are blasting their way through a deadly maze of barbed wire, concrete, and steel. The hell for leather charge across Europe is over. And now, Patton's warriors are going up against the centuries-old fortress city of Metz and the underground monster known as Fort Driant. General George S. Patton. His bold attacks are legendary. See the war as he saw it and ride along with his hard-fighting troops as they battle their way through World War II. On this 360-degree battlefield, Patton's enemies could be anywhere and everywhere. There's nowhere to run when the war is all around. Patton 360, Siege Warfare. Fall 1944. Hitler's empire is fighting to survive, squeezed on all sides by Allied forces. But in the Lorraine, his soldiers have slowed General George S. Patton's advance towards Germany in eastern France. Now, Patton's Third Army has stalled out, brought to a halt by terrible weather, a shortage of supplies, and enemy firepower.
This is the worst for Patton. To be stuck in the rain and the mud, not enough supplies to fight. This is not the kind of war Patton wants.
He's getting frustrated. He's not getting what he wants. He's not seeing the results that he would like to see on the battlefield.
September 27th, 1944. American P-47s, under the command of General Jimmy Doolittle, nail a major obstacle outside of Metz, known as Fort Driant, codenamed Operation Thunderbolt. The air campaign is all part of Patton's plan to clear the way to the vital city of Metz. The mission to take Fort Driant has fallen on the shoulders of Patton's 20th Corps, under Major General Walton H. Walker.
Walton Walker was Patton's bulldog, as he was known during World War II. He was an armor officer, very loyal to Patton, very creative, very aggressive commander. It would kind of give those same salty speeches that Patton gave.
Because of that reputation and that talent, that Patton ultimately would refer to him as the fightingest son of a bitch I have.
The first assault on Fort Driant begins with a massive bombardment. Once the warplanes have plastered the fort with bombs, Walker plans to clear it out with a combined ground attack by 1,000 riflemen, tankers, and engineers. Two miles away, heavy field artillery unleashes a steady stream of shell fire. The riflemen of the 5th Infantry Division watch and wait. In a matter of minutes, they'll enter the killing grounds of Fort Driant. Flashback, August 1944. After breaking out from the Norman hedgerows, General George S. Patton, aka Old Blood and Guts, raced across France, grabbing headlines and raising hell for the Nazis. But with gas and ordnance in short supply and heavy rain setting in, Patton's drive grinds to a halt, giving German forces a chance to regroup.
Oh, we had rain coming out our ears. Rain and mud, and our tanks would get caught. I was so tired of rain and snow and cold and wet, and wishing I want to go home. But the war wasn't over.
The war has changed from a war of maneuver to basically a boxing match. We are away from these grand sweeping maneuvers and we're looking at static warfare.
In the south, elements of Patton's army have made some progress on the right flank. Some units have advanced past the Moselle. But even here, progress has slowed to a crawl. In the north, the campaigning has turned into a horrific stalemate. Tanks and infantry soldiers find themselves facing determined resistance as they move in on the medieval city of Metz. Located at the confluence of the Moselle and Seine rivers, Metz was born for warfare. Nearly impenetrable, it's held out against foreign invaders for hundreds of years. And since the 1870s, rival French and German forces have been turning Metz into a fortress.
Capture of the city of Metz became necessary because as Patton's Third Army moved through the area roughly between the cities of Thionville and Epinal in the Lorraine area of France. As they moved through that flat area, they needed the flatland so that they could advance out of Lorraine and into the Saar district of Western Germany.
Target, Metz. Strategy, seize the fortress city and the vital roadways in order to advance into Germany. Tactics, use infantry supported by tanks and artillery to overwhelm the city's outer defenses and take Metz with a full frontal assault. Metz has become a linchpin in Hitler's defensive strategy, and he's handpicked General Hermann Balck to hold the line.
Balck was a favorite of Adolf Hitler. Balck was a commander who had fought and done miraculous things on the Eastern Front. He was an excellent tank commander, and he was considered one of the best in the German army.
Balck knows his forces can't beat Patton in a war of maneuver and has no intention of fighting on Patton's terms. Instead, he orders General Heinrich Keitel to dig in and slow Patton's drive to the Rhine.
To do that was to spare Germany one more day of the ravages of war that were surely coming, which is why the fighting around Metz assumes this desperate quality.
Balck has a major ace up his sleeve. The deadly network of forts guarding the city. Mostly underground, they're made of steel and concrete and nearly impossible for the Americans to spot. They can dish out a lethal dose of killing power from heavy artillery that can cover a wide area, allowing each fort to protect another in the defensive chain. The most dangerous enemy stronghold is Fort Driant, a massive subterranean complex of concrete bunkers, underground tunnels, and pillboxes protected by reinforced concrete, 7 feet thick at its weakest spot. Driant is more than 1,000 yards wide, protected by at least 5 batteries of heavy 100 and 150 millimeter siege guns, and a score of automatic weapons. 200 yards out from the central complex, Driant is surrounded by a moat 30 feet deep and 20 yards wide, perfect for stopping an American tank dead in its tracks.
You know, firepower would have limited effect. I mean, you know, large bombs were direct hits on this fort, but really didn't affect the ability of the defenders to continue to fire artillery and machine guns and so forth from those positions.
Manning the fort are 1,500 Nazi cadets and landlocked sailors, all of them ready to hold out to the very end. Lieutenant Colonel Kelly Lemon from the 5th Infantry Division already felt the fort's wrath while trying to lead his men across the Moselle in early September.
We had to stop and say, hell, we're not trained for this. Let's take the time out. And we went up to Luxembourg and trained on the Maginot Line to attack fortified positions.
Lemon handpicks the largest abandoned casemate he can find, then has the engineers hit the concrete walls with every type of explosive in their arsenal.
And we really wrecked it. Well, they had to bring the troops up and show them what the munitions did, which was good. It gave them confidence, a little more confidence in their weapons.
Unfortunately, just as his men prepare for their mission, Lemon is taken off the front lines and sent to Washington, D.C. Lemon's soldiers will have to take on Fort Driant without him. Using what little intelligence he has on Driant, Patton has decided the concrete megafort is one of the keys to capturing the city and orders an immediate assault. But despite a heavy pounding, the Germans are unscathed and easily repel the 1,000-man ground attack.
Now today, we would take out those forts with precision weaponry that allows bombs and other types of munitions to penetrate the steel and reinforced concrete of those bunkers and explode inside. We have bunker buster bombs specifically designed for this kind of role.
Patton decides to send an even bigger ground force to wipe out the German fort, adding an entire regiment to the assault and more tanks. The attack now totals about 3,300 soldiers. October 3rd, 1944, a tank company from the 735th Battalion rolls into position for an assault on Fort Triant. Among the fighters of the 735th is Frank Chambers of Indiana.
We were supposed to have air, we didn't get any. And that might have helped, but I doubt it, because a 500-pound bomb dropped on one of those places didn't even open mud.
The assault plan against Triant calls for a strike against two vital points. One force of tanks and infantry will hit the fort from the southwest, while another force will attack from the northwest. 12 p.m., the Battle of Fort Triant begins. Under a shower of American ordnance, the assault teams swarm towards the fort. Heading into a fight they will never forget. General George S. Patton's Third Army is facing one of its toughest challenges in October 1944. Seizing the fortified French city of Metz on the rain-swollen Moselle River. Patton has underestimated his opponent, Hermann Balck, and his strategy of digging in. Using a series of World War I-era concrete forts, Balck is keeping Patton at bay. The fighting has turned into a deadly siege. The kind of static battle Patton hates.
He really didn't have an idea of what was in front of him. He didn't have the maps for it, he didn't have the aerial photography because of bad weather, so he was kind of punching blind, and it's going to affect him, it's going to affect his corps, and the fighting soldiers on the ground.
Right now, the combat is centered on Fort Triant, the strongest of a chain of forts blocking the road to the French city of Metz. For days, the men of General Stafford Irwin's 5th Infantry Division have been trying to take the underground complex, but so far, the Germans have easily repelled every attack. October 3rd, 1944. American howitzers send a volley of steel crashing into the fort. Now, Patton's infantrymen and tanks prepare to assault Triant and claim it once and for all. One of the men tasked with hitting Triant is Andy McGlynn of the 2nd Battalion, 11th Regiment. Recently promoted to squad leader, McGlynn is leading replacements fresh out of boot camp into the fight.
The replacements are scared to death because the rumor was if you get transferred to an infantry outfit, that's like signing your own death warrant. We got the order to go after Fort Triant, and those poor guys were so afraid. I didn't blame them. Hell, I was afraid too.
Backing up the foot soldiers are the tanks of the 735th Battalion. 11 of the Shermans headed into battle are armed with an improved 76mm main gun. By late 1944, many of the weaker 75mm tank guns are being switched out. The newer 76mm gun weighs in at 1,200 pounds. It has a muzzle velocity of 2,800 feet per second and can fire a 3-inch projectile at a maximum range of 8 miles. As heavy mortar and cannon shells slam on top of Triant, Patton's attack kicks off. Armored vehicles and infantrymen surge across the open ground and storm the citadel.
I never thought I'd be killed. Never. I wanted to get a nice wound, broken bone or something like that, but you be careful what you wish for.
As the 735th Tank Battalion moves toward the outer defenses, Patton's tankers attempt to use explosive snakes to bust through the barbed wire entanglements and minefields.
We pulled it up to the minefield. Then we got behind it. The idea was to push it out into the minefield and explode it. Well, did you ever try to push a wet noodle? It didn't work. It didn't work at all. It just kept turning around this way, turning around that way, and they never did work.
500 yards away, Andy McGlynn leads his rifle squad towards the deadly killing grounds outside the fort.
And I came to this field and I looked up at a corner and I could see two bodies, two GIs, bodies up there. Below their waist it's all blood, and I figured, holy hell, I'm in a minefield. So I got the guys and we moved around and we found a tank track. We followed the track of the tank on up toward what we thought was a fort.
Despite the failure of the explosive snakes, tank fire rips up the razor-sharp thickets of barbed wire. Then the 76mm Shermans open up on the fort's blockhouses and pillboxes. Count wire. Then the 76mm Shermans open up on the fort's blockhouses and pillboxes.
You really couldn't get the tanks in where the people were. The people were all underground. And the tanks wouldn't go underground. So all we could do was sit up on top and shoot. So it made it tough on the infantry because they had to do it all themselves.
The firepower on the tanks were not sufficient to really penetrate these fortifications. And then to get a direct fire, which is right from your tank gun to the fortress shot. So these are very courageous men who are going there to support their infantry.
30 yards away, the massive casements of Fort Driant absorb the shock of the shells fired at them.
Well, nothing happened. This would have, in fact, they even took a 155 rifle, which is a big gun, with it, and fired point blank, and it just chipped a little concrete off. Those walls were 8 feet thick.
Some troops got into underground areas of the fort. Didn't get too far. Others were involved in dropping grenades down to air vents. It's a different type of warfare. Makes you think back to World War I.
It was bloody. It was lethal. It was close, hand-to-hand combat in some cases. The Germans, of course, would use interconnecting trenches to move from one fortification to the next. So they had the advantage, and the Americans paid for that advantage in blood.
German defenders inside the fort also have another advantage. Their heavy artillery is protected by armored domes, similar to the gun turrets on a battleship. The domes are placed on the tops of reinforced concrete blockhouses that the attacking Americans can't even see. Inside, artillerymen can load and fire the guns, while underneath, a system of hand cranks rotates the dome into firing position. The battle for the fort is simply murder.
And we couldn't get down in the underground passageways. And of course, that's what the infantry was trying to do, you know, and they lost a lot of people down there.
Andy McGlynn leads a fire team towards one of Driant's outer pillboxes.
And I stuck my head over the door. I could hear Germans talking. And I got up to that door, and I was reaching out with my left hand when this guy shot me right through here, up the wrist.
Thinking he's been killed, McGlynn's comrades beat a hasty retreat. Now, Andy McGlynn is on his own. 500 yards away, The armored assault against Driant has failed. Hidden German artillery has knocked out 5 tanks. And as night falls over the battlefield, enemy shells arc in from other readouts throughout the sector. For Patton's soldiers in the 5th Infantry Division, the nightmare at Fort Driant has only just begun. For the men of the 5th Infantry Division in Patton's 3rd Army, hell on earth is a place called Fort Driant.
Fort
That's
Driant,
good.
That is one tough place to take.
It's one of my favorite games.
It's got guns in the right place. I mean, that is a serious objective that they're looking at.
For over a month, Patton has been stuck in the rain-soaked Lorraine region of eastern France. His fuel and artillery supplies are draining. His forces are unable to make any rapid advance. Patton is frustrated. And even with his army out of gas, he still has to take on the imposing city of Metz and its string of protective forts before he can advance to Germany. Back inside the fort, the 5th Division is still slugging it out.
The Germans defending it are fanatical NCO graduates. They are charging out of their defenses, firing their machine guns, screaming Heil Hitler, basically making the American soldiers' blood run cold.
As the battle rages nearby, squad leader Andy McGlynn lies in a growing pool of his own blood, and a German soldier is watching his every move.
Then I thought, I better get a run for it. So I tried to raise my head. I tried to move my hands, and I found out I could hardly do that. And I thought, I'm bleeding to death. And I groaned. The German right away, assist us. And I turned, I said, I'm wounded. Kommen Sie. And 2 guys reached over and got me over the door, took me back, and oh God.
McGlynn is led into the depths of the German bunker, which turns out to be one of Fort Driant's main barracks.
And they had rooms with bunks in, they had kitchen down there, they had a room with some kind of an air compressor to bring fresh air in. They got me in this room full with Germans, and they didn't have anybody there to speak English. They tried to ask me questions, and one German, he saw my hand was a mess.
McGlynn is stripped of his gear and escorted behind enemy lines. For now, the war is over for Andy McGlynn. Throughout the night, the Americans hold their positions and fend off waves of enemy counterattacks. Frank Chambers and his crew have pushed their Sherman as far as they can, stopped cold by a 30-foot deep tank trap.
I fired my 76 and both machine guns all night long. And down to the left of me, maybe 50 feet, guys down there from B Company ran out of ammunition, and they captured them. They kept coming, and we kept shooting, and our 30 caliber, the barrel got red hot, and then it got white hot, and then it got blue hot. Then we changed barrels and started over again.
At the same time, a barrage of enemy shells pour onto the Americans from other nearby German forts.
The first night we got hit by what was probably a 155 artillery shell. Blew everything off our back deck of our tank, which is where all our rations were.
Fighting at Fort Driant rages on for days. Finally, on October 13th, the assault is called off. Nearly 500 Americans have perished. Now, Patton is faced with seriously reconsidering his own trademark fighting style.
It had to have been immensely frustrating. This is the great American master of battle in the Second World War. And suddenly, he no longer has this ability to fight his army in a manner consistent with his bravado, which was attack, attack, attack.
Throughout World War II, Patton had never retreated. But at Fort Driant, the enemy caused him to pause and pull back. So technically, you could say that Fort Driant was Patton's biggest defeat during World War II.
If Patton's going to take on Metz and the forces under Hermann Balck, he'll have to come up with a new strategy. He simply cannot pull off the kind of maneuvers that made him famous in the battles across France. And hitting Fort Driant head-on is taking a heavy toll on his infantry. With the fight for Driant called off, Third Army enters a quiet pause on the front lines. During the lull in battle, fresh combat outfits join the ranks of Third Army. One of them is the 761st Tank Battalion.
And this battalion has the distinction of being an all-African-American tank battalion. They enter battle as a part of a segregated army in a segregated unit where they have black NCOs, junior officers, white senior officers.
One of the tankers in the 761st is William McBurney of New York City.
I was born and raised down in Hell's Kitchen of New York City and then moved uptown. Then the war started and I joined the Army. I wanted to go in as a pilot, but at the time they didn't have blacks in aviation.
Unable to get his pilot's wings, McBurney joins the 761st in the training grounds of Louisiana. But when the 761st arrives in France, Patton is not impressed. In his memoirs, Patton noted, individually they were good soldiers, but I expressed my belief that a colored soldier cannot think fast enough to fight in armor. Now, as the Black Panthers of the 761st Tank Battalion prepare to head into battle against the Nazis, they're honor-bound to prove their commander wrong.
When he was talking to me, you know, in my mind, I said, on you, we gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. Not we, but I as a person. And that's it.
On a daily basis, other soldiers fresh from replacement depots join manpower-starved veteran units in Patton's Army. One of them is Arnold Whitaker of Lansing, Michigan.
I was 6'1", 174 pounds, played football, and they thought, well, this is a good guy to be an infantryman. So I think I was a part of maybe 260 replacements that joined the 5th.
Another unit joining the fight is the untested 95th Infantry Division. Serving as a combat scout in the 95th is Edwin Kalaji of New Jersey. Kalaji quickly receives his own baptism of fire during a mission behind enemy lines in the town of Vaison. The next day, he has a chance run-in with Old Blood and Guts himself, when Patton personally decorates the scouts with combat infantrymen's badges.
He said to me, honey, how many of them did you kill? And I said, well, I was told they carried 30 out of there. And he said, well, that's that many the bastards won't reproduce. And that was George Patton.
But for the men of the 95th, the firefight at Vaison is nothing compared to the true test they're about to face. Resupplied with fuel and ammunition, Patton is hungry for action. The ultimate battle for Metz is about to begin. October 1944. General George S. Patton's Third Army is preparing for a massive offensive, bent on breaking the German resistance at Metz and pushing hard on the German border. Patton's army has been tied down in the Lorraine for months. so close to the enemy homeland that they can almost taste it. Until now, Patton has played right into the hands of the enemy, attempting a series of headlong assaults against the forts that defend the city of Metz. Patton has underestimated the Germans.
The Germans had really established a very strong defense along the Moselle River and around Metz in particular.
German General Hermann Balck knows there's no chance of defeating Patton, but he's done a great job of slowing him down. Leading Patton's regiment in division-sized attacks in places like Fort Driant and in house-to-house street fights in the town of Mézères-le-Metz.
Metz is such a lengthy campaign that there are debates in the beginning of November about changing the strategy of how to take it. What Patton realizes is they are able to make some progress north and south, and that a pincher movement is the best way to take it instead of the original frontal assault that they had planned.
While General Matinetti's 12th Corps fights its way up the Saar River Valley from the south towards the Rhine, Patton directs General Walker's 20th Corps to resume the attack on Metz. Instead of a frontal assault, Walker's men will encircle Metz and cut off the German defenders. With his ranks swelling with manpower and supplies, Patton can finally unleash an attack, combining firepower and maneuver.
On November 8th, 1944, you see within Third Army, you see kind of this new offensive. And it's with this thought and this recognition that it would continue momentum toward the Rhine River.
But even as Patton's army prepares for what they hope to be the final battle for the Lorraine, the day-to-day suffering of the common soldier continues as the temperatures start to drop.
We just survived. And it was miserable, and we slept inside the tank when they were shelling and used our helmet for everything. The steel helmet was our house, as you would say. Our kitchen, our house, we'd cook with it, we'd wash up with it. We learned to survive with just the helmet itself.
But almost worse than the weather and the enemy shelling, keeping connected to the people they've left behind is difficult for Patton's soldiers.
We do have a custom, though, we did in that day, that I don't know if they have it today or not, but in those days, when a guy loved a gal, a lot of times we would get a lock of hair, just a kind of a thing between us. And I had a lock of Lucille's hair. And one day she sent me in one of those letters the imprint of her lips with lipstick on it. And I wrapped that around the lock of hair, and I carried it. And I carry that to this day. I still carry it 65 years. A little lock of hair, and a reminder that she still loves me.
November 8th, 1944. The battle for Metz begins. 3 infantry divisions with armored units in support close in and surround the city. The veterans of the 90th Division, aka the Tough Hombres, will move in from the north. The 5th Division will come from the south. And the 95th Infantry Division, including Ed Kalaji, will make a headlong assault from the center. But the big guns at Fort Driant aren't making it easy.
They used the artillery in that fort to harass the Americans struggling to capture the city of Metz. So it's not as if Fort Driant just went away. It continued to be a problem.
The battle outside of Metz rages for nearly a week on both sides of the Moselle. Poorly trained German reserves fight like hell beside their Nazi comrades, doing all they can to hold off the Third Army. As much as Patton's troops are trying to avoid the German forts, one company from the 95th Infantry Division enters the crosshairs of machine guns near Fort Jeanne d'Arc. The combat scouts, including Ed Kalaji and Sergeant Melvin Grendel, are called in to help.
When we got there, we found there was a trench that surrounded this bunker, which was about 75 feet long and solid concrete.
Kalaji and Grendel settle in for a horrific night on the front lines outside of Metz. The following day, heavy German artillery begins to pour in. Two miles away, the big guns of Fort Driant send out a steady barrage of iron, keeping the men of the 95th pinned down at Jeanne d'Arc for 2 days. As the combat scouts of the 95th weather the storm of fire, one thing is certain: it's only a matter of time before the entire unit is wiped out. Machine gunners Kalaji and Grindle are about to do the unthinkable. And it just might save their comrades. November 1944. After bashing his head against the formidable defenses guarding Metz, Patton has revised his strategy and is attempting to encircle the city.
Patton spent his birthday, November 11th, as he liked to say, getting where the bodies are still warm. Even though it was his birthday, he was still visiting the front, keeping an eye on his men, and taking a tally of German casualties.
Right now, a violent bunker-to-bunker fight is playing out near Fort Jeanne d'Arc.
Just didn't appear to be any way out of there at all. And Grendel and I decided, what the hell, if we're going to die anyway, let's give him a shot before we die. We then commenced firing. We caught them with the firing ports open, and we could hear some screaming coming from there. Apparently those bullets getting in, ricocheting around all the concrete walls in there scared the hell out of them.
An eerie silence passes over the battleground. Suddenly, a German medic pops out of the door waving a white flag.
And he was shouting, "Surrender, surrender."
An SS officer and 40 men come out with their hands up.
I walked down into the front of the bunker and put the hand grenade in the German officer's belly and put the 45 in his back, and I said, now, if this is some sort of a trick, if I go, you go, because I'll blow you to hell. His response to me was, no need to talk that way, sir. I speak English clearly. I understand you have it surrounded. I'm surrendering my 40 back to you.
Thinking he's been surrounded by an entire company, the SS officer is more than a little surprised to be taken prisoner by only 2 machine gunners. By November 22nd, organized enemy resistance begins to collapse. American units enter Metz, moving street to street, house to house, clearing out any German holdouts.
We always watched out for the church steeples, because that's where they would put their best snipers. With an M1, you can't do a lot, but we'd get the tankers in there, or we'd have our bazooka man put a round in the church steeple.
German General Hermann Balck orders a massive withdrawal, informing General Heinrich Keitel, commanding the city, that he's on his own. As the Germans fall back, their comrades, the survivors of Fort Driant and Jeanne d'Arc, beg to be relieved, but instead, they are abandoned. November 25th, 1944. The battle for Metz is over. Patton's army controls the city.
That was the last strong point that was preventing the U.S. Third Army from moving swiftly through Lorraine, crossing the border, and entering the fatherland. There's nothing holding Patton back. He can advance directly to the border.
In 2 months of combat in the Lorraine, from Dorno to Aricourt and Metz, Patton's Third Army has suffered more than 55,000 men killed, wounded, and missing. The 5th Division alone has lost 800 men in the failed attacks on Fort Driant. Among the casualties from Fort Driant is Andy McGlynn. Now, McGlynn and hundreds like him are escorted to a series of prison camps east of the Rhine River.
I'm alive. You know, that was the main thing. I'm still alive. I didn't know whether I was ever going to go home. But I am alive, and you take each day as it comes.
Patton is quick to recognize the sacrifice of his soldiers, telling one wounded GI, "Tomorrow, son, the headlines will read, 'Patton took Metz,' which you know is a goddamn lie. You and your buddies are the ones that actually took Metz." The men of the 95th Infantry Division have proven themselves, winning not only the respect of their comrades, but that of the enemy.
German general who was in charge of defending Metz said that the 95th were Iron Men, and that's where the Iron Men of Metz came from.
For their heroic action in silencing the enemy pillbox near Jeanne d'Arc, Kalaji and Sergeant Grendel both received the Silver Star for gallantry.
I'm proud of the Iron Men of Metz. I guess I'm grateful that I lived through being one of them. I'm proud of all the guys that fought and all the guys. I'm proud of all the guys that fought and all the guys that died.
As Walker's Corps celebrates its victory over Metz, the fighting continues in the Saar River Valley. In the face of heavy combat, the African-American tankers of the 761st Battalion forge a reputation, proving themselves to their fellow tankers.
You know, as far as I'm concerned, they were disciplined, they were ready to go. I'd fight by them tomorrow.
The camaraderie between ourselves at night after all the fighting, I think that's what held us together, because we were really tight as a unit, as friends. And it hurt when we lost one another.
Though Patton and many Allied generals think the war might still be over by Christmas, Adolf Hitler is secretly planning to show them that they're dead wrong. As the temperatures drop, Hitler plans a massive assault that none of the Allied brass could possibly predict. In a matter of days, the tankers of the veteran 4th Armored and every GI in Patton's army will enter the frozen hell of the Ardennes forest. The Lorraine campaign may finally be over, but the Battle of the Bulge is about to begin. General George S. Patton's forces race across France in one of the greatest advances in military history. But exhilaration turns into frustration as they near the German border. Supply problems cripple Patton's advance. Heavy rains turn roads into swamps. And the retreating Germans suddenly launch deadly counterattacks. Mistakes are made, but heroes emerge in some of the fiercest tank battles of World War II. General George S. Patton. His bold attacks are legendary. See the war as he saw it, and ride along with his hard-fighting troops as they battle their way through World War II. On this 360-degree battlefield, Patton's enemies could be anywhere and everywhere. There's nowhere to run when the war is all around. Patton 360, on Hitler's doorstep. September 1944. Following General George Patton's historic race across France and the Soviets' continuing gains on the Eastern Front, the Allies are beginning to squeeze Hitler like a vice. The Fuhrer desperately wants to change the momentum. September 8th, 3 a.m. Outside the town of Mary, France, in the middle of the night, a column of tanks and other vehicles moves down a small, lightly wooded country road. Corporal Don Knapp of Whitman, Massachusetts, is a tank commander in the 712th Tank Battalion. It's his night to keep watch. He's trying to figure out if the vehicle sounds in the darkness are friend or foe.
And then they get abreast, and there's some trucks going by, and a German sitting on the tailgates talking, and I could hear them. You know, that's close. And so I got out quietly. We weren't visible because, you know, we were sort of camouflaged in the trees.
Knapp goes to alert his company commander, but before the rest of the company can be woken, the German 106th Panzer Brigade moves past. Then, 200 yards away, the German column stumbles right into the 90th Infantry Division's headquarters and artillery units.
For the enemy to suddenly launch a thrust that places him within reach of your divisional headquarters and divisional artillery is very, very bad news.
A Sherman tank assigned to protect HQ nails a German half-track at the end of the column. The Panzer Brigade suddenly realizes it's in the middle of an American camp. German and American tanks blast away, then scatter in the darkness.
No matter how well you prepare, sometimes you're just caught off guard. I mean, the Americans were completely surprised, but they regrouped, and then they took care of business.
The next morning, Knapp and 2 other Shermans find a protected spot near a road. Only their barrels are visible. And they don't have to wait long for a target to approach.
All by itself, we see a Panther coming down slowly. So we threw everything out of it. We caught him down by the bogey wheels in the back. Big explosion and a big black smoking ring come up.
By the end of the day, Patton's troops have decimated the Panzer Brigade, knocking out 21 German tanks and tank destroyers, 60 half-tracks, over 100 support vehicles, and taken 764 prisoners. But on this same day, September 8th, General Patton is frustrated beyond belief, not with his troops, but with his bosses. The resentment has been building for days. Flashback, 8 days earlier, August 31st, 1944. Patton's Third Army has just completed an unprecedented sweep across France.
In August, he swept through, got to the Seine River, crossed the Seine River, continued moving, advances all the way to eastern France.
On me.
And then he stops. General Patton is forced to do something that is completely and utterly counter to his nature.
Gasoline deliveries to Patton's Third Army have suddenly fallen from about 400,000 gallons a day to almost nothing. Patton is stuck in the Lorraine region of France, only 60 miles from the fortified Siegfried Line at the German border. He wants to thrust into Germany towards Frankfurt.
And he
he can't because he doesn't have the gasoline to fill up the vehicles, to move the tanks, the half-tracks, the jeeps, the tank destroyers, and all of the other vehicles forward.
Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight Eisenhower has given the fuel priority to Patton's rival, British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, who's trying to advance with other Allied forces across Belgium and Holland.
Patton becomes so frustrated at the situation, he basically says, if Eisenhower would just stop holding Montgomery's hand and give me the supplies I need, I could go through the Siegfried line like through a goose.
Now, Patton and his men are stuck west of the Moselle River, only able to fight local battles.
The Allied pause in September is a godsend to the German army. At this point in the war, the Germans are feeling defeated. They're basically walking back into Germany. The pause gives the Germans time to regroup and meet whatever the Allies are going to dish out.
During Germany's disastrous summer, Hitler fired his top general in the West, Gerd von Rundstedt. The Fuhrer was also slightly wounded during an assassination attempt. But on September 1st, Hitler reinstates the well-respected von Rundstedt. Stability is returning to the German ranks.
Von Rundstedt is basically your quintessential caricature of what a German or Prussian general would look like. He's ramrod straight, he wears the old Prussian helmet with the spike coming out the top. He's one of the most experienced generals in World War II.
The Germans don't know that Patton's hands are tied. But Patton wants to keep taking any small steps forward that he can. So on September 8th, units of the 20th Corps, under the command of Major General Walton Walker, attempt to move east at Dorno. Target the Moselle River. Strategy: advance past the Moselle, break the Lorraine stalemate, and take the war into Germany. Tactics: an amphibious assault by the 5th Infantry Division to secure a bridgehead, establish pontoons, and then bring armor across on portable bridges. Weeks earlier, Kelly Lemon kept his unit moving when he swam across a river under enemy fire and brought rowboats back when assault boats weren't available. But at Dorno, things don't go well from the start.
I found myself in a dogfight with a brigadier general in the 7th Army Division who claimed he was supposed to cross there.
Lemon's men were supposed to cross in assault boats under the cover of darkness on September 7th. Now, due to the traffic jam, the element of surprise is completely gone. As they cross in midday on the 8th, German artillery pounds Dorno as heavy rain begins to fall. The assault boats don't offer much protection. The M1 assault boat is made of plywood. The 16-foot-long boat weighs only 300 pounds. It can carry 9 soldiers across at a time, and the crew of 3 engineers then paddles back to pick up another squad. 24-year-old Private First Class Andy McGlynn of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is in one of the 5 boats crossing the Moselle.
We got our boats and started crossing under some small arms fire. The fella 2 ahead of me in my boat was killed. Never made a sound. But when we got to the other side of the river and unloaded, he never moved. He just stayed there.
German artillery takes out 2 of the boats. But somehow the rest of the battalion makes it across. Surprisingly, when the soldiers move inland, there is little resistance. They are now closer to Germany than anyone else on the Western Front. Their objectives are 2 hilltop forts. But when they see the rows of barbed wire and the thickness of these subterranean strongholds, it becomes clear they will need help.
And then we really got hit. And then we were told, pull back to the river. One fellow was hit right behind me, right through the helmet, never made a sound. Just, he died instantly.
McGlynn and the other survivors retreat to a wooded area next to the river. They set up a horseshoe-shaped defensive perimeter within the trees. It will become known as Horseshoe Wood. Back across the Moselle, half a mile to the west, Colonel Lemon wants to get across the river to join his men. But German artillery suddenly changes that plan when a shell strikes his jeep.
The executive officer, the intelligence officer, a couple of key enlisted men, and the radio operator was killed. So I went to a house in Dornot that had been fitted with wire communication to the rear, and reestablished the command post there.
Lemon requests the heavily outnumbered soldiers be allowed to withdraw back across the river that night. But his commanders have other plans. They're trying to open another crossing a few miles to the south and need to keep the enemy near Dorno distracted. The request to withdraw is denied.
One of the most difficult things I ever did in my life was to inform the troops that they'd become expendable, that I had just received orders that they were to hold at all costs. That really gets your attention.
The only thing Lemon can do now is pray that his entire battalion won't be wiped out trying to hold Horseshoe Wood. In August 1944, General Patton's troops often chewed up 50 miles a day as they pursued the retreating Germans across France. But now, in early September, Patton's historic advance has ground to a halt.
It had to have been an incredibly frustrating situation for General Patton in late August, early September of 1944, when fuel resources were taken away from Third Army and then given to Field Marshal Montgomery, one of Patton's chief rivals, a person against which Patton often clashed, going back all the way to Sicily.
Now the Germans facing Patton's men have regrouped along the Moselle River, but Old Blood and Guts is slow to adjust to the new situation. In a letter to his wife Beatrice, he writes, "I am doing my damnedest to get going again, but it is hard. Once people stop, they get cautious and the enemy gets set. Books will someday be written on that pause which did not refresh anyone but the Germans."
Patton's strategy in crossing the Moselle River is basically to regain the momentum he lost during the pause in September and cross the river basically on the run. This does not work because of the terrain. His armor and infantry are not able to support each other. There are several crossings that the Germans cut off. They're quite bloody.
September 8th, 1944. The 2nd Battalion of the 5th Infantry Division's 11th Regiment is in the middle of one of those bloody crossings. The soldiers are trying to hold on to their small bridgehead across the Moselle at Dorno. There's no chance of escape until another crossing is made further south.
That was the worst we had ever been in, from Normandy all the way through. We had never been in a point where we were trapped and had to suffer tanks and artillery and everything else.
American artillery across the river joins in lobbing shells to try and hold the Germans back. Finally, on the night of September 10th, the crossing to the south is established. The desperate remaining soldiers at Dorno are allowed to retreat back across the river for a much-needed break.
They're passing out bottles of cognac. So I got a bottle and I found my buddy Sam and helped finish that cognac. The casualties and that thing across the river for the battalion was 80%.
You don't have to be charging forward to be a hero. Holding the bridgehead against all odds, fighting, clawing, taking it to the enemy while you're sitting in a defensive position, those are real heroes in my book.
By September 10th, Patton's Third Army finally receives enough gasoline to make a larger advance. He can see that Walton Walker and his corps are going to have a tough time moving forward. The fortified city of Metz has repelled attacks for centuries. 35 miles south of Metz, near the city of Nancy, looks like a softer target. But two of Patton's generals disagree about how Nancy should be taken. In command of the battle-hardened 4th Armored Division is General John Wood, an aggressive, larger-than-life character known to his men as Tiger Jack. His boss is General Mantonetti, a friend of Eisenhower's who served with Patton in North Africa and Sicily. But Eddie has only been overseeing Wood in the 3rd Army since mid-August.
Wood sees an opportunity north of Nancy where there's only one river and he can advance rapidly and cut off Nancy. Eddie, the infantryman, wants to go south where he thinks resistance is a bit thinner, but there's a number of bridges. An infantryman can cross rivers a lot easier than an armored division, obviously.
This is not the first time Wood and Eddie have clashed, and it won't be the last. But Eddie finally agrees to a compromise and allows Wood to send half his armored forces around Nancy to the north, while the rest of the division will attack from the south. But at the same time, Hitler is preparing his own offensive. Against the advice of General Rundstedt, Hitler orders a major counterattack against Old Blood and Guts. Hitler calls in one of the most gifted officers of the Third Reich from the Eastern Front to lead the assault. General Hassel von Manteuffel. At 5'2" his lack of height has never held him back.
Hassel von Manteuffel was one of Germany's most decorated officers. He was one of only 27 recipients of the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords and diamonds, highest decoration Germany could possibly give. He was also one of Germany's greatest battlefield commanders.
Hitler wants Manteuffel to flank Patton's entire army.
Hitler envisions a massive counterattack being thrust through Lorraine into the heart of the United States Third Army that would drive out of Lorraine, drive on to the ancient French city of Reims.
But before the assault can kick off, Patton makes the opening move at Nancy. For now, Hitler's strategy has been put on hold. September 11th. The battle for Nancy gets off to a rough start to the south at the village of Bayonne, as the riflemen of the 35th Infantry Division attempt to establish a bridgehead across the Moselle for the tanks of the 4th Armored. They encounter heavy firepower from the enemy's shore. Alvin Erzik, a native of Salem, Massachusetts, and an officer in the 8th Tank Battalion, knows that 3rd Army must make some progress soon. If they don't, Montgomery and the British will get their fuel again.
And for the infantry to cross the river, for the engineers to come up and install a bridge, would take 2 or 3 days. And we tankers said, there must be something we can do. So I led the forces along a canal to the north.
When his unit takes a position overlooking the Moselle, Erzik spots what he thinks might be their ticket across. Below them, the Moselle has splintered, broken up by fingers of land. The first of the Iron Beasts enters the swift current of the Moselle.
And it get going down deeper and deeper. Finally, it got to the point where the river is swirling around the tank. So when he got there, he gunned the tank till he finally got across the Moselle River.
One by one, the tanks of the 8th Battalion make it across, gunning their engines at just the right moment to push over the banks and climb out of the river.
Now, mind you, this is a major river. This was totally unconventional.
Erzik and the determined tankers of the 8th Battalion have broken the stalemate south of Nancy. Patton finally has armor across the Moselle. But the fight for Nancy and the Moselle River is just getting started. Eastern France, September 13th, 1944. General George S. Patton's forces are fighting the German army for control of the Moselle River. Patton is still trying to grab back the momentum he lost when his gasoline supplies were taken away at the start of the month.
In those 5 days, really, at the beginning of September, that the Germans gained, because Patton is just flat out of fuel, really gives the Germans an opportunity to develop defenses along the Moselle River.
In the north, Walker's 20th Corps has been pushed back at Dornum. But in the south, the tankers and riflemen of Mantonetti's 12th Corps are slowly taking ground south of Nancy. 12 miles north of Nancy, American engineers are hard at work at the town of Douloir.
The 80th Division reaches the river, and through the construction of a pontoon bridge, they're able to cross the Moselle on September 13th.
This is the break 4th Armored Division Commander Tiger Jack Wood has been waiting for. One of the first units to cross is the 4th Armored's 37th Tank Battalion, under the command of 30-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams.
Creighton Abrams is a real hero in our Army because of his prowess on the battlefield, his charismatic leadership, his ability to train and prepare his unit for combat and then lead that unit in combat. As commander of the 37th Tank Battalion, he led from the front with a great deal of physical courage. He sensed opportunities and exploited them without hesitation.
General Creighton Abrams was not only a hero in World War II, but he was somebody who inspired an entire generation of tankers. It was fitting that we named the M1 Abrams tank after him.
Now, Abrams has his sights set on the goal of getting behind Nancy and cutting off the German-occupied city. General Wood's demand to attack Nancy from the north has paid off. In one day, Abrams' 37th Tank Battalion covers 15 miles. September 14th, 1944. The 4th Armored's Combat Command A has closed in on the vital town of Aracourt, on the main north-south road to the east of Nancy. From the south, Combat Command B, including Alvin Erzik's 8th Tank Battalion, has fought its way northeast over 3 days, from Bayonne towards Mayence. The German forces in Nancy have been almost completely encircled. General Johann Blaskowitz has already ordered most of his troops to retreat toward the German border. Wood wants to race after him, but his boss, General Mantonetti, hesitates.
Mantonetti regularly had conflict with General John Wood, commanding 4th Armored Division, with the approach to and the capture of the city of Nancy. Wood was frequently wanting bolder action. Eddie was a bit more cautious.
So here, Nancy is taken, and he wants to pause for a number of days so he can tidy up his line. So Patton, wanting to show confidence in his commanders, and Eddie's reluctance to move forward combine to give another pause to the Germans and allow them to stiffen their resistance.
And Adolf Hitler is quick to make the most of Patton's mistake. After days of delay, the Fuhrer's armored counterattack is about to begin. He wanted to strike deep into Allied territory before Patton took Nancy. But the German goal now is just to push Patton's forces back across the Moselle River. And Manteuffel knows even this won't be easy.
He knows that he has a limited amount of firepower, and he knows that the skies belong to the Allies. Yet, he's a German officer. He's going to follow orders.
September 18th, 1944. Manteuffel's assault begins. His target, Patton's forces along the Moselle and the town of Luneville, which the Nazis hope to use as a base of operations for ongoing attacks against Patton's soldiers.
What they had were brand new Panther tanks, freshly minted out of the factories. These were Panther tanks mainly. These Panther tanks came out of the fog. There was a total surprise.
Manteuffel's panzers encounter heavy resistance at Luneville by U.S. tank destroyers and artillery. Now the German commander is forced to change his plans. Manteuffel redirects his units to take on Patton's tankers at the town of Aracourt. Dawn. September 19th, 1944. The men of the 4th Armored's Combat Command A wake up to a French countryside covered in a thick layer of fog and a breakfast of German lead.
During the battle that develops, C Company 37th Tank Battalion knocks out 11 German Panthers. Using the fog to mask their approach and to mask their position, they move quickly, they get around to the sides of the German Panthers, and they get in shots that disable and knock out the Panthers.
Then, at 8 a.m., Captain Bill Dwight leads a platoon of M18 tank destroyers on a seek and destroy mission. Joseph Bartow of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, is a mechanic in the 704th Battalion, whose motto is seek, strike, destroy.
You'd go out and try to find the enemy, then strike the enemy, because once you found him, you had to kill him, and then get the hell out of the way.
The M18 gun motor carriage, aka Hellcat, has an open turret and is operated by a 5-man crew. It's designed for rapid response and heavy firepower. The high-velocity 76mm main gun packs a greater punch than the Sherman's main gun, and its 9-cylinder engine makes the Hellcat the fastest piece of American armor with a top speed of 50 miles per hour.
When they were in any kind of a fight, they brought us up in there because our guns could knock them out.
Dwight's Hellcat platoon creeps through the fog and takes a position behind a low rise. 150 yards away, German tanks enter the crosshairs. In a matter of minutes, the M18s knock out 7 German tanks. 3 of the Hellcats are destroyed, but Patton's gunners have forced the enemy column to fall back.
But what they basically do is fire down on these German tanks and then back off the ridge so the Germans can't fire back, roll back up onto the ridge, fire another volley, and they keep this sort of back-forth attack going while they're holding the high ground.
That afternoon, 2 miles east of Aracourt, 37th Tank Battalion Commander Creighton Abrams forms a task force to search for enemy tanks. A Company joins James Leach's B Company. Leach is a South Carolina native who's already a veteran of the drive across France. It doesn't take Leach and his comrades long to find a good target in a valley.
They found this entire German tank company. They were all dismounted and they had a food kitchen there and they were eating supper. And we were on top of them first thing you know it. We went completely through the German position and occupied their position. 9 tanks were the result of the combined fires of A Company and my company.
The German assault on Aracourt is a complete disaster. Thinking that his tankers have exhausted the enemy, Patton finally allows Wood to resume his drive to the German border. But Manteuffel isn't finished yet. The Battle of Aracourt is far from over. September 19th, 1944. Patton's tankers in the 4th Armored Division have been in the fight of their lives near the French town of Aracourt. In the all-day slugfest, the combined firepower of Combat Command A has held back a major counterattack. And and they've annihilated 50 enemy vehicles.
This wasn't all done without mishap. Many of our tanks got knocked out, got sick over it. Many of the boys that I knew, and we just had to forget about it. That's all. This is war. This is what we got to go through.
Now, on September 20th, Patton and the 4th Armored's commander, Tiger Jack Wood, think that yesterday's German attack is spent, and they can finally escape the stalemate of the Lorraine region. During one of the wettest Septembers on record, it's an area that Patton has come to hate, as he makes crystal clear in a cable to the War Department. He writes that, in the final settlement of the war, you insist that the Germans retain Lorraine, because I can imagine no greater burden than to be the owner of this nasty country. Patton and Wood have ordered Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams to get back on the road and drive to the east, toward the German border at Sargany. But German General Johann Blaskowitz knows that his supreme commander, Adolf Hitler, won't settle for a defeat. He's ordered General Hasso von Manteuffel to continue the assault, no matter what the cost.
Manteuffel's in an impossible situation. This is why Hitler is regarded, and rightfully so, as not only a brutal and murderous dictator, but also an extremely ineffective commander-in-chief. He becomes very directive and says, continue to counterattack at this particular place. And it's a place where there was a very well-organized defense.
Now, 2 full panzer brigades move in through the woods outside of Aracourt and try to catch Combat Command A from behind. Manteuffel's forces outnumber Abrams 2-1.
Attack the T-point! When the Germans came out of the woodwork, they started shooting in our direction. I engaged them, held them at bay.
Leach sounds the alarm. Abrams immediately orders his 37th Tank Battalion to turn back and engage the enemy forces. Just south of Aracourt, the 155mm guns of the 191st Field Artillery use withering fire to hold back the panzers. While Leach and his platoon leaders attempt to size up the situation, a German tank moves into position and opens fire.
And it appeared to me he was shooting at my command tank. So I ran toward my tank, motioning him to back up. Back up. And he did. But suddenly he stopped, as if he was thinking, maybe the captain wants to get up on the tank. And the moment he stopped, the 3rd round, 2 of them missed him, the 3rd round hit right in the right front of the tank. Cut the bow gunner in half and knocked the head off in the ground. 2 very heroic young men had no idea what to do.
While B Company attempts to rally, C Company is also hit hard and loses 5 Shermans in a matter of seconds. Facing a much larger German tank force, both American companies pull back behind the cover of a large ridge.
The Shermans are moving, they're maneuvering, they're placing fire on the enemy. By the time that the engagement finally breaks away and both sides pull away from one another, an equal number of tanks are knocked out on the battlefield, 11 Germans to 11 Shermans.
By the end of the day, Manteuffel's assault has stalled out. Blaskowitz's army has failed to shove Patton's armor back across the Moselle. Hitler is enraged. On the 21st, the Nazi dictator retaliates by firing Blaskowitz. The fighting outside of Aracourt rages on for days as the men of the 4th Armored hold off repeated panzer assaults. And for Manteuffel's panzer forces, it just keeps getting worse. skies above. P-47 Thunderbolts use occasional breaks in the dreary weather to slam the enemy armor.
So now you've got the P-47s diving in, the Shermans are kicking butt. Germans are in big trouble now. That's a real one-two punch.
But still, the Nazi high command insists on repeated armor assaults on Patton's forces throughout the region. Hitler is hell-bent on driving Patton out of Lorraine. Dawn, September 24th, 1944. Albin Erzik and the men of the 8th Tank Battalion are on a ridge 19 miles northeast of Nancy. Suddenly, the forest in front of them roars to life.
Out of the mist of the fog, we looked up, and this force, large, massive force, is moving out of the woods toward us. There are infantry on the ground. They had mostly Panther tanks with 2 or 3 Tigers amongst them, and they're advancing.
Erzik's tankers know they're no match for the German armor in a face-to-face shootout. One of the Americans facing the attack is Frank Dudash of Crown Point, Indiana.
We never would attack one-on-one. We'd attack two-on-one. We'd get behind and put around in their engine compartment because that's where the thinnest part of armor's on any armored vehicle.
Erzik's men use the same tactics as their comrades up at Aracore.
We were looking down at them. They're on the flat ground coming toward us. So we'd get 2 or 3 or 4 shots off before the Panther or the Tiger could get a shot at us. So the tanks would come up on the ridge and fire, bang, bang, bang. So we were knocking out quite a few of them.
The Panzers are quick to respond. The enemy tanks unleash a deadly barrage of 75 and 88 millimeter fire.
The worst, most horrendous noise that I've ever heard in my life was when an 88 hits a ridge and goes ricocheting off. You talk about locomotives and roars of planes.
If Patton's tankers are going to survive this slugfest with the enemy, they're going to need help. September 24th, 1944. For nearly a week, German General Hasso von Manteuffel's Panzer Brigades have been doing all they can to dislodge General George S. Patton's Third Army from its foothold east of the Moselle River. Patton's army has been countering each move that Manteuffel makes, but the Germans aren't showing any signs of letting up. Near the town of Chateau Saline, Albin Erzik's battalion is facing a heavy assault by German armor. If Erzik and his men can't hold the line, the Germans could make a mad dash all the way to Nancy.
We were at a great disadvantage because the Tiger and the Panther had better guns head-on than we did.
Heavy cloud cover has kept American aircraft from joining the action.
The fog is heavy. It's raining. They were flying over, but this cloud cover was so thick that they couldn't come down.
Just when it looks like Erzik's unit will be overrun, the cloud cover begins to break.
There was a little hole of blue opened up in the sky, and the hole kept getting bigger and bigger, and then all of a sudden it was big enough for our fighter support to come down.
They come so low and it would be scary because they would drop the bomb in the air behind you and like it was coming right at you, and then, of course, it'd sail over your head, go right into the target.
"23 Panzers have been destroyed, 300 soldiers have been killed, and 194 have been captured. The Nazis' attempt to break through to Nancy has failed."
Hitler wants to keep pressing the attack, but his commanders are sitting there thinking, with what? The whole counterattack is shot.
Following their historic offensive advance in August, Patton and his men have proven in September that they can be just as deadly in a defensive struggle. They've destroyed or damaged almost 500 German tanks and assault guns, plus another 150 armored vehicles in just 1 month of fighting in Lorraine. The Battle of Aricourt has become one of the largest tank battles of the war, and the place where the myth of German armored superiority has died.
Fantastic example of the American military, particularly U.S. Army Armored Forces, who have learned how to take what they have, the Sherman tank, which was certainly not the best tank of World War II, and make it deadly on the battlefield when you are facing the enemy that does have some of the best armored vehicles of the entire war.
Despite the victories on the battlefield, Patton's in for a major disappointment. Just as in early September, Patton doesn't have enough fuel to follow up his success on the battlefield. Eisenhower again diverts Patton's fuel to British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery.
He gave Montgomery the fuel that he requested, and Montgomery launched this operation, which of course we know as Operation Market Garden. Operation Market Garden ultimately did not succeed.
Any opportunity to end the war before Christmas has just been lost. Instead, Patton is ordered to stop any plans for an advance east of Nancy and to dig in along the Moselle near Metz.
They're dealing with a deteriorating weather situation that's only going to get worse as the days tick by, and they're dealing with shortages of supplies. September is the critical month of the supply shortages of the Allied armies that are fighting in Europe.
But even though the rapid advance is over, the fighting rages on. Forced to settle in for a long and deadly siege near the battlefields where he fought in World War I, Patton will face a new challenge and yet another tough opponent in the month ahead. Nazi General Hermann Balck, Blaskowitz's replacement, is digging in for a last-ditch battle to keep Patton out of Germany. Soon on Patton 360, General Walton Walker's 20th Corps and the men of the 5th Infantry Division are about to take on Balck's defenses at Metz. And the heavy guns of a mysterious enemy stronghold known as Fort Driant. For Patton, it seems that Lorraine will continue to be a sea of... The Battle of the Bulge is over, but in the winter of 1945, the Adolf Hitler launches a massive surprise attack in the dead of winter. Nazi forces smash through the weakest spot in the Allied line. They capture thousands of American soldiers across the Ardennes forest and completely surround the 101st Airborne Division at Bastogne. Patton vows that his Third Army will ride to the rescue. As conditions worsen, Patton and his men charge into a frozen hell. Knowing that they may be the Allies' only hope in the West. General George S. Patton. His bold attacks are legendary. See the war as he saw it and ride along with his hard-fighting troops as they battle their way through World War II. On this 360-degree battlefield, Patton's enemies could be anywhere and everywhere. There's nowhere to run when the war is all around. Patton 360, Battle of the Bulge. 6 months after D-Day, the Allies are set for a final push into Germany. All the top generals think the Nazis have had it. But Hitler hasn't given up. He's just hit the Allied line in a weak spot. American reserves have been pushed back for miles, creating a huge bulge in the Allied front lines. George Patton's 4th Armored Division is driving north to push back in what is to become known as the Battle of the Bulge.
Patton was ultimately drawn into this battle in a very dramatic and important way, and in a way that some people might call his finest hour.
December 23rd, 1944, Flatzberhof, Luxembourg. Captain Jimmy Leach's company in the 37th Tank Battalion grinds its way towards a train station half a mile ahead. Leach has already been right in the middle of the action for months, fighting with the 4th Armored since Normandy.
The snow was about knee-deep. As we approached Flatzberhof, and I was the advance guard, I commenced receiving fire from the left front, and they knocked out one of my tanks, killed 2 of my soldiers.
The fire is pouring in from a tree line on the left, and possibly from the far side of the railroad tracks. Yards due north. Leach spots the enemy's chief firepower, 2 German self-propelled anti-tank guns, along with a Sherman tank.
The American Sherman's obviously been captured by the Germans because it's had a big Balkan cross painted on the side of the turret.
My first round hit the nearest railroad track toward me.
The gunner of a Sherman tank aims through a periscope sight some 14 inches above the bore of the gun. At a distance, the aim line and projectile eventually converge, but at very short ranges, the gun shoots lower than the aim line.
I told the driver, move up a little bit. Boom. Hit the second track. Oh, God. Can't be. Driver, move up a little further. He did this. But he finally was able to get beyond the track. We put a round or 2 into these self-propelled guns in this tank, too.
The biggest danger for Patton's soldiers at Flatzberhof is now gone. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. 1 mile north in the village of Bougainville, German paratroopers are prepping for a bloodbath. The coming battle is just one of hundreds that have already been raging across the Ardennes forest for a week. Now it's up to Patton and his men to see if they can turn the tide back in the Allies' favor, as it was before the battle began 7 days earlier. Flashback, December 16th, 1944. Despite having slowed the Allied advance in the west, Adolf Hitler is losing ground on all sides. To the east, Soviet forces are on the move, and to the south, American and British troops continue to push up through the Italian boot. George S. Patton's Third Army is in the Saar region of Germany, beginning an attack on the German border at the fortified Siegfried Line.
Third Army is still pushing forward. Patton's philosophy is to keep the Germans off balance in his sector, negating their ability to do anything to him.
With Patton keeping the pressure on, the Germans strike another sector further north with a monster blow. On the morning of December 16th, they smash into the entire Ardennes region at once, with 20 divisions across a 60-mile front.
It's where units went to sort of go to a quieter, to get sort of acclimatized and used to maybe some small skirmishes before they were employed elsewhere.
The Ardennes separates the two main Allied army groups, so to Hitler's thinking, it's a perfect spot for a surprise body blow.
The idea was to drive a wedge between Montgomery's 21st Army Group and Bradley's 12th Army Group, separating the two, with the hope to forcing the surrender of the entire 21st Army Group in the north.
At the same time, Hitler hopes to grab the port of Antwerp. That's where the Allies are now getting their supplies.
The Germans had their backs against the wall. It was clear that the Russians were coming, and there weren't enough Germans to stop them. So Hitler decided he was going to win on the Western Front so that he could free up all those forces and then turn on the Russians.
In the north, the 6th Panzer Army swarms in and shocks the American divisions there. In the south, the German 5th Panzer Army overwhelms 2 regiments of the 106th Infantry Division, capturing more than 7,000 GIs. Hitler's juggernaut is helped along by some awesome firepower, the King Tiger tank.
Now this is a modified, souped up, more armor-covered tank. It still has the 88mm cannon, but the armor on the tank is a lot thicker and it's going to be much more survivable on the battlefield.
While Patton is more than 100 miles to the south, the 5th Panzer Army drives westward. It surrounds the village of Bastogne, Belgium. Americans hold the town, and it's a key hub in the Ardennes Road network. Trapped inside is the 101st Airborne Division and part of the 10th Armored. To make matters worse, the troops aren't sure who to trust. Word is, English-speaking Germans dressed as Americans and led by notorious Nazi commando Otto Skorzeny have infiltrated the lines.
Their job ranged from everything from killing officers to knocking down signs to blowing up bridges or capturing bridges, so that the Germans had a better advantage in punching through.
When it's clear to the Allies how massive the attack really is, Ike calls Patton, Bradley, and British commanders to Verdun. They have to figure out a response. Before Patton leaves, he pulls some of his units out of their battle in the Saar and begins moving them north. He's sure his army will be ordered in that direction.
Patton's probably thinking, you might be able to catch a few of my forces off guard. Watch out. I'm going to come up there and give you a surprise of my own.
On December 19th in Verdun, when Ike asks Patton how soon his army can disengage from battle, turn north, and get moving, Patton tells him he can attack with 3 divisions in 2 days.
Everyone in the room is shocked. One of the witnesses says there was a shuffling of feet and some nervous churns in people's seats. The Americans are basically thinking, George has bitten off more than he can chew. The British in the room are going, these Americans don't know what warfare is about.
Ike tells Patton not to joke with him, that such a move would be impossible.
And Patton immediately responds. He says, I'm not kidding. My army is ready. I can have 1 corps going. In 48 hours, I can have another corps right behind it.
You want to talk about getting a guy fired up? Just say impossible to Patton. He's going to sit there and say, what? Impossible? Just watch me.
Patton leaves the meeting with a mission: relieve Bastogne, 140 miles away, as soon as possible. And over the next day and a half, he tirelessly visits each of his divisions to help quickly work through the nuts and bolts of the 140-mile move.
Figuring out what roads they needed to take, calculating fuel consumption, all the minute details of just a symphony of work to be done, Patton handles like the perfect maestro.
But there's one full-size challenge Patton's incredible energy can't overcome: bad weather. Sleet, snow, and cold are making everything harder, and poor visibility is keeping support and scout planes grounded.
It was really unclear what Third Army would face as it conducted this counterattack. A way to mitigate that uncertainty is with aerial reconnaissance. and Pat didn't have that available to him.
The weather is less of a problem for today's radar-equipped reconnaissance planes.
If we had had, during the Battle of the Bulge, something like the AC-130 gunship, an aircraft that can get at altitude and can hover and can look down through the weather and can see the enemy on the battlefield and see the enemy on the battlefield at night. Imagine what a difference it would have made to have had that kind of weapon at that time.
But Patton's army will have to advance blind. So for the drive to Bastogne, Patton puts his favorite tank unit, the 4th Armored Division, at the tip of his spear.
They were called Roosevelt's butchers by the German army because they were so effective. And the Germans thought all of them had been prisoners, had been criminals, and had been let out of jail in order to be in the American army. Of course, none of this was true, but the members of the 4th Armored Division certainly played that up because they thought any advantage against the Germans was good, and if the Germans were afraid of them, so much the better.
But the 4th Armored has never faced a nightmare like this as it races into one icy battle after another. December 22nd, 1944, Day 7 of the Battle of the Bulge. General George S. Patton's 4th Armored Division is fighting its way north in the middle of Europe's worst winter in decades. Their mission, to relieve the 101st Airborne Division, trapped by Nazi forces in Bastogne. The 4th Armored has fought its way through France, winning its reputation as one of the best American units under the leadership of General John Tiger Jack Wood.
Major General Wood was a commander who was formed in Patton's own image. He was a guy who believed in attacking and never giving the enemy a chance to prepare a defense.
There's just one problem. Wood and his boss, infantry-minded 12th Corps Commander Mattinetti, have been at each other's throats for months. While aggressive, Wood also looks after his men. He publicly slams Eddie for keeping the 4th on the front lines for too long during the grueling fighting in the Saar Valley.
General Mattinetti had a schedule. He wanted the 4th Armored Division to go forward. And General Wood says, no way. These kids need a rest, and that's what we're going to have. And it's not going to be any other way.
Wood's insubordination finally forces Patton to make one of his most difficult decisions of the war. On December 1st, Patton relieves Wood of command, calling Wood's feud a case of nervous exhaustion. The news has a devastating effect on the 4th Armored Division.
When he was relieved of his command, it was like a body blow. The two things that hit me the most during the war was the news that Wood was relieved and the news that President Roosevelt had died.
Now the 4th Armored is heading into the biggest battle on the Western Front, and their beloved commander has been sent packing.
In war, you have to be able to push yourself beyond what you think you can do. You're tired, you're hungry, you're cold. But these soldiers kept moving forward. Now that's a testament to the American fighting spirit.
Hal Mayforth, a 21-year-old sergeant from Boston, is in a cavalry recon unit at the front of the division's Combat Command B. He endures the miserable conditions in an armored car instead of a tank.
At night, the only thing that I took off were my shoes and my combat jacket. And I think I used the whole combat jacket as a pillow. And inside my sleeping bag, I put my carbine to keep that warm, and I put my shoes inside the sleeping bag because if I left them out, I could never put them on again. They were frozen like boards.
Dawn, December 23rd, 1944, Chaumont, Belgium. Combat Command B is 12 miles south of Patton's objective, the surrounded town of Bastogne. In command is Albin Erzik, a former horse cavalryman from Salem, Massachusetts.
We traveled all night, and just about a little after daylight, on the 23rd, we hit the outskirts of a place called Chaumont.
As Patton's men roll towards the outskirts of town, Hal Mayforth's recon unit is in the lead. Light tanks of the 8th Battalion are right behind them. But just as they top a rise that slopes down to Chaumont, 700 yards ahead, a self-propelled German tank destroyer searches for another victim. Mayforth's platoon leader, Lieutenant Jim Bennett, leaps into action.
Jim Bennett, who received a battlefield commission, jumped from his armored car onto the deck of a light tank to point out the position of the German anti-tank gun. And that was when the vehicle found its range and wiped out the tank and wiped out Jim Bennett as well.
Soon, more German guns open fire. Sergeant Hal Mayforth is farther back in the column. Here, Germans have opened up on Patton's soldiers from a forest on the right side of the road.
You could see flashes of, as it turned out, there were German paratroopers on the edge of the wood fire. And the return fire that we made was just in the general vicinity of the gun flashes.
Ahead of Mayforth, his friend John D. Batista attempts to return fire with his .50 caliber machine gun.
I didn't have any cover on that 50 caliber. I wouldn't dare have the cover in case you need it right away, you know. But in the evening, when that Siberian high come through, that wet 50 caliber through, it fired one round and didn't eject because it didn't throw the bolt back far enough to pick up another round.
So he urinated on it, and I witnessed the whole thing. And it really amazed me that under dire circumstances, he could get his plumbing to function.
This just goes to show you American ingenuity at its finest. The American soldier faced with a problem, he's gonna figure a way to get out of it. I mean, peeing on a 50 cal? Come on.
In the next minutes, the Shermans of the 8th Tank Battalion, the first unit behind the recon company, rush forward to the fight. But 800 yards ahead, 15 Sturmgeschütz 3 tank destroyers belch fire and steaming lead. The Sturmgeschütz 3 is built on a tank chassis, giving it a top speed of 25 miles per hour. Its high-velocity 75mm main gun makes it an efficient tank killer. But the firepower of Erzik's tanks is enough to drive the surviving Stugs from the field. Despite the Nazi ambush, Combat Command B now holds the high ground, overlooking Chaumont.
So at that point, I pulled back and I said that we can't go down the road like we've been going. This is going to require a coordinated attack. So I planned an attack where I had C Company over on the left, was wide open. I was going to have C Company go around the flank so they could protect B Company, which was going to attack down the road into Chaumont. And I had A Company move on a ridge on the right.
Elements of the 10th Armored Infantry are brought forward to join the attack, along with armored artillery. Patton's men aren't going to be surprised this time.
And it was a little afternoon that we launched the attack. And the fight, B Company going down the town, firing where they needed to fire. They had the armored infantry. It's a very small town, cluster buildings, and there were a lot of Germans dug in.
After heavy fighting, Erzik's unit pushes through the town. The fight for Schoman is brutal. The tankers and riflemen of the 4th Armored Division start to get the upper hand. But Patton's warriors are about to slam into a major roadblock on the drive to Bastogne. December 23rd, 1944. The Battle of the Bulge is raging. Hitler has gambled on a massive push to drive a wedge into the Allied armies on the Western Front.
Attention to the designated grid square.
And the eye of the Nazi storm is centered around the town of Bastogne, Belgium. General Patton has ordered the 4th Armored to break through the enemy and relieve the 101st Airborne. Right now, the men of Combat Command B are in the thick of the fight, forcing their way through Schoman, Belgium.
B Company got to the end of the road and it headed up to a place called Grandrue, which would be the next town. And just as they were getting ready to make the turn, all hell broke loose. We had a massive, massive counterattack.
German paratroopers and enemy armor in the form of massive Jagd Tigers mounting an awesome 128mm gun tear into the Americans.
You couldn't turn around because there's not room to turn around. You never expose your tank. So I started backing up. I reached the point where I said, we're absolutely safe now. I think we're out of range. So I turned the turret around. At that point, we were hit by a massive jolt. Our tank was hit so dramatically that the 37, 38-ton tank was pushed as though 2 giant hands had pushed it. And all of us went sprawling.
The turret is cracked, but the round did not penetrate, and none of Patton's tankers are killed. Erzik and his crew can't believe their luck. It turns out the round hit a protruding section of the turret next to the antenna well.
But ricocheted off. Someone look out for me that day.
While the 8th Tank Battalion regroups and plans a coordinated attack, Combat Command B comes to a temporary halt. The brief pause allows Erzik to survey the devastating losses.
All of B Company, all their tanks were damaged, a lot of casualties to the 10th Armored. I'll never forget, it was the worst day of my life. I've never forgotten Chaumont on the 23rd of December.
Miles ahead of Erzik's battered unit, soldiers holding out in the village of Bastogne are also struggling, hoping that General Patton can pull off a miracle and rescue them. One problem infantrymen on the perimeter are having is that the cold is affecting their M1 rifles. Introduced in 1936, the M1 rifle self-feeds from an 8-round clip. When a round fires, explosive gases cause the ejection of the spent cartridge and the loading of a fresh round. However, extreme cold causes the gun oil used on the moving parts to harden and gum up the open action. The 101st is also short on men.
They needed every rifleman on the line. So on the 23rd, a couple of days before Christmas, the word came down that we're not getting relieved right away here. We need help. So commanders went to the hospitals and asked for volunteers. And all the guys who could carry a weapon, anybody who could walk, anybody who could fight, got up, even though they were wounded, and went out to fight the line.
The attacking Germans are under the command of General Heinrich Freiherr von Ludwitz, a no-nonsense Eastern Front veteran. But General Tony McAuliffe, in charge at Bastogne, is a fighter just like Patton.
The Germans, realizing they have the whole unit surrounded, send a messenger through the lines with a message to General McAuliffe to surrender.
McAuliffe hands a one-word response to Ludwitz's messenger that simply reads, "Nuts."
As the German's leaving, he looks at it and says to his American guard, "Nuts, what does that mean?" And the American says, "It means go to hell."
Lutwitz is incensed and pours on the artillery fire. It's clear now that this is a fight to the death. If Patton doesn't break through to Bastogne, the 101st Airborne is going to be wiped out. December 24th, 1944, Luxembourg City. George S. Patton is thrilled this morning by the sight of clear skies with planes aloft. He knows his ground troops will need close air support if they're going to break the German noose surrounding Bastogne. He radios General McAuliffe. Christmas Eve present coming, hold on. Patton heads to the front to keep the pressure on his units. He's got 3 combat commands pressing ahead. All 3 are hitting stiff German resistance. But he's promised Eisenhower he'll be in Bastogne any day now, and his reputation is on the line.
Patton had always said, in war, men are nothing, man is everything. He really believed that the individual with that sort of focused attention and aggressiveness can achieve great things in warfare. He is out in a Jeep every day, pushing troops forward.
His Jeep driver, 20-year-old Californian Francis Sanza, remembers Patton's words to him the day 3rd Army headed for Bastogne.
He says, "Are you ready?" I didn't say nothing. Then he says to me, "Are you afraid to die?" And I looked at him, I said, "I didn't come here to die." He says, "I'm going to tell you why." He said, "They're going to try to get me, but they're going to kill you to get me."
Patton is so sure his Jeep will take fire, he orders Sanza to empty the gas from the 5-gallon can in back and replace it with water.
"You understand," he said, "because in case somebody would shoot at the Jeep and blew it up, there's gas in that tank."
On Christmas Eve, as Patton rolls out of Luxembourg, 40 miles north of him, the 37th Tank Battalion is rolling into the village of Bigonville. As the battalion halts to split up, Captain Jimmy Leach takes a flesh wound to the head.
But it didn't break the skull, even though it bruised it. Oh, God, it was a knot there.
But his battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams, isn't aware Leach has been shot and orders his company to the far side of town. The captain's only carrying out orders, but the location and arrangement of his tanks in the battle is confusing to U.S. aircraft. 2 miles to the west, American fighter planes soon appear.
Well, here came 4 P-47 fighter bombers. And they circled us once or twice.
All the rest of the Americans are on the other side of town, and from the air, it looks like Leach's men are opposing them.
Then they came back and made an attack run on my company. And they bombed me twice and strafed me twice.
Incredibly, Patton's tankers are unscathed.
Not a bullet hit a tank, not a bomb scratched the tank. I bet you they went home and reported great things, but nonetheless, there was none that touched me.
But the young captain's luck does not hold. As Abrams and the rest of the 37th press the attack on the village, 200 yards away, German riflemen continue firing from upper-story windows. Soon, another enemy bullet screams toward Leach's tank. It smashes into one of the vision slits in the tank's cupola.
Hit that thing, and that splattered glass and aluminum put about a 50-cent hole right through my jacket and gave me a wound under the arm that needed a bandage on it because it was a wet wound.
Despite his wounds, Leach remains in command of his company to the close of the battle at the end of the day. By evening, 37th Tank Battalion has cleared Bigonville and seized over 300 German prisoners. Nevertheless, General Patton is getting impatient. He wants Bastogne relieved, even if it means an all-night march after a hard day's fight. Christmas Eve, 1944. The Battle of the Bulge has been raging for more than a week, during one of the harshest winters anyone in Europe can remember. General George S. Patton's men are trying to achieve the impossible by racing 140 miles north through snow, ice, and hot German lead to free the 101st Airborne Division surrounded in Bastogne.
The men were being pushed to the extremes of endurance in combat, having to stay awake longer, alert longer, living out in the cold and the open, dealing with the elements constantly, in a situation where you just could not find warmth.
General Patton is not in a holiday mood. As he maps the progress of his troops toward Bastogne, he confides in his diary, "This has been a very bad Christmas Eve. All along our line, we have received violent counterattacks. Patton refuses to fall short of his promise to arrive in Bastogne as soon as possible and calls for something unexpected. He orders the Reserve Combat Command of 4th Armored, the unit that fought all day for Bougainville, to make an end run in the middle of the night. Indications are that the path to Bastogne is clearer on the left of the division. Injured the day before, Captain Jimmy Leach's men wake him up in the middle of the night. No rest for the weary or the wounded.
We got orders, and the orders were that at midnight we're going to move the entire combat command around the south end of the other two brigades that are attacking, or the other two combat commands, and come up on the left flank of the left one, which is CCB, and resume the attack.
Leach and the Reserve Command march all night and manage to come up on the left of the division by first light. It's Christmas morning, a cheerless holiday for both the men of the 4th Armored and American soldiers stuck in Bastogne, directly in front of Patton's men.
I mean, it's hard enough for a guy to be away from home, especially be away from your family. But at Christmas, and under these fighting conditions, and this kind of an intense fight, man, that's brutal.
All 3 combat commands spend Christmas Day locked in vicious combat. That evening, Jimmy Leach's battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams, gets orders to push toward the enemy stronghold of Seabray the next day. Abrams is a 30-year-old with a reputation as a tough fighter who can get the job done.
Patton himself said there's only one tanker better in this army than myself, and that's Creighton Abrams. So that's a heck of a recommendation coming from the expert.
The next morning, Lieutenant Colonel Abrams takes up a position on a hill east of Seabray. But instead of attacking his assigned target, Abrams believes that a drive directly ahead through the Belgian village of Assenois could open a direct path to Bastogne, just 1 mile away.
And what Abrams does is he calls an artillery barrage on Assenois, and his plan is to lift it as soon as his troops reach the area.
Soon, 3 of Abrams' tanks churn through Assenois, with Lieutenant Charles Bage's Sherman in the lead. 500 yards ahead, German soldiers in the town and beyond are still battling viciously, trying to repulse the American drive.
And basically what the commander, this Lieutenant Bages, is doing is he's firing into the woods to his left and right, but not stopping. His concept is just keep their heads down while we move forward.
Finally, the lieutenant spots what looks like an American walking towards him, but it could be a German imposter.
Bages says, "I'm Lieutenant Bages with the 4th Armored Division. Tell me who you are, I will open fire." And the guy says, "I'm Corporal Miller with the 101st Airborne. Thank God you're here." And with that, Bastogne is relieved. The link has been made between the 4th Armored and the 101st.
he pulled in to what is now called McAuliffe Square in the center of downtown Bastogne on his tank, the Cobra King. It represented the moment of greatest triumph.
The siege of Bastogne may be over, but General Patton still faces stiff challenges in the Battle of the Bulge. His men must keep the corridor to Bastogne open, and at the same time, help push Hitler's forces back where they came from. To collapse the Bulge, there'll be many more firefights in the days ahead. January 1945. Bastogne is firmly in American hands, but for General George S. Patton's army, the Battle of the Bulge is still raging. For the ground pounders and the infantry, the nightmare of battle is only made worse by the misery of winter. Minnesota native Ruel Long, a soldier in the 90th Infantry Division, knows firsthand just how hard it is to live and fight in sub-zero weather.
In the morning, your canteen would always have some ice on the top of it, but we'd have to light our key ration cartons and melt the ice in the canteen so they could use it to drink and to shave. And we were still going around in leather boots. We were losing men to frostbite, pinch foot.
January 9th, 1945, day 25 in the Battle of the Bulge. The 761st Tank Battalion is pushing toward the German-held village of Tillet, Belgium, part of the 3rd Army's drive to close the Bulge in the American line.
There's basically a bulge within the Battle of the Bulge now that the Americans are occupying. And Patton is sending the 11th Armored Division, the 6th Armored Division, a number of infantry divisions in there to fight some of the heaviest fighting, even worse than the fighting going into Bastogne.
The 761st is an African-American unit that fought as part of Patton's army for weeks in the soggy Lorraine region, and now in frigid Belgium.
These guys fought hard. They fought well. They were well led. They were dedicated. And there's something that every American should be proud of.
This morning, 761st tanks are approaching a distant tree line. William McBurney is a 21-year-old gunner from New York City. His tank is covering the far left flank.
And we went into this open field and was going forward, and it was very deep snow. And they were hidden in the trees.
800 yards ahead from the tree line, German infantrymen and a Tiger tank open fire. McBurney fires back, but then the American tank hits a mine. It looks like a death sentence. The tank won't move, and they're in an open field with no cover.
Tank commander, he jumped out, I got out. Smitty, he came behind me, and we hollered at Willie to jump out. He got killed in the tank from a machine gun bullet. We started crawling to get away from where the Tiger tank was. And they were coming up on us. I think about 1,000 yards or better that we crawled, and we were shooting soldiers and whatnot.
Finally, an American P-38 fighter plane appears overhead.
It came out of nowhere. It knocked the tank out, and it came back over and tipped its wing and took off. And I was thankful for that. I'll never forget that plane, P-38.
McBurney will later receive a Bronze Star for his tenacious fighting. The rest of Patton's men continue to push the Nazis back to where they started. As the bulge shrinks in the middle of January, Patton visits a hospital in Luxembourg. Lieutenant Roger Boaz, a forward artillery observer who's battled his way across France in the 4th Armored Division, is laid up with bronchial inflammation. Patton enters his ward.
And he turned to me and he said in his high voice, "What's the matter with you, boy?" And I said, "I have bronchitis, sir." And he looked at me a minute and he said, "What outfit are you in, boy?" And I said, 4th Armored Division, sir. Whole attitude changed. He put his hand on my shoulder. He said, "Lieutenant, you had your share of hard work. You stay here as long as you have to."
Patton then moves down the line to a lieutenant who's due for an amputation. He wants to pin a silver star on the young officer for bravery. Patton asks his aide to produce one.
And he started reaching in his pockets, one after another. He said, "Sir, I don't have one." And Patton again went into one of his profane periods of dressing this chap down. Went on for quite a while. I'm sure this man never forgot it. And an hour later, a full colonel from the staff came with a silver star for the lieutenant, and ice cream for all of us, and the next day the lieutenant was dead. Down. One don't have one. And Patton again went into one of his profane periods of dressing this chap down. Went on for quite a while. I'm sure this man never forgot it. And an hour later, a full colonel from the staff came with a silver star for the lieutenant, and ice cream for all of us, and the next day the lieutenant was dead.
Throughout the first weeks of 1945, American forces continue the struggle in the Ardennes forest, turning the tide of battle in favor of the Allies. By the last week of January, the weakened Nazis have been pushed back virtually to where they started.
The Battle of the Bulge is Hitler's really last gamble, last punch at the Allies. And it's Patton who punches back and shows Hitler to be a pretty lousy boxer. He destroys what's left of the offensive power of the German army. He's leaving almost nothing to defend Germany, and the victory's really his.
It has quite possibly been Patton's finest hour, especially the relief of Bastogne. In a letter to his wife on December 29th, Patton makes no bones about his pride in this accomplishment. The relief of Bastogne is the most brilliant operation we have thus far performed, and is, in my opinion, the outstanding achievement of this war. Now the enemy must dance to our tune, not we to his.
George Patton, in many respects, is viewed by posterity as a general who accomplished the impossible.
But the general knows this is no time to rest on his laurels. The enemy is still fighting and still deadly. The Bulge may have collapsed, but the war is not over. George S.
Division to go forward, and General.
The Battle of the Bulge is over, but in the winter of 1945, the final struggle for Europe is just getting started. General George S. Patton and his Third Army are determined to shatter Hitler's dream of a 1,000-year Reich. From the battles to cross the Rhine River, to Patton's top-secret mission to rescue his son-in-law, The Third Army is taking the war to the very heart of the enemy. General George S. Patton. His bold attacks are legendary. See the war as he saw it and ride along with his hard-fighting troops as they battle their way through World War II. On this 360-degree battlefield, Patton's enemies could be anywhere and everywhere. There's nowhere to run when the war is all around. Patton 360, crushing the Third Reich. Germany, March 8th, 1945. After wiping out Hitler's forces in the final days of the Battle of the Bulge, Patton's army is on the march, preparing for the ultimate showdown, the storming of the Nazi fatherland.
The Third Army, after having shifted to the north during the Battle of the Bulge, they're now poised to continue moving to the east. Movement to the east means crossing into Germany, and then, of course, vaulting the Rhine River itself. The greatest of all the German obstacles.
With his army following in the ancient footsteps of Caesar's Roman legions as they conquered the Huns, Patton knows that little stands in the way between him and his years-long goal of marching into Berlin. Leading the way to the Rhine is Patton's vanguard, the men of the 4th Armored Division. On the hunt for a bridge to cross the Rhine is combat veteran Alvin Erzik, a native of Salem, Massachusetts, recently promoted to lieutenant colonel.
When we got to the point where we could see the Rhine, we saw a bridge across the Rhine at a place called Ermits. And we're only about 2 miles from the Rhine River.
The bridge is one of the last still intact, capable of taking Patton's army onto the enemy's turf. Dozens of German armored vehicles and hundreds of Hitler's soldiers swarm over the bridge on a desperate retreat to the eastern shore. Erzik and the tankers of the 4th Armored immediately launch a full-scale assault on the bridge with 2 tank companies.
It's flat. Not a tree, not a ridge, absolutely flat. And my tank started across this ground.
Instantly, 88mm shells slam into the earth. Across the river, German artillery has drawn a bead on the Americans. Erzik's assault is stopped cold.
It would have been suicide, absolute murder, to keep trying to advance the 2 miles to the Rhine River with the 88s.
American artillery takes over. The next morning, as Erzik's tank force moves toward the bridge, the enemy guns on the hills overlooking the river fall silent.
Plungers, and up it went. The most amazing thing, you saw these wheels and horses and people up in the air.
It's a bitter disappointment, and it comes at a time when Patton's army is eager to exploit the Allied victory in the Battle of the Bulge. Flashback. 2 weeks earlier, February 1945. Hitler's divisions are on the run, and the Third Army is snapping at their heels. Summing up the final stages of the Battle of the Bulge in a letter to his son, Patton writes, "I think we accounted for some 80,000 Germans. The woods are full of corpses. and it's going to stink some in the spring.
In December, they faced the last great lunge that Adolf Hitler could throw at them in the form of the Ardennes Offensive, what we call the Battle of the Bulge. By February 1st, 1945, the momentum of the Allied drive toward Germany has resumed.
In the west, American, British, and Canadian forces are pushing towards the Rhine. To the south, in Italy, Patton's old opponent, Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, is falling back. And to the east, the Soviet army has chewed its way out of Russia, pushing the Nazis right back into Hitler's backyard. The power of the Axis is starting to collapse.
The resistance we had was from kids almost, and old men. When I say old men, well, we were young, so they were old men at the time, and the young kids, the guns was bigger than them. That's when we knew the war was almost over.
While the Nazis struggle to hold their ground, thousands of American troops continue to pour onto the continent. One of them is Lincoln Lung, who grew up amidst the segregation of San Francisco's Chinatown and joined the 90th Infantry Division in the final weeks of the Battle of the Bulge.
They need replacement immediately, so they cut our training, and I was sent to Europe within a week and a half in the Queen Mary.
Now, as one of the tough hombres of the 90th Division, the color lines that separated men back home has started to blur.
We are fighting for our country. We're on the same side against the enemy. So they treat me like a human being, like one of them.
You've got country guys with city guys. You've got Californians with New Yorkers. And now they got to count on each other? But you know the American GI, that's what he did.
The Allies are now spread out over a 450-mile front. To the north, 21st Army Group covers an area from the North Sea to Cologne, while 12th Army Group, including Patton's 3rd, is pushing in on a 100-mile stretch of the Rhine, driving Hitler's forces back towards the river. Of course, Patton wants to be the first to cross the Rhine.
The race for the Rhine is basically the last big prize for all the armies racing east. This becomes a bit of an obsession for him. He realizes the importance of it, and he wants to go for it.
Target the Rhine River. Strategy: storm into the enemy homeland and crush the Nazis before they can mount a defense. Tactics: seize any existing bridges, and if necessary, use assault boats to cross the river.
Any bridge that isn't destroyed becomes the key real estate. It becomes decisive terrain, that if the Third Army is able to capture a bridge, that will save them immense time, and therefore will give Patton the opportunity to get his army across the Rhine, get at the Germans, and keep them running.
On March 7th, 1945, U.S. First Army captures the bridge at Remagen, giving the Americans their first major crossing point at the Rhine. But the Allies need to cross the river at several points in order to get enough firepower into Germany. Nierstein, Germany, March 22nd, 1945. With the First Army already across the Rhine, Patton is frustrated beyond belief. After 2 weeks of fighting, his Third Army has failed to take an intact bridge spanning the river. So Patton orders the veteran 5th Infantry Division to cross the river in assault boats and form a defensive line on the German side so temporary bridges can be built behind them. One of the soldiers making the dangerous journey is Lansing, Michigan native Arnold Whitaker.
There was no rush to get across until shells started splashing all around. Well, then there was a complete metamorphosis that took place in us, so all of a sudden we became Harvard, Yale rowing teams.
For the first time since the age of Napoleon, an invading army has used assault boats to cross the Rhine. But just as the engineers lay the first pontoon bridges, enemy warplanes appear overhead.
The Germans knew that the Rhine River would compel our forces to first slow down, and that during that time we would be especially vulnerable to air attack.
We were watching the engineers trying to put this pontoon bridge together, and they were having a little trouble with ME-109s that were deciding they were going to strafe it.
Patton's men strike back with weapons like the M45 anti-aircraft mount. Assembled from 4 air-cooled 50 caliber M2 heavy barrel machine guns, the M45 has the combined firepower of 1,800 rounds per minute and can spray withering hot lead at a distance of 2,000 yards. At the end of the day, the bridgehead stands. 33 German warplanes have been destroyed. Though Patton's army is not the first to cross the famous river, his men have helped pave the way for the final drive on Germany. In a message to his soldiers, he writes, "Please accept my heartfelt admiration and thanks for what you have done. And remember that your assault crossing over the Rhine assures you of greater glory to come." March 24th, 1945. Patton arrives at the Rhine. Despite being escorted by an entourage of reporters, Patton makes time for something he's wanted to do for years.
He stops in the middle of the bridge, gets out of his car, unzips his fly, and urinates into the Rhine River. Climbs back in his car, drives to the other shore, gets out of the car, and falls down and comes up with 2 handfuls of dirt and says, "Thus Frederick the Great." And what Patton is alluding to is when Frederick took a ship into England and fell down and came up with 2 handfuls of sand and said, "I've taken England with both hands." So here's Patton the historian, as well as Patton the offensive urinator, all in one scene.
As American troops push into the Nazi fatherland, Patton turns his eyes to a quest that began 2 years earlier. Captured in Tunisia in 1943, Colonel John Waters has spent the last 2 years in POW camps with thousands of other Allied soldiers. But Waters is not just any prisoner of war. He's Patton's son-in-law. Now the general is about to go all in on a daring rescue mission to find John Waters, and it just might be one of the biggest mistakes of his career. March 1945. The battle for Germany rages on, and General George S. Patton's Third Army is rolling into the Nazi heartland. The Rhine River has been breached, and thousands of Patton's soldiers are storming across Germany.
And so he had a great sense of satisfaction, after the Bulge, and as he was crossing, as his army had crossed the Rhine, because he felt that he had fulfilled his destiny.
Patton now sets his sights on a personal quest, the liberation of a POW camp near the town of Hammelburg, Germany, known as Oflag 13B. The camp is home to hundreds of POWs, Americans, Russians, and Serbian allies. It's also rumored Patton's own son-in-law is one of the inmates. Lieutenant Colonel John Knight Waters is married to Patton's daughter, Bee. In February 1943, Waters was taken prisoner in North Africa.
That camp was a mere 40 miles
from the Third Army lines, from the Third Army's main line of resistance, a mere 40 miles from there to Hammelburg. It was at that point that General Patton conceived of a rescue mission.
Patton is convinced that a lightning raid will liberate Waters and the estimated 300 prisoners in the camp. It's a risky operation, and Colonel Creighton Abrams tries to talk Patton into taking the time to assemble a larger force. But Patton is hell-bent on liberating the camp before Omar Bradley and Eisenhower know what he's up to. Handpicked to lead the raiding party is Captain Abraham Baum. Born in the Bronx, Baum volunteered in 1941, and in the past 3 years has climbed his way up through the ranks of the veteran 4th Armored.
I briefed the troops that we were going on this mission to liberate a POW camp, and that we would be leaving in dark.
Designated Task Force Bomb, the raiding party will consist of 57 vehicles and tanks and 314 men. Among the tanks Bomb commands are the new hard-hitting M4A3E8 Shermans. The EZ-8, as it's known, comes with a larger T-23 turret that packs a high-velocity 76mm cannon. The main gun now has a muzzle brake that helps decrease the effects of extreme recoil. The tank also has an improved suspension system, giving the crew a smoother ride. March 26, 1945. Task Force Bomb moves out. Because the mission is top secret, Bomb has been ordered to maintain radio silence.
They would traverse this winding and intricate pattern of roads, passing through towns like Gmunden on the way to Hammelburg, at which point they would open up the camp, estimating that there would only be approximately 300 American prisoners in the camp. They would load them up in their vehicles and then make the return trip. And the thought was that they would be back that evening.
But almost immediately, Bomb's force runs into heavy resistance in the town of Gmunden.
We took small arms fire. We took Panzerfaust. The biggest enemy that we had with the civilians with the Panzerfaust. They never let up.
Bomb is forced to find an alternative route to Hammelburg. He's already lost 3 tanks and a platoon of infantry. The firefight has also cost him time. The raid is quickly falling behind schedule. To make matters worse, the enemy knows they're coming. 2,000 feet above, German recon planes lurk in the clouds over the American column. The enemy knows exactly where Bomb is, and they prepare an ambush. 700 yards ahead, German tank destroyers open fire. 4 half-tracks and several jeeps are pulverized by the Nazi guns. Bomb Shermans provide covering fire as the rest of the force heads towards the prison camp.
Task Force Baum's tanks plowed through the wire of Oflag 13B, where they found 5,000 men.
When a firefight breaks out with the camp guards, some of Bomb's men mistake gray-clad Serbian prisoners for Germans. Minutes later, a handful of POWs emerge with a white flag. One of them is Lieutenant Colonel John Waters.
In this confusion, Patton's son-in-law is shot in the buttocks and now cannot be brought out of the camp. He needs to go to the hospital.
As Waters is carried into the camp hospital with what could be a life-threatening wound, a grim reality sets in. Literally thousands of Allied prisoners expect to be liberated, but Bomb has only brought enough vehicles to carry 300.
I was sick. I was sick. They anticipated being released. They were all ready, writing letters to their parents. I mean, they just were terrible.
Baum's men load up as many POWs as they can carry. The rest are told to follow on foot. Now, as Baum prepares to fight his way back to Patton's lines, the German army is closing in on Hammelburg. In a matter of hours, the liberators could just wind up becoming prisoners themselves. March 26, 1945. General George S. Patton's Third Army is storming across Germany, taking the war to the Nazis' home turf and closing in for the kill. At the same time, Patton has a crisis on his hands. He's ordered Captain Abraham Baum on a secret mission to rescue his son-in-law and 300 other American POWs from a prison camp known as Oflag 13B. But Baum's task force has found about 5,000 Allied prisoners, including more than 1,000 Americans. They can only transport 300 in the vehicles they've brought. And to make matters worse, Patton's son-in-law is in the camp hospital, wounded in the early stages of the attempted rescue.
So we're talking about an operation that was doomed from the start. It was something that probably should have been done by a much bigger force or should have been canceled.
Now, Task Force Bob and the American prisoners, most of them on foot, are attempting to fight their way back to Allied lines. But German reinforcements have been racing to the area during the night. The thousands of other Allied POWs, including many Russians and Serbs, scatter throughout the countryside. Most of them end up being recaptured or killed. From a position on Hill 421, Baum tries to figure out how to get his task force and the American POWs back to safety.
Called them all together. I said at daybreak, we'll leave, get into column. We got into column, and with minutes after the daybreak came, all hell broke loose.
Sunrise, March 27th. Enemy fire tears into Task Force Baum. "500 yards away, German guns blast the exposed American position.
The task force was almost completely wiped out. None of the vehicles that were part of the task force survived.
Unable to put up a fight, Baum orders his men to head for the hills. It's every man for himself. Most of Baum's men and the American POWs are immediately captured. Baum heads off with 2 enlisted men. To play it safe, he removes his dog tags in case he's captured.
They showed Hebrew, so Jewish on it. Now, I was wounded a couple of times, and I could barely walk. And up comes a buggy with 2 civilians with rifles with the home. And I look at them, and they look at me, and I started to go for my .45. So he takes out a Luger P-38 and shoots me. And the bullet ripped the pants away from my groin area. As I looked down, I said, "You son of a bitch." It just must have shot off one of my balls. He breaks out laughing. And as I looked down, I said, "You son of a bitch." It just must have shot off one of my balls. He breaks out laughing, and I mean laughing. I said, "What the hell are you laughing about? Besides, who are you?" It was a German-American civilian that came over to fight for Germany. And here this son of a bitch shot him.
Baum is immediately escorted back to Hammelburg, where he joins John Waters and other survivors in Oflag 13B's hospital. Even though local forces had stopped the raid, the German army has been unable to hold back the tide of the Allied advance. 9 days later, on April 6th, 7th Army tanks from the 14th Armored stormed through the gates of the Oflag 13B POW camp. As U.S. troops take possession of the camp, an entourage of American officers enters the hospital where Baum and Waters are being treated.
And in walks Patton and sits down on the edge of my bed.
Patton pins the Distinguished Service Cross on Baum, explaining that even though the raid failed, it confused the Germans into thinking Baum's force was the entire Third Army. As a result, a massive number of Nazi forces had been diverted, allowing the real Third Army to move further into Germany. All Baum asks for in return is to be sent back to his beloved 4th Armored Division.
And he says, what do you want to do? And I said to him, I want to get back to the troops. They can't. I said, why can't I? The Geneva Conference says that you cannot go back to the same theater and fight. I said, you're General George S. Patton, aren't you? He said, yeah. I want to go back and finish the war with the troops.
Realizing that Baum won't take no for an answer, Patton arranges for him to return to the 4th Armored. Patton's son-in-law is evacuated by air to Frankfurt, where he will make a full recovery.
It's an unbelievably heroic tale, but it's something that Patton should never have allowed to happen.
Within days, the story of the botched raid is leaked to the press.
Bradley, when considering whether or not to admonish Patton about it, says, hey, I think his biggest punishment is his own recognition of this failure. And so sort of just let it ride.
Right now, Patton's bold and sometimes reckless style is exactly what the Allied command needs. But in a matter of days, as they move further into the Nazi homeland, Patton's soldiers will be in for the shock of their lives. April 1945. Allied forces have nearly silenced the Nazi war machine. And as American forces sweep across Germany, thousands of Allied soldiers are liberated from enemy POW camps. One of them is Andy McGlynn, taken prisoner during Patton's failed attempt to storm Fort Driant in October 1944.
It was just hard to believe. See, it was hard for me to accept that I was going to go home. I'd been away from home for so long. The girl I had been engaged to, she dumped me back when I was in England. And I just couldn't believe that I could make it home.
McGlynn and hundreds of other American POWs are transported back to England for rehabilitation. While the fighting on the front rages on. With the Soviet army poised to crush the German capital, the Allies on the Western Front stand little chance of beating Stalin's forces to Berlin. As Eisenhower sends other forces to the northeast and east, he orders Patton to lead his Third Army southeast to recapture portions of Nazi-occupied Czechoslovakia. Francis Sansa, who drove Patton's Jeep across Europe, remembers old Blood and Guts' disappointment when he found out he wouldn't be conquering Berlin.
He was mad because the war was over for him because he didn't get Berlin, And little tears come down out of his eyes. And his pride and joy was to go to Berlin.
But far worse than any disappointment Patton's army feels over Berlin are the unspeakable horrors that they're about to discover outside of Weimar, Germany. April 3rd, 1945. As the 4th Armored and 89th Infantry Division advance toward the Czech border, Albin Erzig receives disturbing reports over the radio. The next morning, Erzig sees for himself what his comrades have found at a place known as the Order of Labor Prison.
came to a clearing, and it looked like a small parade ground. But there in the clearing were about 75 bodies lying on the ground in a roughly elliptical shape. And of course, I recoiled in shock, never expecting anything like that.
And what the guards had done there was they'd taken any prisoner, any concentration camp inmate they could, gathered them out there in the courtyard and shot them all. Probably within 3 or 4 hours before we arrived. They all had the Jewish Star of David on their uniform.
And then as I looked around, I came to something that I call it the centerpiece of this operation. It looked like a large hamburger grill. It had rails, and the SS guards who piled bodies on this grill and then set fire to them.
Appalled by the discovery, the American brass decides to bring the entire town to the camp to bear witness to the Nazi atrocities.
And they required that the mayor and his wife from Odrif come visit at the Burgermeister. And both of them then went home and committed suicide.
And when Ike looked at it, he was dumbfounded. And so was Bradley and Patton. And Ike stood up on his Jeep and he says, "Boys, now you know why we're fighting."
Within days, Third Army soldiers discover other shocking scenes of Nazi war crimes.
In Buchenwald, we went into the place that had the ovens there. We saw those, we walked through the different rooms. We saw a wooden box, may have been about 6 feet, maybe 5 feet, by maybe 5 feet high, with babies' shoes. These are all dried out shoes, all thrown in this thing. And if that doesn't get your guts, it's nothing will.
I can't describe it really. Half the time I don't like to even think about it because it's still embedded in my mind, really embedded. I can't see how they could think to even do something like that.
Even as the truth about Hitler's final solution spreads among the Allied forces in Europe, Patton's soldiers still face a determined enemy as they continue on their objective of liberating Western Czechoslovakia.
There were still true believers that were so heavily invested in National Socialist Germany and the ideological underpinnings of Nazism that they fought to the bitter end.
April 30th, 1945. The tough hombres of the 90th Division are approaching the German-Czech border. Recently arrived replacement Lincoln Lung and his comrades volunteer to clear a German schoolhouse. Lung and his buddies carefully enter the building, weapons at the ready. For now, everything seems quiet. Lung stops to relieve himself in the corner of a room. Suddenly, a bullet slams into the wall.
If I'm a little taller, he would hit me on the head. I'd be dead right on the spot. Immediately, I don't have to go to the bathroom anymore.
100 yards away, a German sniper has taken a position in the trees. From here, he can pick off the Americans one by one. Seconds later, a bullet nails Lung's sergeant in the head.
blood was floating out of his head like a faucet.
One by one, Lung's comrades are knocked off by enemy rifles and grenades.
I know I was trapped. So I said, I have to get out of here. I took my chance.
Lung makes a run for it. As soon as he's spotted, Nazi lead fills the air. Adrenaline pumping, Lung falls into a ditch and passes out. Thinking they've killed him, the Germans leave him alone. By the time Lung comes to, reinforcements have arrived, and Patton's advance into Czechoslovakia continues. With American and Soviet forces closing in on all sides, Hitler's army is shattered. But as the campaign in Europe enters its final hours, Patton has no idea that his greatest challenge is just around the corner. May 7th, 1945. Hitler kills himself. The Soviets have entered Berlin. The German army has been destroyed. Only days after Patton pushes into Czechoslovakia to help liberate the country, the Allies accept Nazi Germany's unconditional surrender. But even as his men celebrate the fall of the Third Reich, Patton is filled with depression.
He knew it was all over for him. He knew that one thing awaited him, and that it was not another great battle. He knew that the only thing that awaited him in his army career was retirement.
Summer 1945. Now wearing the insignia of a four-star general, the highest rank he will ever achieve, Patton makes a whirlwind trip to the United States, raising money for the ongoing war in the Pacific, itching for a chance to get into the fight.
God damn it, it's no fun to say to men that you love, go out and get killed. And we've had to say it. And by God, they have gone, and they have won. But I want you to remember that the sacrifice that these men have made must not be in vain. This war, as I said, is only half won.
August 1945. Atomic bombs are dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Second World War is over, And so is Patton's chance for further glory. He's back in Europe, serving as governor of Bavaria. Without a war to fight, Patton turns his destructive energy towards Russia.
He was given to making flamboyant statements like, if you ask me, we need to leave every tank over here and every soldier over here because we're going to end up fighting those people in 50 years if we don't do it now.
For Dwight Eisenhower and the Allied brass, Patton has become a dangerous liability. In October, he is officially removed from command. In his parting speech to his soldiers, Patton tells his men, "All good things must come to an end. The best thing that has ever come to me thus far is the honor and privilege of having commanded the Third Army."
Basically, this is a man who wants to retire, and that is the plan. He's going to go home in late December, retire from the Army, and spend the rest of his days living in Boston with his wife.
On Sunday, December 9th, 1945, Patton heads out from his headquarters in his staff car on a regular hunting trip with General Hobart Gay.
They come to an intersection where a train's crossing. On the other side are 2 U.S. Army trucks. When the train finishes passing, the first truck stalls. The second truck pulls out from behind it to get around it. Patton's car smashes into this truck that is pulled into his lane. Only Patton is injured. When Gay looks at him, he says he has a contusion on his head and blood coming down his face. It looks pretty bad. And Patton's first remark is, I think I'm paralyzed.
Patton is immediately taken to Heidelberg Hospital, where he spends the next 2 weeks wired to a bed. At 6 p.m. on December 21st, 1945, General George S. Patton, who survived 2 world wars and countless polo accidents and shooting scrapes, quietly dies in his sleep of heart failure with his wife Beatrice nearby.
11 o'clock one night, I got a call from Corps. They said they wanted an honor guard at the railroad station at 5 o'clock the next morning. And they stood in the rain with Patton as his honor guard at his funeral.
On December 23rd, 1945, General Patton is buried with full military honors in the American Cemetery in Luxembourg. Fittingly, he is laid to rest near the graves of men he'd led into battle during the winter of 1944.
I've been to the cemetery in Luxembourg, where Patton is buried. He still looks like he's commanding the troops. On special days, that cemetery is loaded with American flags at every grave. Beautiful.
Well done.
Like their commander, thousands of Patton's soldiers will never return home. Killed in battle at El Guitar, Aracourt, Metz, and on the roads to Bastogne. To their comrades, these are the true heroes of World War II.
They were our buddies, they were with us. This guy here lived, this guy here died, and we could not figure why. In fact, there was a bit of a guilt feeling that we survived and they didn't.
Getting down.
The camaraderie we had amongst ourselves, I think what pulled us through. If today I could go back and be with the same group of people, I would gladly go back. I've never had any friends like that since.
For almost 4 decades, George S. Patton was a consummate warrior, from the last years of the Horse Cavalry to leading American soldiers into some of the most critical battles of the Second World War.
He had lived the war that he felt that he was born to live and fight. He had lived the dream of leading men in battle. He had made his name a legend.
If Patton had not been in World War II, it would have been a totally different war. He had that much effect. So our nation should be grateful that he was there when he was there.
I think Patton's legacy on the culture of our Army is significant. Leadership from the front, determination to win, the ability to understand the enemy, his use of intelligence. I mean, all these things, I think, have left a significant impact on our Army, and were carried through generations.
He remains a complex figure, larger than life, ferocious, and even reckless. But there is one thing that the men that fought with him can all agree on. There will never be another George S. Patton.
ambition, conquest, lust, murder, and the power of unrivaled technology. These are the cornerstones in the foundation of the Roman Empire.
They were driven by a kind of collective cultural ego.
Rome's colossal building projects, stadiums, palaces, roads, aqueducts, span 3 continents and unleash the power and promise of the world's most advanced civilization.
These structures became symbols of that idea of Rome.
But while the Romans dominated the landscape with massive feats of construction, they were ultimately powerless to prevent their own self-destruction. March 15th, 44 BC. The most powerful man in the world lay lifeless on the floor of the Roman Senate. As a general, he nearly doubled the size of the Roman Empire. As a politician, he engineered a stunning rise to power. But now this battle-scarred warrior had been slain in Rome and by Romans. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar.
Caesar's rise to power was predicated on him wanting to have the best standing in the Roman state. He seemed to want too much power for himself. He did not share power with others, and this was what led directly to his assassination.
Decades earlier, as an ambitious young general, Caesar had recognized that the road to glory in Rome began on battlefields far from it. His thirst for military conquest would spawn the construction of one of Rome's most intimidating feats of engineering. In 55 BC, Julius Caesar is leading 8 Roman legions, a total of 40,000 men, north through Gaul, a Roman province encompassing modern France, Belgium, and Switzerland.
He wants to go to Germania, to Germany, and cross the Rhine because no Roman commander has yet done so. He wants to be as great a conqueror as Alexander the Great and go beyond what is known.
The Rhine River lies on the edge of what is known. For centuries, it has been a buffer protecting Germanic tribes from Roman expansion. No previous army could cross it with the might needed for conquest. But Caesar is unlike any previous warrior.
He could have gone by boat. But what is that for Julius Caesar to go by boat, man? Rowboat? You know, you're gonna put 8 legions in a rowboat and row across? No, man. They gotta march across. They're gonna be on horseback.
Crossing the Rhine was a completely new engineering feat as far as its scope. The river is 1,000 feet across, possibly more, 25 to 30 feet deep, with unknown currents. Caesar and his engineers had to come up with a plan for a bridge that would be not only immensely strong, but immensely stable, and be large enough to be able to march a legion across.
The bridge would need to be 4 football fields long and sustain the weight of 40,000 soldiers. Despite the Rhine's width, depth, and strong currents, Julius Caesar is determined to succeed.
To cross a river that size with a bridge is something which plays well with an audience back at home, but of course it's something that plays extremely well with the audience standing on the other side of the river, who are going to be awestruck when they see this happening.
With the speed and efficiency of a well-oiled machine, Caesar's soldiers methodically transform local timber into an expanding bridge. With every hour, an engineering miracle inches closer to the Rhine's elusive northern bank.
It's almost as if a spaceship were to come down nowadays, the size, let's say, of half of Manhattan, capable of with some magnetic device or the like, lifting buildings up into the air, that would be a pretty frightening thing, something that we couldn't really grasp at all.
The foundation of the bridge was a series of wooden piles driven into the bedrock of the river. Each pile was 1.5 feet thick. Toward the middle of the bridge, they had to be up to 30 feet tall to reach from the surface to the bottom. By driving the piles in diagonally, Caesar's engineers added extra stability to the bridge.
When they drove the pilings in at an angle and then connected them, in many ways they were doing what carpenters do when they build a sawhorse. With the legs angled, it utilizes forces to keep it from being pushed over and makes it a stable workspace.
The sloping pile gives them a lot more strength against the force of the river and flooding of the river and so on, but it's much more difficult to drive them into the riverbed than it is to drive a vertical pile. So they would have had to work very carefully with wooden frames to push them into the riverbed.
On the upstream side, the piles leaned in the direction of the current. 40 feet downstream, the corresponding piles leaned against the current. Each set of piles was joined by a long connecting beam 2 feet thick. Lengths of timber were then laid across the beams, and the surface was finished with tightly wrapped bundles of sticks. The design of the bridge itself was innovative, but what made this engineering feat even more astounding is the speed with which it was built. Just 10 days after ordering its construction, Caesar marched across his bridge and toward his destiny.
If we tried to do that today, we would never be able to build something like that in so few days with that kind of technology. We could match that feat today if we had thousands of loyal, sweating soldiers totally dedicated to Caesar and the objective of getting across that Rhine River to terrorize the Germans beyond.
Caesar had estimated the size of the Germanic forces at 430,000, more than 10 times the size of his own army. But when the Germans saw the Roman legions rolling over the Rhine, they quickly fled to higher ground. For the next 18 days, Caesar freely explored the territory north of the Rhine, encountering no resistance. Then he crossed back over his bridge and dismantled it, having made an unmistakable point.
It is symbolic of this. Rome can go anywhere. There's nothing gonna hold Rome back. And to distill it even farther, Julius Caesar can go anywhere.
Caesar's bridge was an early indication of his single-minded ambition. A decade later, that ambition would propel him to unprecedented power, but it would also prove to be his downfall. When he was declared Rome's first dictator for life at the age of 55 in 44 BC, whispers of assassination began to echo through the halls of the Roman Senate.
He makes certain moves that suggest that he might want to have been worshipped as a god, that his ambition really goes so far beyond the limits of what the Romans themselves, and in particular Roman senators, felt to be acceptable, that he was assassinated.
In life, Julius Caesar forever altered Rome's political landscape. In death, he would embody both the potential and the peril of absolute power.
When Caesar was assassinated, there was no guarantee that anything would happen except that Rome would fall apart completely.
Caesar's reign was a major turning point in Rome's political history. His conquest of Gaul greatly expanded the reach of Roman influence. His consolidation of power marked the death of the Roman Republic, ruled by democratically elected senators and consuls, and the birth of an empire in which tyrannical emperors could rule with absolute authority. Some would use their power to build magnificent engineering marvels. The vanity, excess, and ignorance of others would push the empire to the brink of destruction. Through it all, Rome would grow into the most powerful and technologically advanced civilization the world had ever seen. Today, Rome is a 21st century city where the ancient and modern collide.
Anyone who's visited the city of Rome is immediately struck by this immense mixture of time periods spanning from prehistory all the way up through the modern age. And the wonderful thing about Rome is that you're living in the midst of the history of one of the greatest civilizations that's ever been a part of humanity's history.
Roman legend says the city was founded in 753 BC by Romulus and Remus, two brothers who were abandoned as infants and raised by a she-wolf. The two brothers set out to build their own city on the banks of the Tiber River. But a disagreement over who would rule it ended in murder. Remus was killed at the hands of Romulus, for whom the city of Rome is named. It would not be the last time bloodshed produced a new Roman ruler.
Civil war actually is one of the very defining features of the growth of the Roman state. The story, the tradition of Romulus and Remus is one that reverberates and echoes throughout Roman history.
Initially, Rome was one of countless small kingdoms jockeying for power in central Italy. But unlike many of its neighbors, who were suspicious of outsiders, Rome was a safe haven for ambitious outcasts.
Romulus, he said, given the fact that we don't have any population, I'll create an asylum. I will create a sort of a free zone for anybody. Runaway slaves, brigands, pirates, whoever. Come and be part of this great idea, which is Rome. That's a very unique attitude. And said from the very beginning, it seemed that the Romans were very open.
This openness encouraged a free exchange of ideas. Among them were engineering theories imported from other cultures. By borrowing the technology of neighbors like the Etruscans, Rome expanded into a regional power.
The Romans had an extraordinary ability to take from the technological past and adapt it to their own purposes and to refine it and to improve upon it. They were able to take from these Etruscans the technology of road building, of moving water systems through tunnels, of building large, extraordinary walls, and produce something which was based on Etruscan technology.
The city's first major engineering achievement was the Cloaca Maxima, an extensive sewer system which still functions today 2,500 years after it was constructed. The Cloaca Maxima flushed runoff from Rome's city streets into the Tiber River. Engineers also used the sewer's underground pipeline to drain the marshland between Rome's hilltop villages. There they built the Forum, ancient Rome's downtown district.
The construction of the Cloaca Maxima is the key event in transforming Rome from a series of tribes living on disparate hills around a swampy marsh into kind of centralized, unified culture. The new Roman Forum that resulted from the draining of the Cloaca Maxima really allowed that culture to consolidate in one central place.
While Rome's culture was consolidating, the influence the city had over its neighbors began to grow. By the 4th century BC, Rome controlled most of central Italy, and its engineers were called on to develop a transportation infrastructure that would connect the expanding empire.
In antiquity, there were basically two modes of transportation. There was transportation through the countryside, either on horseback, but probably walking or in carts, or that there was travel by ship. The roads, as we understand them today, basically didn't exist before the Roman Empire.
That all changed in 312 BC, when the Via Appia was built. Rome's first national highway stretched 132 miles from the capital to its southern province of Campania. To plot the straightest and fastest route down the coast, Roman engineers used a specialized surveying instrument.
The Romans relied on the tool called a groma, which was a vertical pole that stood in the ground with a cross on the top, and you could sight along this cross to line up 2 points in a straight line. The big difference with Roman roads and modern roads is that the Romans couldn't survey a corner, so they were all dead straight, and then they would turn a sharp angle and then go dead straight in another direction. The challenge, of course, with building a dead straight road in any direction is that you come to hills and valleys and you have to cross them. So if they had to, then they would cut through the mountains in order to take the road straight through.
Once the ideal path was cleared, a broad trench was dug and filled in with sand and boulders to form a solid foundation. Next went a layer of gravel compacted with clay or mortar. The top surface was a layer of thick paving stones angled to allow the water to drain off to the side.
The roads were incredibly intimidating. You could look at a road and say, I wonder how long it takes to get a couple of legions, 10,000 guys down this road, right into my backyard. I think I'll think twice about starting any nonsense with Rome.
By the time of Julius Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, Rome controlled most of Western Europe and North Africa. It had defeated Carthage a century earlier, making it the Mediterranean world's lone superpower. Caesar's eventual successor was his great-nephew Octavian, who was renamed Augustus and crowned Rome's first imperator, or emperor. Under Augustus, the Roman road network expanded to reach the farthest corners of the empire, and with the highways paved, it was time to build new destinations.
Under Augustus, we can see popping up everywhere Roman-style cities equipped with a forum, with a theater, with an amphitheater, with a basilica, and all of the other markers of what made a Roman city.
To the recently conquered natives of the provinces, the new cities were a powerful endorsement of the Roman way of life.
People would flock to the new cities, these urban centers, which were symbols of civilization, higher standard of living, incredible jobs. That's where the money resided, and people would go, as today, will go where the jobs are. And ultimately, the people in these conquered nations would really embrace these Roman ideas.
The Roman city itself was the greatest image-creating device, I believe, that the Romans had. And those cities survive today. London, Bonn, Paris are all testaments to Rome's expansion of its culture through its cities.
Rome's engineers had a secret weapon that enabled them to build bigger, stronger, and faster than anyone else. Waterproof concrete, mixed with a volcanic sand called pozzolana.
Early concretes were just a simple lime-mortar mix, which, although they would set, weren't very strong, and indeed the particles in the early concrete could easily break apart. But in Roman concrete, the pozzolan sand reacted with the lime, and it makes a concrete quite like a modern concrete, much, much stronger.
They realized pretty early on that by using this substance, that they could build literally underwater, an extraordinary invention, which would allow them then to create enormous piers literally within the water itself, revolutionizing travel. That is, bridges could be built that would be permanent bridges rather than wooden bridges.
During the age of Augustus, this concrete solidified Rome's chokehold on Western Europe, allowing Roman builders to dominate the landscape with massive man-made monoliths. One in particular would revolutionize daily life in Rome for centuries to come. By the 1st century AD, Rome had emerged as Europe's sole superpower. And as the Romans expanded their empire outward, they also looked inward and used their superior engineering skills to improve the quality of life within the walls of the capital city. Of all the achievements of Rome's engineers, none were as life-altering as running water.
Rome's system of water distribution was a quantum leap to anything which had come before it.
In the capital city, 11 aqueduct lines guided a steady stream of fresh water to its citizens, carrying a combined 200 million gallons.
What the aqueducts did was really revolutionize the daily life of Roman citizens. Not just the gardens and the villas of the wealthy or the palaces of the emperors, but the average Roman. So much water was available in the city of Rome, and this sustained an enormous population.
The aqueducts fostered the growth of a new urban culture. With a constant stream of water, up to 1 million people were able to live cleanly and comfortably in the capital city.
And it's the water from the aqueducts which can flush out the human filth and keep your city clean. This is another reason why the Romans think that they're superior. It's because they're cleaner than everybody else.
No single emperor can claim credit for the success of the aqueducts. They were built over the course of several centuries. But it was the disfigured, stuttering Emperor Claudius who arguably had the greatest impact on Rome's water supply. Before he assumed power, Claudius had been a royal laughingstock who was considered an invalid and even hidden from the public eye.
Claudius had a stutter, we hear. He had a little bit of a limp. He was hard of hearing. So people didn't really know what to do with Claudius.
In spite of his shortcomings, Claudius was cunning enough to seize power when an unlikely opportunity presented itself. In 41 AD, most of the royal family was murdered to avenge the bloody reign of Claudius's nephew, Caligula. But Claudius was spared after he was found cowering behind a curtain. With his life hanging in the balance, he managed to bribe Rome's Praetorian guards into proclaiming him emperor. His timely bribe would change the course of Roman history.
Once he became emperor, he seems to have ruled in many ways, at least by our standards, well. He clearly was not a stupid man.
During the reign of Claudius, the empire took several surprising steps forward. On the frontier, his legions conquered Britannia, something even Julius Caesar failed to do. And back home, he built two major aqueducts, the Aqua Claudia and the Anio Novus, which dramatically increased the amount of water flowing into Rome.
Aqueducts are not that complicated in theory. That is that water seeks its lowest level, and therefore that you can run water down a slope from any area to another area. So that's a pretty simple premise that everybody would have known. But that the practice of creating an aqueduct is another thing.
The Romans engineered their aqueducts to approach the city on a gradual declining angle, or gradient. That gradient was just several inches every 100 feet.
The slope of the aqueduct had to be calculated from great distances, 20, 30, sometimes even 40 miles, from the source in the mountains to the cities themselves. That had to be consistent. They couldn't deviate from it, regardless of what the terrain was.
To maintain the water's precise descent through high mountains, Roman engineers dug perfectly angled tunnels through them. When the pipelines reached low valleys, they were elevated on stone walls. If the walls needed to be higher than 6.5 feet off the ground, the Romans saved building materials while still adding strength by perfecting an ancient engineering concept, the arch.
The arch revolutionized architecture in the ancient world by permitting far greater spans than had been allowable before. They basically changed the spatial conception totally of Roman architecture.
Arches were built around a temporary wooden framework that held each stone in place until the keystone was laid in the center. The keystone evenly distributed weight down each side of the arch, allowing builders to stack additional stones above it.
Arches are improvement upon building just a straight wall in a variety of means, both in terms of their efficiency and in terms of their strength. The arch, of course, takes much less material to build. Arches are very strong at supporting things like roofs and aqueducts and whatever you want to put on top of them.
A 6-mile column of arches carried the Aqua Claudia across the valleys on its way to Rome.
The aqueducts would have had a covered roof, but of course if you could take the roof off, you could see the water like an open river coming down towards the city.
After reaching the city, each aqueduct emptied into 3 holding tanks. One for the public drinking fountains, a second for the public baths, and a third reserved for the emperor and other wealthy Romans who paid for their own running water, a concept that was well ahead of its time.
Basically, every home by the 1st or 2nd century AD of any means had running water. This is astounding because the entire span of the Middle Ages they didn't have this.
With the construction of the Aqua Claudia and the Anio Novus, Emperor Claudius had revitalized Rome's system of water distribution. His public record was one of success, but the choices he made in his private life would ultimately lead to his downfall.
The tradition about Claudius is that he was uxorious, that he loved his women and his wives in particular too much, and was subservient to them.
He sent shockwaves through the empire when he married his own niece, Agrippina, the conniving sister of Caligula.
Agrippina came from a line of ambitious, popular, and powerful women. She was kind of in some ways the Cleopatra of her age.
She was headstrong, she was proud, and she was ambitious. She was terribly ambitious.
After having been surrounded by emperors her whole life, Agrippina was hungry for her own taste of power. She used all of her physical and political charm to attain it. And once the aging Claudius was under her spell, she used her only son as a means to perpetuate it.
Agrippina's main intent in seducing Claudius and becoming the empress was to ensure that her son would accede to the throne.
In 50 AD, Agrippina convinced Claudius to name her son from a previous marriage as his heir, instead of his own biological son. 4 years later, Emperor Claudius was dead, poisoned by a mushroom, and his wife's ambition. Overnight, Agrippina had gone from being the wife of one emperor to the mother of another. His name was Nero, a 16-year-old tyrant in training who had engineered disaster. '64 AD, a small fire spreads into a week-long inferno that reduces huge swaths of Rome to ashes and leaves thousands homeless and walking the streets.
The Fire of 64 was one of the most devastating fires that Rome ever had. And we hear that of the 14 regions of Rome, at least 10 were affected, some completely destroyed. That must have been a huge number of individuals who were killed in the panic and in just being killed by smoke or by the fire itself.
Number 1 on the list of arson suspects is the emperor himself. Nero was supposedly seen playing his lyre at the top of a nearby tower as the fire raged.
He's said to have looked at the fire as though it were a spectacle, and to have gone to the Tower of Maecenas and recited the fall of Troy. The tradition is that Nero was fiddling while Rome burned.
His actions after the blaze were just as incriminating. Nero confiscated a third of the charred city as his own personal property and set out to build the empire's most extravagant monument to self-indulgence, a palace complex covering some 200 acres of downtown Rome.
The rumor starts to spread that he had set the fire intentionally so as to clear a portion of the city where he could build this palace.
Nero blamed the fire on a new religious cult called the Christians and had hundreds of them strung up and burned to death in the streets of Rome. This was just the latest in a string of horrifying acts that solidified Nero's dysfunctional legacy.
He served up the head of one of his ex-wives to his new wife as a present on her request, and then later kicked her to death when she was pregnant in a fit of rage. Most of the acts for which Nero is most infamous come after one of the most heinous acts one can commit, the killing of one's own mother.
Agrippina, who had orchestrated Nero's rise to power by killing her husband Claudius, was antiquity's most overbearing mother. She expected to share power equally with her son.
She wasn't going to accept a subservient role, not to Claudius, not to her son, and that, of course, did her in.